May I request everyone to please be seated so that we can begin. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ankur Manhar, and I'm your host for the most awaited conference, the third India Spectrum Management Conference. I hope you all had an amazing time yesterday witnessing the great insights and expertise from our distinguished delegates. I take great pleasure to welcome you all to day 2 of the Conference on Spectrum and Telecommunications Policy and Technology for Future Wireless Systems, organized jointly by the University of Chicago, Spectrum X, IFI, and IIT Delhi. I extend a very warm welcome to all the distinguished delegates and subject expert speakers. We are happy to be here today and are looking forward to an amazing day filled with great ideas and thoughts, promising to give you all a wonderful experience. As a courtesy to others, may I request you all to kindly keep your mobile phones on silent mode during the conference proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, may I kindly request Mr. Bharat Bhatia ji, President IFI, to kindly join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, he is having vast experience of more than 45 years in telecom and ICT policy, regulations and spectrum management. He also chairs the PPDR working groups under ITU and APT. He was also a key architect of India's first ever National Frequency Allocation Plan in 1981 and the first ever published NFAP in 2000. Mr. Bhatia actively participates in various ITU and APT meetings and has attended all world radio conferences during the last 20 years. I would like to request Mr. Bharat Bhatia ji to kindly welcome all our delegates one after the other by presenting a shawl as a token of appreciation. I would like to request Dr. Monisha Ghosh, Professor Electrical Engineering, University of Notre Dame, USA, to kindly join us on the stage, ma'am. Everyone, can we have a huge round of applause for everyone joining us on the stage? Dr. Monisha Ghosh is a leader in wireless communications research and policy. She has also served as a Chief Technology Officer at the Federal Communications Commission and a Program Director at the National Science Foundation. Dr. Ghosh is a fellow of the IEEE and has over 24 years of experience in industry research, including at Bell Labs and Philips Research. She is also a member of the FCC's Technological Advisory Council. Welcome, ma'am. I would like to request Professor Rajiv Shore, Chief Executive Officer, University of Queensland, IIT Delhi, Academy of Research, India, to kindly join us on stage and request Mr. Bhatia to kindly present a shawl and welcome, sir. Mr. Shore has over 25 years of experience in the field of telecommunications engineering with a focus on research and development. Dr. Shore received his BE, MS and PhD degree from the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and published over 75 papers in top academic journals and conferences. Professor Shore is a highly respected expert in the field of telecommunications engineering. I would like to request Shri Vijay Christopher ji, Wireless Advisor to the Government of India and Chairman, India National Preparatory Committee for WRC 2023 to please join us on the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a huge round of applause. He has over 30 years of experience working at different monitoring stations, Satellite Monitoring Station and Regional Headquarters, Mumbai. Shri Christopher ji is also a strong advocate for international cooperation in the telecommunications sector. He has represented India at several international forums, including the ITU and WRC. Moving on, I would like to request Mr. Charles Cooper, Associate Administrator, Office of Spectrum Management, NTIA, US, to kindly join us on the stage. Mr. Cooper is leading the agency's work on national and international spectrum policy issues and oversees spectrum management efforts for federal agencies. He is responsible for frequency assignment and certification and other strategic planning functions. Mr. Cooper was District Director of the FCC's Los Angeles Field Office and is an electrical engineer and a registered professional engineer. Welcome, sir. I request Ms. Gunjan Dave, Member Technology, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India, to please join us on this stage and accept the shawl. Ms. Dave has worked as Senior DDG in Gujarat LSA and has over 35 years of experience, worked in various roles at MTNL and DOT. She completed her graduation and post-graduation from IIT Roorkee and pursued an MBA from the esteemed J.L. Bajaj Institute of Management. Ms. Dave is also a strong advocate for gender diversity in the workplace. She's been actively involved in several initiatives to promote the participation of women in the telecommunications sector. Welcome, ma'am. I request Shri Mani Sinha ji, Member Finance, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. Sir, please join us on the stage, and everyone, please, with a huge round of applause, welcome him. Mr. Sinha is serving as Member Finance, Digital Communications Commission, DOT, Joint Indian P&T Accounts and Finance Services as 1989 Batch Officer. Shri Sinha worked as DDG in Licensing Finance Unit in DOT and also worked in TRI for 2.5 years. He completed his master's degree from St. Stephen's College, Delhi University, and thereafter PG Diploma in Financial Management from IGNOU, followed by an MBA from University of Birmingham, UK. Today we are indeed honored to have amongst us an inspiring personalities as our chief guest. I extend a hearty welcome to Reverend Chief Guest, Professor Abhay Karandikar, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, India. Welcome, sir. Professor Karandikar, a distinguished electrical engineer and researcher. He is working as Director, IIT Kanpur and Dean and the Institute Chair, Professor in the Department of Electrical Engineering at IIT Mumbai. Professor Karandikar holds a BTech degree in Electrical Engineering from the IIT Kanpur and MTech and PhD degrees in Electrical Engineering from the University of Southern California, USA. He is a visionary leader committed to using science and technology to solve India's most pressing challenges. Last but not the least, may I request Professor N.K. Goyalji, Vice Chairman, IAFI Chairman, TEMA and CMAI, to please join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for all the dignitaries on the stage. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, wonderful ladies, for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity as sunlight expels the darkness of night. Similarly, blessings bring in our life prosperity and happiness. To make this day blessed one, invoke Goddess Saraswati by kindling the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. For seeking the choicest blessings for the same, may I request all our honorable guests, the chief guests and guest of honors with the organizers to kindly kindle the lamp. It is a wonderful moment to witness everyone igniting the lamp to take the day forward.
Saraswati
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I would now like to request Shri Bharat Bhatia ji, President IAFI, to kindly address the gathering. Sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It gives me extreme pleasure to welcome here all the dignitaries. I'm really happy that Professor Abhay Karandikar, our chief guest, who is recently taken over as Secretary in Department of Science and Technology. Congratulations to you, sir, and welcome. Thanks for gracing this occasion. I think we are really privileged to have such an illuminary like you on this Spectrum Management Conference. I'm very happy to welcome Shri Manish Sinha ji, Member Finance, Digital Communication Commission, India. I think your guidance on our activities has been always welcome, and you really helped us in a big way, and particularly in the area of spectrum management. I'm pleased to welcome Madam Gunjan Dave, Member Technology. She is the head of the Digital Communication Commission and Technology Wing, which includes spectrum, technology, and everything. And I think most people here are relating to that. So very much welcome you here. Thanks for gracing this occasion. I'm very happy to welcome Mr. Charles Cooper, our guest here, our guest of honor. Charles Cooper is the head of Federal Spectrum in the USA, NTIA. In the US, they have separate division of spectrum management between FCC and NTIA. So the entire federal spectrum, which includes public safety, includes defense services, includes satellites, includes oceanic, all the government activities comes under the purview of NTIA. So welcome here. I'm very happy to welcome Mr. Vijay Christopher, wireless advisor to the Government of India. He is the head of the spectrum, and we work very closely with him. I have spent almost like 45 years of my life on spectrum, and we come from the same organization. I'm also very happy to welcome Professor Monisha Ghosh. She is from the University of Chicago, University of Notre Dame, and has been one of the organizing part of this conference over the last, I think, 5-6 months. We have worked tirelessly to put together this event with her. And also welcome Professor Rajiv Shori, IIT Delhi. Thank you very much for being here. And of course, Pamela ji, she will be on stage tomorrow. But she has also been a great force with the TSDSI before. And we have been to a number of ITU meetings together in search for first the 5G technology, the 5G technology, that we got it approved in the ITU, and then in the 6G also. So welcome, ma'am. I'm also pleased to welcome all the participants. We have, I think, participants from all over the world, representing many nations, representing many different cultures. But one thing in everyone is common is everyone is looking at spectrum in a way, how do we connect everybody? Future of technology, future of spectrum lies in connecting the unconnected, connecting everybody. We have 1.5, almost 1.4 billion people here in India. Many of them are still not connected, with broadband at least. And I think there will be some discussion in this conference which will lead us in the right way in our spectrum management efforts. There are many issues that spectrum management world is facing, and we have a mega conference coming up next month, World Radio Conference 23, that will be held in Dubai from 18th of November, almost for a month. But actually the total conference goes 1.5 months, and we'll be there for that period, and it's like a mecca for spectrum people. Last conference was in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. Many of us were there. And that conference really helped the world move forward on the 5G with the opening of the 5G millimeter wave bands for the first time. This particular conference, the 23 conference, there are many bigger issues. There are many, many big issues. One issue that, and I think a lot of people call it a satellite conference. There are a lot of satellite issues on this conference. In particular, the Earth stations in motion. How do you connect people on the ships, on the Earth, on the ground, in the air, through satellites? NTN is a very common word, and there will be a lot of enabling provisions that will be done at the WRC so that we can connect everybody in the nook and corner of the Earth. 6 gigahertz is a very difficult subject, and this will be one of the engaging agendas of the conference. Also, I think one of the agendas, which is, we call it 1.5, it doesn't deal with our region, it doesn't deal with the Americans, but it does deal with the Central European, Middle East, and Africa, region 1 of the ITU, and it deals with broadcasting service and the mobile service, and I think this is also going to be a very, very critical agenda. So we would have discussions today and tomorrow dealing with all the subject. Yesterday, we had a very good conference covering spectrum from below 1 gigahertz. And there are many, many issues that came up, particularly the direct broadcasting to mobile. That was one of the issues, and I think that issue will continue to be debated. The PMSC equipment, there is a booth outside here from a company called Shore in USA that you can actually go and see. PMSC equipment are the wireless microphones that we all use. Uses also the same spectrum below 1 gigahertz. And then we have 7 to 24 gigahertz, which has become another big issue for this coming conference. How do you find new mid-band spectrum for 6G and 5G? I think those. So these are some of the issues. Today will be focused on all the spectrum issues. Tomorrow will be on the WRC issues. And this 3-day conference hopefully will bring to light a lot of intricate problems and solutions in the spectrum world. So I welcome you all, and thank you so much for attending this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bhatia, for sharing your insights with us. Moving on, I would like to request Dr. Monisha Ghosh. Ma'am, please join us here, and I would request you to please make us all go through the theme of the conference.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the attendees, both yesterday and today. It has been actually very wonderful to see the participation and the engagement on matters of spectrum. In many fields, spectrum is a little bit esoteric. Not everybody appreciates why this is so important for everything that we take for granted today. Having the different, stakeholders present in this conference, so from the defense, from the commercial side, as well as we have people from ISRO representing the space users of spectrum, I think is very important. So when I started planning this about a few months ago, this started out as a small idea to have a workshop to get academics from the US and India together to discuss issues and how we can do research together. And then Bharatji approached me to say, can we make it, combine it with ISMC? And I said, sure. So it's become a really nice event. I'm so glad we were able to make this a bigger event and include a number of academics from India and the US. As many of you know, at the very highest level, there is a lot of interest in collaboration between the two countries. Many of the issues we face are similar, and as global allies, we would like to see a lot more convergence in our approach to spectrum. There is also a lot of interest in collaborating on the research front. There are at least 2 research collaborations already that have been announced through the National Science Foundation in the US and the Department of Science and Technology, NMIT, in India. And we hope that those relationships can grow. So again, I'm very glad to be here and very pleased to be part of this wonderful conference. Thank you to Mr. Bharat ji and all of the other conference organizers, Mr. Shore, Mrs. Kumar, for putting together such an excellent agenda, and I look forward to the discussions today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. May I now have a privilege of inviting Professor Rajiv Shore, sir, to please come and share your thoughts with us.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure and a privilege to be a part of this very, very important event, the Conference on Spectrum Management. I would like to start by acknowledging, it's been, as my colleague mentioned, Bharatji and Monisha, the last 5 months, 4 of us, I've had the great pleasure of working with very eminent colleagues as co-chairs in the conference. Bharatji, Professor Manisha Ghosh, Dr. Pamela Kumar, it's been a journey, an intense 5 months of planning. And it's been a great pleasure because, the area, as you all know, is a very critical area for both India and the United States. And thanks to, again, the stellar efforts of Bharatji and Professor Manisha Ghosh that, we are here today. So I think my colleagues have already mentioned, they've set the tone, but I just want to mention that this is a very unique opportunity where we have global thought leaders who have gathered here from across the globe, right? From all, really across the globe, from Europe, from the United States, India, of course. And it's a very unique opportunity also because this is the time to brainstorm, to collaborate, to explore potential collaboration. And I think the way I see it, a lot of innovation will come out of this because it's such a challenging topic, the whole spectrum, end to end. I think it's very important to be interacting with diverse stakeholders under one roof and figure out how do you solve the challenges. And there are a plethora of challenges, right? So I don't have to mention that there are not just spectrum management challenges, there are challenges in policy, there's technical challenges, there's business challenges, there's cost-related challenges. So I think we are really here to figure out, to understand what the challenges are, but also to understand the mitigation, what is the solution, right? And what better way than to collectively, do that. So again, it's a great pleasure to be here, and we look forward to hearing from thought leaders, our very eminent, subject matter experts who have come from across the globe. And again, thanks everyone, and look forward to the deliberations today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shore. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to call up our guest of honors and our chief guests to please come at the dais and share your thoughts with us. I request Shri Vijay Christopher ji, sir, please come and share your thoughts with all of us.
Very good morning. Professor Abhay Karnikar, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology. Sri Manish Sinha, Member Finance from DOT. Srimati Gunjan Dave, Member Technology from DOT. Mr. Charles Cooper from NTIA. And Mr. Professor Rajiv Shore from IIT Delhi and Dr. Monisha from Notre Dame, USA. And all other delegates who are present here. A very good and warm good morning to all of you. And first of all, let me thank the ITU APT Foundation of India and this University of Chicago for organizing this 3-day conference on spectrum management in coordination with IIT Delhi. And this event is going to discuss, deliberate many of the issues that influence the spectrum management in India and as well as globally. And since this WRC is already around the corner, so this is the most apt time to discuss these events and come out with some, policy prescriptions for the government. The last World Radio Conference was held in 2019, and that was considered as a remarkable event from the point of IMT spectrum that it has identified. Almost more than 14 gigahertz of spectrum was identified in that last WRC. Immediately after WRC 19, COVID-19 struck, and we went into a distress mode for the next 2 years. All suffered, government, industry, business, everything, and people also. So the only activity was the online activity. We should remember the telecom service providers and ISPs who could provide connectivity during that 2 years, which was critical. So we understood the importance of connectivity and digitalized infrastructure in India. So after these 2 years, we have struck back by auctioning the spectrum in 2022. Then 5G was started deploying from October 22 onwards. As on today, we have more than 3.4 lakh BTS deployed as of last month. India is the fourth largest economy. So government want to create a proper digital infrastructure that contribute to the overall social economic development of the country. So spectrum plays a crucial part, as you know, in the digitization of the country. But at the same time, it should not discriminate between the urban and rural areas, where rural areas and hilly areas where most of our population live. So government is coming out, to fairly treat all the areas and to get the connectivity everywhere, not focused only on the urban areas. The second issue is, radio spectrum is a limited resource. The scarcity of the frequency spectrum can be well understood by the competing technologies that are coming. Even though those technologies are considered to be spectrum efficient, because of the demand, spectrum managers are facing challenges to, share the spectrum, reform the spectrum. These are the most challenging aspects of the spectrum management as on today. So when you speak about sharing, harmonization is the key word that comes into our mind. Harmonization means harmonize the spectrum globally, first of all, so that connectivity, so that international roaming, interconnection, then economies of scale in manufacturing this network all come into play if you go the harmonization path. In case it is not possible to globally harmonize, at least we should go for the regional harmonization. So in this context only, the importance of ITU and APT comes into picture, because if you participate in this organization and continue to deliberate all these issues, we will be able to join this harmonized world where the spectrum will be common everywhere, so that we will have least distress during the deployment of these technologies in our country. Then another issue is 6G. 6G is already there. It is already going to come in the year 2030, because we are working towards that. There also we are trying to identify globally harmonized spectrum, that 6 gigahertz and all Mr. Bhatia has already spoken about before me. So these are the issues which will play for the 6G 6G identification of spectrum. So in some of the agenda items in WRC 23 will be related to the future studies for the 6G. That means which will be taken up in the WRC 27. That means that 4-year cycle will be going to be important for us for this 6G. And this WRC 23 will recommend it to the ITU Radio Communication Council. These future agenda items, which are going to be mostly 6G oriented. Here also we had started discussion about the 7 to 15 gigahertz spectrum. So that is considered one of the candidate bands. It consists many bands. So this is a candidate band for IMT 2030 and beyond. Although this band is used for satellite, earth observation, radio location, etc. And we have discussed this at regional APG level in APG and found that some countries are also considering this. So some of them are aligned for this band. So this is going to be one of the critical band in the WRC 27. Another factor is that of sustainability and inclusivity. Spectrum use should be sustainable. If you make the mobile network more dense, that is from the point of view of spectrum efficiency. If you can have more customers per megahertz or something like that. But the problem is that we have to see the effect on the environment if you put more power into a BTS. So there should be a balance between these two. Another is the inclusivity. Inclusivity means as I told you, the issue is about these rural areas and unserviced areas. So we are now started discussing about this ubiquitous factor into this IMD 2030 framework, which we have already discussed in the last ITU 5D meetings. So these are the, we cannot exclude this society, any part of our society. It has to be a inclusive development for our country. Then comes to satellite communication. Satellite is also one of the area where we are comparatively stronger. So we should encourage the use of satellite for this communication. So, for example, the new technologies like high throughput satellite, NGSOs are also coming in a very, very big way. We also should, as spectrum managers, should consider all the points before, we decide the policies about this deployment, because they can also help in covering these uncovered areas. And some of the agenda items in WRC 23, many of them are related to satellite, eSIM, etc. We have, discussed at the regional level also about these things, and these issues can help us to deliver, good connectivity in every nook and corner of the country. So we are also serious about the satellite issues for this WRC 23. Then comes the Wi-Fi. We cannot forget Wi-Fi and WLAN, which is also an important area that we are also aware about the demand of the Wi-Fi industry for the spectrum in 6 gigahertz. This matter is also being considered and discussed in the department about the deployment of Wi-Fi in future network. And there are some challenges to spectrum management that I want to highlight. In the traditional way, broadcasting and telecom regulations are distinct services. But now there is a thin line between them. They are merging, converging. So it is an age of convergence. So this, for example, broadband services, digital convergence, data intensity, multimedia services such as AR, VR, video streaming. These calls for the convergence of these regulations. And second thing is about the due to the rapid technology, ICT technology, the internet is going to be embedded in everything and everywhere. Wireless will be everything, software-defined network, fintech, artificial intelligence, blockchain, and so many are, coming all together. They are going to be the major dominant services. So these rapid development making consumers more ambitious for more services. Customers want more seamless connectivity. Operators are also seeking higher return on investment, certainty, service neutrality, technology neutrality, timely release of spectrum, availability of prime spectrum, contiguous spectrum. So many demands are coming from every. So regulators are also facing challenges to, face these things. So these are the things that we are currently facing. And, as as I mentioned, harmonization is the keyword for spectrum management. That is the first principle that we are working on. And still there will be competing and conflicting requirement. Competing means we can share, we can come out with some strategy, some recommendation for how to coexist between different technologies. Whereas for the conflicting requirement, one service cannot coexist with other service. What to do? So we will have to do reforming. So these are the things that we are working on. And with that, I must thanks to the organizers for calling me for this, important conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for enlightening all of us with your amazing keynote. I would now like to request Mr. Charles Cooper. Sir, please join us on the dais and address the gathering.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. It's my first time to be in this delightful city of New Delhi, India, and it's been a joy to see the vibrancy of the city. And I've really had a great time this far, not only in the city, but also in this conference. So from the United States, we have two large spectrum initiatives that we are working on now. One, as Mr. Christopher very, very articulately went over, is the upcoming World Radio Conference that will be held in Dubai in approximately a month. It's a very large worldwide conference. The U.S. supports it with not only with our State Department and not only with my sister agency, the Federal Communications Commission, my agency, the National Telecommunications Information Administration, NTIA, and we have a large number of private delegates as well. So our delegation size is approximately in the order of 200 people. So it's a pretty big effort for the United States. And the WRC in itself is not only to look at new services coming into the table of allocations, but it's protecting the incumbent users, right? And protecting the incumbent users from harmful interference. These incumbent users could be commercial services on the terrestrial side. They could be commercial services on the satellite side. And for my constituents, it's the incumbent users could be the Department of Transportation, with the FAA radars, with the Department of Defense, with their military systems in our country, and that's also used around the world. So there are very important issues with the WRC that we take very seriously and looking forward to a great outcome, not only to hopefully identify some additional bands for IMT, but other services as well, because the WRC is much more than IMT or mobile protections. It's for new services as well. For example, the satellite service with the WRC will likely be a very prominent item. So that's item number 2 in terms of our spectrum management activities with the United States is the World Radio Conference. The second one I would like to bring to your attention, which I spoke on briefly yesterday, is the development of the United States National Spectrum Strategy. We expect to have this document out by the end of the year. It's going to be a very exciting document because not only will it have some bands which we will study, but it will also outline some of the overall principles in the United States for spectrum management, especially in long-term planning. But let me touch on the bands first, which is usually an item of very much concern. So just like the WRC, it goes beyond IMT, 5G, 6G. It's looking like for other services as well for wireless use in the United States, such as for drones. We're looking at the 530 to 561 megahertz band for UAS and for drones. This would be used for command and control. We think that has a lot of interesting use cases, not only on the civilian side, but perhaps on the federal side as well. So be expecting when the strategy comes out, not only for terrestrial, but looking at for drones. We're looking at for additional bands for satellite use, especially with with what we call the supplemental coverage, the filling coverage between the terrestrial and satellite bands, and as well for science and space opportunities as well. So a lot of interesting bands of discussion that will be coming out in the spectrum strategy, but also it outlines the principle for the United States on spectrum sharing. There are a lot of incumbent users, both on the government side within the United States and also the non-federal commercial side. Those incumbents are usually very expensive to relocate if we're looking at putting new services in. So how do we look at sharing, first of all, with those incumbents? Sometimes we have to relocate them, which in the United States sometimes we do, but sometimes we have to determine, due to cost, length to get the incumbents out of the band, how to share with them to make sure they do not receive harmful interference, but yet new services could be brought into the band. So that will be another focus point within the National Spectrum Strategy. So very busy, not only here in India with hearing all your delightful activities that are occurring and on far-ranging activities, but also in the United States. So I'd like to, and those were the two items I wanted to share with you on terms of our spectrum priorities with the World Radio Conference and the National Spectrum Strategy. Thank you again for the invitation, not only from the ITU AP2 Foundation and the University of Chicago, and I look forward to the remainder of the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today and sharing your keynote address with all of us. I request Srimati Gunjan Dave ma'am to kindly join us and address the gathering.
A very good morning to all the esteemed guests on the dais, the experts, and all the participants. It is indeed a pleasure to be here amongst the so-called experts and important delegations from different companies from different parts of the world. I am really thankful to ITU APT Foundation of India, University of Chicago, and IIT Delhi for organizing this wonderful conference. This conference has earned its rightful place as a foremost platform for national, regional, and global leaders in spectrum management to engage in vital discussions on key policy issues. It serves as a high-level forum for the exchange of best practices, networking, and deliberation of issues that significantly shape the spectrum ecosystem. This year, the conference carries even greater significance due to the imminent World Radio Communication Conference in Dubai scheduled for the next month. Spectrum management is an issue of paramount importance for telecommunication industry worldwide, and its relevance is particularly pronounced with India. With world's second largest population and a multitude of densely populated cities, India has emerged as one of the fastest growing regions for mobile communications, with the world's quickest rollout of 5G services in India. What I am finding, the discussions in this conference are based around different spectrum bands, including 1 to 6G, 6 gigahertz, 10 to 15 gigahertz, and 24 gigahertz, around 24 gigahertz. So actually, if we see the role of DOT in India is very crucial, because we are, first of all, we are focusing to fill up the gaps of digital divide, and this is the Government of India's initiative that connect India and Digital India. So DOT is fulfilling a very important role in this regard, and spectrum being a very important issue which helps to fulfill the digital divide. Because earlier when we had fixed line services, the density was very, very poor, of the order of 20, and after this onset of IMT, or the mobile communications, there is a vast growth in the communications, in telecommunications in India, in villages also. And so this is very important. Then spectrum becomes a very important part of it. And as DOT, it's very important that we have to really manage the spectrum. We have to manage the costs, we have to manage the efficiency, we have to follow the regulations of ITU. And with all this, and with the growing technological advancements like now 5G, 6G, satellites, we have to ensure that there are no interferences, that bands are utilized efficiently. So with all this, such type of conferences play a great role, because they also help us to discuss different aspects and then frame our policies, keeping all the issues in mind, like in fact, one very important thing is that India is a big country, and with a wide variety of regions and wide variety of economic strata also available. So we have to really think and plan the spectrum in that way. So now we have to now, with 6G advancements growing up, so we have to now think of and find out some spectrum for 6G also. And WRC is going to play a very important role here this time, because lot of studies are planned in as agenda items, they have been planned. And we have to now think of satellite spectrums, we have to think of all the 6 gigahertz issues, 24 gigahertz, and find out more and more spectrum in mid-band. So this WRC is going to be a very, very key conference this year. And I don't want to just say much, because there are so many speakers, and I think all have much, much more and maybe more information to give here. So with this, I just congratulate the organizers, and I just hope that all the participants dwell into a very healthy discussions, and we come out with some good points for WRC as well as for the Government of India to help us to frame our policies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your kind words. I would now like to request Shri Manish Sinha ji. So please join us and say a few words to our gathering.
Good morning. Respected Professor Karandikar, eminent academicians, Dr. Manisha Ghosh and Professor Shroy, my friends from the department, Member Technology, Gunjan Dave, Christopher, Wireless Advisor, and Mr. Charles Cooper from the NTIA. As usual, it's a delight to be able to speak to the ITU APT gathering. I have had an occasion before, and I'm happy to be back here to be able to address. And I think at this crucial time, they are able to organize this third India Spectrum Management Conference, ISMC 23, I think, which has been organized in a collaboration with the University of Chicago and IIT Delhi. And that's the kind of collaboration we need continuously to manage spectrum also. While looking at the agenda here and the schedule, I see that discussions are very inclusive, in that it covers all the issues that are currently being debated, and probably almost all of it is going to be addressed in the WRC in Dubai next month. So far as India is concerned, we have taken a big leap last year into the 5G network. I think the development speed is unmatched anywhere in the world. The government has targeted the growth of digital India as one of the primary, growth drivers in the country. And towards that, we were successful in giving it adequate amount of spectrum last year for the 5G growth to take place unhindered, uninterrupted, and in a very sustainable way. I have fellow technologists on the dais, and almost all of them will be speaking about various technologies. But there is a very crucial aspect. As we hand over this spectrum to entities that work for providing connectivity commercially, sustenance is not only in terms of technology. Sustenance is also required economically. If some of you are watching the spectrum, the developments in the spectrum market in India, the entities who own spectrum but are failing in their businesses, they are finding alternate ways how to deal with this asset, how to monetize it, or how to give it back to the government profitably instead of losing out on it. So these are additional issues besides the technology itself which need to be addressed. And I hope when there are discussions, such experiences are also shared and brought out as a likely problem that will arise in the near future. I also see other green shoots of other problems developing. People are actually unable to use certain bands and are willing to surrender midway through their ownership period. So some very important changes are taking place in the spectrum allocation process itself. And we should not ignore those, because those economic issues will also come and hit us as policy managers at some point of time. And we, besides ensuring that technologically best use is done, we must also ensure that no market failures result in the manner in which we are allocating spectrum. There is no doubt that the growth of 5G and the fact that we are able to arrange adequate spectrum has led. The vision that we had was that it will enhance the cumulative economic impact of 5G in the market, and there are estimates that say that it may be as much as $1 trillion in the next 10 years. And I think it will be a primary growth driver for the Indian economy also. So there is no doubt that we need to unleash the economic value of spectrum and allow optimal growth so that of the digital economy. We also need to simultaneously keep in mind the social benefits that arise from various services on the network. We may also need to ensure that the particular uses are not exaggerated, and that balance is obtained where we are treating all the competing technologies as well as the competing views and opinions in a very balanced manner. A careful look is required on all kinds of technology, also on the efficiency with which not only the usage of spectrum takes place, but the efficiency with which it delivers services to the last user. How it conducts its business. What is it a business case when you give spectrum to some technology? Does it make it an automatic business case, or is it going to compete in the market with other competing technology, and which of them are going to succeed? That remains a question that is still open even after we make the best decision that is possible so far as allocation of spectrum is concerned. Because the primary view and the ultimate outcome is that we should be able to deliver connectivity and coverage at affordable prices. Who takes broadband to which door in the country is also as important, and which technology is taking broadband to every door in the country. that also needs to be assessed while allocating spectrum, because we allocate this for a very long time, and the outcomes will be dependent upon how successfully a particular entity uses that spectrum to provide services in the country. There are issues like de-licensed use. I was happy to see flexible use as one of the points pointed out. We are also debating all these things in the DOT with sometimes contrasting views also. But it's a good thing that we keep discussing, trying to find out what is of utility. And I'm very happy that academicians have joined us in the debate. They come with a lot of research work behind them, and perhaps that knowledge is good for the policymakers to use also. So to that extent, this conference is providing the ideal mix of minds that can take us forward and help us arrive good, effective, sustainable decisions in all the matters that are placed before us. The demand for spectrum is very vigorous and also rivalrous. Sometimes I see it becoming adversarial also when there is a lot of debate in the market. And that has made it difficult to arrive at concrete decisions so far as spectrum management is concerned. Simultaneously, a lot of views, different views for different technology, the method to use that technology are being generated in the debates that are happening all over the country. So I think the traditional method of static spectrum allocation is reaching its limitation. There are mechanisms which ITU is also involving by doing model-based study of spectrum utilization efficiency, and whether to measure utilization efficiency as well as the economic value after the allocation is done. And such models will help us measure some outcomes, and we'll be able to see whether, besides the type of services that are offered, what is the social impact that the spectrum management and related decisions are doing in the country, and perhaps improve our management to become a more holistic in the future. India has been very successful in conducting successive spectrum auctions for terrestrial spectrum. But we are getting competing technologies. It's right in front of us, and you have the satellite spectrum. Where will the satellite compete? I mean, it's said it will be for the unconnected and remote areas. But to become viable, they have to compete in the core market also. So that's a secondary issue. I think the moment they launch themselves, they'll be competing here, right next to us. And that is essential for them also. So in some ways, we should not assign brands to what is the kind of use that will happen. I think all spectrum that comes in will deliver broadband in the future. And it will deliver broadband in a sustainable economic manner. And that is how we should recognize all spectrum that comes in the future. I'm not saying decisions are to be specifically related to that, but that recognition itself that no spectrum is meant for a certain kind of activity in the country or only for social impact. Then I wanted to speak about the fact that we have a MOU between India's Bharat 6G Alliance and US's Next G Alliance, and it's already creating a platform for collaboration and cooperation in standard development of 6G. I hope there'll be similar collaboration on other matters of policy also. I was just listening to Mr. Cooper's description of the spectrum sharing methodology. We have a more generic guideline. I was just asking him It is band specific, and he said they are attempting a band specific. So there is a potential for continuous growth in policy making also in all such areas of sharing. Things like trading. I'll tell you, the trading is already under challenge in the courts, whether it should be more liberal than what it is now. Similarly, the sharing of spectrum, we can look at how we go band-wise for enabling sharing in our country also. So at the end, I would like to wish you all a productive and insightful discussion over the next 3 days. What we contribute should help to harness the full potential of the radio frequency spectrum and propel India into a seamless connectivity, innovation, and further growth. With that, I thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to this gathering today, and I hope it will be a very successful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sinha, for sharing your amazing keynote with all of us. I would now once again like to welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Abhay Karandikar, sir. Sir, please join us, and I would request him to say a few words to our gathering.
Thank you very much. First of all, I am indeed delighted to be a part of ITU APT Foundation of India and the University of Chicago and IIT Delhi and other colleagues who have joined together to organize this third India Spectrum Management Conference. And I'm indeed delighted to share this dais with distinguished guests whom, and also the dais, off dais, many of whom I have known for several years in this telecom area. As you know that I have been associated with the Indian telecom scene now for more than 3 decades. And we are now in a situation where India has emerged not just as a user of the telecom technology, but also as a country which has now rolling out the indigenously developed technology in the area of 4G wireless communications and also going forward the 5G and beyond. We are also become a player now in contributing to the global standards. When we launched the TSDSI, which has now become an organizational partner of 3GPP, and through our 3GPP IMs, we have been now making significant contributions, and I hope that in the next several years, we will be going to make an impact at the global scale in terms of our contributions to the global wireless standards. And therefore, in this context, when we have now beginning to develop an ecosystem of indigenous technology development, also the academia research and IPR contributions, it is therefore quite appropriate that we really contribute towards the spectrum management, spectrum regulations, and also identifying, assigning, and allocating the spectrum which best serves the interest of our country, not only in the wireless telecom sectors, but also in coexistence of other radio services. I have been participating in the DOT on the spectrum discussions several times, and of course I am a wireless telecom technologist, but every time, the WPC keeps reminding that there are 46 other radio services whose interests need to be protected every time, you go to these meetings. And given the fact that indeed, we have a vibrant ecosystem of not just the indigenously developed and deployed telecom technology, but also a very vibrant space ecosystems where we are now going to have a large number of private space industries as well, and also a significant development in the satellite technology as well. There is, I believe, we have a lot to learn from the best practices which may be adopted in other parts of the world, including the United States, to sort of develop an institutional mechanism for enabling the coexisting studies in a participative and transparent manner to address the critical needs and also to have a consensus on the different spectrum bands and feasibility of coexistence of the different radio technologies. And I'm indeed delighted to see that today's conference, in fact, immediately after this inaugural session, is focusing on topics which includes, spectrum sharing with defense services, 5G spectrum issues with aircraft, 5G spectrum for industries, new technologies, spectrum sharing for more and efficient use of the spectrum. And these are all really the topics which require extensive and participatory deliberations in order to come up to some conclusions by learning from best practices from elsewhere in the country. As you know that after developing the 5G technology, also being a part of the development of the 5G ecosystem, we are now indeed poised to develop and contribute to beyond 5G and 6G technologies. The Government of India has launched the Bharat 6G Alliance, and we intend not only to develop the technology indigenously, but also to identify and do research in the spectrum which may be required for beyond 5G and 6G technologies. In this context, therefore, it is quite appropriate that we need to encourage research in a new spectrum band. Particularly, we need an intense research in the terahertz band, where we have a large amount of spectrum from almost 90 gigahertz to 3 terahertz. And I believe that an industry and academia-driven research testbeds, which can sort of explore the possibility of developing 6G use cases in the terahertz and other bands can be explored. Today we are in a position to take a lead in several new technology domains, such as sensing, orthogonal sharing, broadband broadcast convergence, convergence with new technologies such as drones, broadband satellites. There is a significant research going on, and I believe that this also gives us an opportunity for identifying the new spectrum bands, including the use cases for spectrum sharing and coexistence with other services. IUAPT Foundation of India and Bharat Bhatia, as you know, who is on the dais, has been leading these efforts for a long time. We have been, of course, contributing in various WRCs, but I believe that a time has come where we can pool all our resources and strengthen our participations, not just in terms of attending the meetings, but making some significant contributions in order to really drive the consensus which really best suits the national interest. I'm indeed delighted to see that we have, and as was pointed out by Professor Monisha Ghosh, that we have an ongoing and significant cooperations with the United States. We heard, Charles Cooper from NTIA. In fact, when I was the director of IIT Kanpur, we were a part of, I was co-chairing the Indo-US Global Challenge Institute. That was set up and the MOU was signed on the sidelines of G20, which has identified several critical and emerging technologies for cooperation between the United States and India. And telecom is one of the technologies apart from semiconductors, quantum technologies, advanced materials, and AI. It is really appropriate, therefore, in the backdrop of that, that we are having our colleagues from the US academia and the spectrum manager, where we can really discuss and see how we can strengthen our collaborations and cooperations in meeting the common goals, that is really efficient use of the spectrum for the public goods and achieving the objectives of all radio services in an efficient manner. So I hope these 3-day deliberations will lead to some fruitful discussions, and we will be able to have some concrete recommendations which will go as an input to WRC 23. I once again congratulate all the organizers for putting together an excellent program. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. With all our due respect, we thank you once again for your presence and delivering such an inspiring speech and your address. We really appreciate your time. You took out your precious time and joined us today. Thank you very much once again. And to conclude this inaugural session with the vote of thanks, I would like to request Professor N.K. Goyal ji. Sir, please join us.
Namaskar, Pranam. For the first time seeing Dr. Professor Abhay Karandikar ji among us, along with Gunjan ji, member technology, Sinha ji, Christopher ji, Charles Cooper, and Professor Monisa Saha, Rajiv Shiroi. Lots of our IFI family members are here. Pamela, Ashan Gupta, Mutial ji, officers from Wireless, Revati, Bhagirathi, Gulab Chand ji, all of you. I think has been one of the most wonderful inaugural session of limited time, wherein we got lots of good messages. Importance of digital connectivity, bridging rural-urban divide. Spectrum is the raw material for bridging this thing. Competing and constructing requirements, balanced growth. Spectrum itself is not the business case. And the professor said, India is not only user, but also contributing for new technologies and standards. I would like to thank all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to request Professor N.K. Goyal ji to kindly present a memento as an expression of our gratitude to, firstly, our chief guest, Professor Abhay Karandikar, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today and sharing your expertise with all of us. May I request everyone to please join your hands and I request, sir, to please present a memento to Srimati Gunjan Dave ji for joining us today and sharing her insights with us. May we have a thunderous applause, ladies and gentlemen. I request Professor Goyal ji to please present a memento to Shri Manish Sinha ji. I request sir to please present a memento to Dr. Monisha Ghosh. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your kind address and for joining us today. And last but not the least, may I request sir to please present a memento to Professor Rajiv Shore, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. I request everyone to please pose for a group photograph. I would like to thank all our expert delegates, our guest of honor, and our venerated chief guest, Professor Karandikar sir, for sharing their valuable expertise with all of us. Thank you so much once again for joining us. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ladies. And ladies and gentlemen, we will hear a break for networking tea and coffee, which is laid out at the hall, Desire, which is next to this hall. We will see you all back in half an hour time. Request you to please be here on time so that we can have an amazing panel discussion which is lined up for all of you all. Thank you very much.
ITU and APT provide a global and regional forum for these discussions. And I therefore would appreciate and I really commend the effort of ITU APT Forum of India in organizing this workshop.
मैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए मिस्टर भरत भाटिया और सारी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
Once again, congratulate IAFI, and we look forward to your recommendations and look forward to working with all of you as part of the overall recommendations to be made by India as part of the WRC 2023 exercise. Thank you very much.
Appreciation to IAFI, Chairman Mr. Dua, and the President BB, Mr. Bhatia, as well as Secretary General Dr. Gupta, who have, I know them quite a long time. And also I would like to congratulate India for being elected for ITU Council members.
I think India has to increase its own participation in the ITU itself or in the global discussions.
I would like to first of all convey my thanks to ITU APT for allowing us to participate and hosting such a nice conference, today's conference. I am very excited and pleased to be here in this conference.
I'm very honored to be here, even remotely, and I'm also sorry that I'm not making my availability to be there today.
ITU and APT provide a global and regional forum for these discussions. And I therefore would appreciate and I really commend the effort of ITU APT Forum of India in organizing this workshop.
मैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए मिस्टर भरत भाटिया और सारी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
Once again, congratulate IAFI, and we look forward to your recommendations and look forward to working with all of you as part of the overall recommendations to be made by India as part of the WRC 2023 exercise. Thank you very much.
Appreciation to IAFI, Chairman Mr. Dua, and the President BB, Mr. Bhatia, as well as Secretary General Dr. Gupta, who have, I know them quite a long time. And also I would like to congratulate India for being elected for ITU Council members.
I think India has to increase its own participation in the ITU itself or in the global discussions.
I would like to first of all convey my thanks to ITU APT for allowing us to participate and hosting such a nice conference, today's conference. I am very excited and pleased to be here in this conference.
I'm very honored to be here, even remotely, and I'm also sorry that I'm not making my availability to be there today.
ITU and APT provide a global and regional forum for these discussions. And I therefore would appreciate and I really commend the effort of ITU APT Forum of India in organizing this workshop.
मैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए मिस्टर भरत भाटिया और सारी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
Once again, congratulate IAFI, and we look forward to your recommendations and look forward to working with all of you as part of the overall recommendations to be made by India as part of the WRC 2023 exercise. Thank you very much.
Appreciation to IAFI, Chairman Mr. Dua, and the President BB, Mr. Bhatia, as well as Secretary General Dr. Gupta, who have, I know them quite a long time. And also I would like to congratulate India for being elected for ITU Council members.
I think India has to increase its own participation in the ITU itself or in the global discussions.
I would like to first of all convey my thanks to ITU APT for allowing us to participate and hosting such a nice conference, today's conference. I am very excited and pleased to be here in this conference.
I'm very honored to be here, even remotely, and I'm also sorry that I'm not making my availability to be there today.
ITU and APT provide a global and regional forum for these discussions. And I therefore would appreciate and I really commend the effort of ITU APT Forum of India in organizing this workshop.
मैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए मिस्टर भरत भाटिया और सारी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
Once again, congratulate IAFI, and we look forward to your recommendations and look forward to working with all of you as part of the overall recommendations to be made by India as part of the WRC 2023 exercise. Thank you very much.
Appreciation to IAFI, Chairman Mr. Dua, and the President BB, Mr. Bhatia, as well as Secretary General Dr. Gupta, who have, I know them quite a long time. And also I would like to congratulate India for being elected for ITU Council members.
I think India has to increase its own participation in the ITU itself or in the global discussions.
I would like to first of all convey my thanks to ITU APT for allowing us to participate and hosting such a nice conference, today's conference. I am very excited and pleased to be here in this conference.
I'm very honored to be here, even remotely, and I'm also sorry that I'm not making my availability to be there today.
ITU and APT provide a global and regional forum for these discussions. And I therefore would appreciate and I really commend the effort of ITU APT Forum of India in organizing this workshop.
मैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए मिस्टर भरत भाटिया और सारी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
Once again, congratulate IAFI, and we look forward to your recommendations and look forward to working with all of you as part of the overall recommendations to be made by India as part of the WRC 2023 exercise. Thank you very much.
Appreciation to IAFI, Chairman Mr. Dua, and the President Bibi, Mr.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now delighted to introduce you all to our esteemed lineup of speakers for the panel discussion on policy and sharing opportunities in 1 to 6 gigahertz, Wi-Fi, CV2X, spectrum sharing with defense services, 5G spectrum issues with aircraft, 5G spectrum for industries, new technologies, and spectrum sharing for more efficient use of spectrum. Chairing the session, we have Shri Gulab Chand Ji, Joint Wireless Advisor, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a huge round of applause. He's having more than 33 years of experience in the telecommunications sector and played multifaceted roles in policy formulation, regulatory and licensing and planning. Shri Gulab Chand ji is a highly experienced officer in the telecommunications sector and well known for his expertise in policy formulation, regulatory and licensing and project management. With a thunder of applause, please welcome our eminent speakers on stage, starting with Mr. Vishy Ramaswamy, Vice President, 5G and Digital Solutions, Tata Communications, India. Welcome, sir. He has long experience of the telecom industry in developing and delivering innovative solutions that help customers to leverage the power of 5G and other digital technologies to transform their businesses. Mr. Ramaswamy is also a member of several prestigious organizations, including the International Telecommunications Union and the 5G Forum of India. He is passionate about the role of technology in enabling innovation and growth. Next, we have Dr. Puneet Rathore, Lead Technical Standards, Qualcomm, India. Welcome, sir. He has over 15 years of experience in the telecommunication industry, with a focus on wireless R&D, Wi-Fi, 4G and 5G. He has contributed to national and international standardization efforts at 3GPP, IEEE and ITUR. Dr. Rathore received the PhD degree from IIT Bombay and is permanent member of IEEE. Dr. Rathore is a member of Indian Delegation for Technology Aspects, the work group of ITUR, WP5D since 2018. Next, we have Dr. Sendal Kumar Devar, Director, Standards and Spectrum, Ericsson, India. Welcome, sir. Dr. Devar holds PhD degree in Electrical Engineering with specialization in wireless communication from IIT Madras. He is working with Ericsson on future spectrum and currently responsible for standardization and spectrum engagements in India and works closely with the national, regional and global working groups related to standards and spectrum matters. He's actively contributed towards national preparatory views towards ITUR, APT, AWG, and WRC, and an IMT 2020 process. Next, we have Shri L.C. Mangalji, Outstanding Scientist and Director, DEAL, DRDO, Government of India. I think he'll be skipping the session. I would like to call up Mr. Vikram Tewatia, Deputy Director General, COAI, India. Welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, with a thunder of applause, please welcome sir on stage. He has over 25 years of experience in the telecommunications industry with a focus on public policy, regulatory affairs, and industry advocacy. He works closely with senior government officials and private sector executives to further augment mobile, broadband, and digital services business. He is passionate about the role of telecommunications in enabling economic growth and social development. Next, we have Lieutenant Colonel V.S. Velan, CTO, Elena Geosystems Private Limited, India. Welcome, sir. He is a highly experienced technocrat with a diverse background. He has worked with Indian Army, telecom industry, and academia. He has over 25 years of experience in the field of GNSS with a focus on NAVIC, the Indian Regional Navigation Satellite System, for a variety of applications, including defense, surveying, transportation, and agriculture. Next, we have Professor Rohit Prasad, Professor Economics and Public Policy, MDI, India. Welcome, sir. He has a PhD in Economic Theory from SUNY Stony Brook, USA. Before joining MDI, Professor Prasad has worked in senior management positions in the software industry in USA and India. Professor Prasad has served on a high-powered committee of DOT to make recommendations on spectrum allocation and pricing in India and on 2 expert panels for the TRI to study the value of spectrum. Welcome, gentlemen. Have an amazing session. Over to you, sir. Shri Gulab Chand, sir.
A very good morning and Jai Hind to all of you. So, every time I'm asked to speak, whether as a chair or as a speaker, I find myself extremely nervous. So, excuse me if I falter a little bit in the beginning. So, later I will catch up. Don't worry. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you. So, the topics which, the topic, or I should call it topics which I have been given is quite elaborate, and it generally encompasses all the important subjects or activities which are happening in my department, and especially it's a part of larger discussions in the country as a whole. So here I find a topic on the spectrum sharing with defense services. So I don't know what kind of, keeping what in mind this has been designed, but I would request my speakers to keep their discussions with regard to defense in generic terms and not to be very specific about the band itself. So because of the security issues. And otherwise, the speakers themselves are from the defense background, they understand it very well, more than me at least. So I think we've got a lot of time, so but I don't want to waste your precious time myself. Rather, I would like to invite the very eminent panel of speakers which I have today with me. And I have got, most of them are IITians with PhD degree. So I think would love to listen from them rather than me. But to begin with, the kind of topics which has been laid down here, and the kind of discussions and deliberations which are going on with regard to spectrum in 1 to 6 gigahertz. And this band, why this range has become so important? It has become so important because this band is home to a variety of important mobile services. It is not only very valuable and useful and being used by mobile services, but it is equally good, and a lot of usages and applications exist for satellite mobile services also. Not only satellite mobile services, the C-band, the classical C-band is it's a very popular service worldwide, and we also have a lot of usage in the proper C-band and upper extended C-band. The spectrum which is at stake, the maximum is you all might be knowing the 6 gigahertz spectrum. So there is a lot of it's a kind of geopolitical things which is going at the international level. Here it's mostly a business kind of war that is happening here. So I think you got a separate session for 6 gigahertz. And I suppose some of my speakers would like to touch upon this if they like. And at the end of the session, if you have any questions in general, we are there, I am there. We are open to questions, and we'll have some time for that. So to begin with, I would first invite Dr. Sendil Kumar Devar. He is Director Standards and Spectrum Ericsson India. He is a IIT fellow and he is a PhD, and he had been working with, I suppose, Ericsson for a long time, and he has got a lot of experience in the mobile technologies, and he has been helping us in carrying out the interference studies, sharing studies. So without wasting further time, I would like to welcome and invite Dr. Sendil Kumar. Thank you.
Thank you, Gulab Singh ji, for the introduction. I think what we're going to discuss is not very much connected to what I did in IIT. So I think over time, every study cycles, we see new challenging and then new way to solve the challenge. So being the first session for the today event, I think it falls as in the responsibility of us in the panel to set the stage and see what falls into a national discussion and what falls into a preparation for WRC, which the following sessions the experts will be speaking. So let me Yes. Okay, it is stretched too much. Okay, thanks. Good morning, everyone. To set the discussions, what I thought is that we could look into the different services that we see within 1 to 6 gigahertz, and especially see that what are some activities and some services which are very critical, like what Gulab Chandji said. It's one of the prime mid-band area, and many applications are set in this portion. And I deliberately started with the bands and usage above 3300, and this is how the current usage looks like. And the systems below 3300, there are important aspects also which we need to understand. For example, the GMRTS applications, which we have seen that in many of the national preparatory meetings, that we need to protect GMRTS services, especially in Mumbai or Pune area. And then we see that it's a very sensitive application that we see we need to protect it not just by in-band usage, but also harmonics of those bands. And we see frequently the discussion comes to protect GMRTS applications, which we are not getting in detail here. And then the other important band, which below 3 gigahertz, is the 2600 band, I believe, which is very widely used in many countries for as a broadband usage. But in India, we have about 40 megahertz, 20 megahertz on either side of that. And then we have other usages. So we have void of using the 2600 band. So keeping that aside, the focus I would want to bring in this discussion is, we have 3300 band which we are using for 5G. And then we have one specific usage at the middle is the ranging system 3400 to 3425, which is not an ITU study, but it's a national discussion and studies that we did. How do we ensure that we can protect the 25 megahertz ranging signal, which is the receiver systems? And we work collaboratively with ISRO on that, specifically looking at what it is. And how do we ensure the out-of-band emissions or in-band emissions from 5G can be protected? So that's a national discussion. So, and then we have, you can see the corresponding 3GPP bands. Okay. It's N78 and N79, which goes all the way till 4200. As of now, we have not made any discussions about how can we use 3700 to 4200 or not. But is also being used for 5G in some of the countries, in multiple countries, including region 3 also. And this is a band used for receiving broadcast signals with the bigger dish antennas systems. And then if we move ahead, we see 4200 to 4400, which is the altimeters. And this is globally allocated for radio altimeters, which is mounted into aircrafts and helicopters. When they land, they actually send a signal towards the ground, and then based on the reflected signal, they see how far or how much, what altitude is it from the ground. And then I'll come to the discussions and issues related to that. And it also has, even though on the diagram it looks far away from the 3700, but then there are concerns and risk the altimeter users or the flight users have been bringing up, saying 5G could cause interference. I have a short presentation on that part. And then if we start moving ahead, above 4400 all the way till 49 or 5 gigahertz, this entire portion you'll see there are discussions happening at WRC. So a future WRC agenda item which is put on table is WRC for WRC 27 is 4400 to 4800. Now this is a band where you see part of the band is a pad band for downlink with AP30B plan, which is again agenda 1.2 for 6 gigahertz. So we see there is a connection to that. And then above 4800 to 4900, this is again a band which is under discussion for WRC 23 and under agenda 1.1. And this is not an IMT agenda, but there are already few countries, about 40 plus countries using it for IMT, and there is a technical debate happening, and it is also based on how we are using it nationally. So that also needs attention, that we should look at national level how we are using it and how it impacts the regulatory discussions. When we start moving ahead above 5 gigahertz, then it starts the unlicensed band for 5 gigahertz, which was adopted, allocated in the national frequency table around 2018. And then that portion is being used for unlicensed operations. And then if we start a little bit ahead, we go to the the CV2X portion of the band, that is 5875 to 5925. Now this is, so you see that there is a 3GPP specifications and bands in this entire range. I think my colleague Dr. Puneet will also address the CV2X usage and what is the challenge that we are seeing, how to use that band for CV2X. So coming back to the altimeter case, I think we see that most of the countries have put some limitations saying how far the IMT station should be from the runways, and there are cases of altimeter saying the 5G system can interfere, but then it is being discussed in very generic statement, because the portion of 3.5 gigahertz band ends in different levels in different countries. So we need to be very cautious saying, should we take a generic approach that so-and-so country has put a limitation, should the same limit should be applied in the country or not. We need to see where our IMT base stations or assignments end. So that's an important national discussions we need to have. And then the assumptions how to protect altimeters has to be in two-phased, a short-term approach and a long-term approach. I think this is also what administration like US is looking at. For a short term, can we have some kind of a filter replacement, and for long term, should all altimeters have some kind of a requirement from a standardized requirement? Say this is the minimum operating condition how altimeters should operate. And then we'll see that all aircrafts and flights have the same MOPS described. Just like 3GPP system, it's good to have some kind of a compliance or some specification based on which all the altimeters are also adhering to. So what I would like to show is based on the current condition that we have today in India is saying around 2 kilometers on either side, there should not be any IMT systems. And then there is some runway track about 500 meters plus minus on either side. And usually these altimeters are used when you're landing towards the runway, and it starts around 2000 feet above the air. So it has a certain slope at which it lands. So just a small animation part which shows that if there are IMT cells here, sorry for the result, I mean it looks a little bit scaled and stretched on the x-axis. So on the x-axis it is the meters, where you can see this red part is the runway, and then this boundary where you are seeing 500 meter boundary. And then assuming that there are 5G base stations in all these red dots, so 3 sector cells. And then if I start, so the star is the flight. I could not, someone asked me, why is it a star, not a flight here? So if I start looking into the case, since our 5G base stations are operating till 3670, so the emission that comes out of 3670 is just a spurious emission, all the way till 4200, the altimeter portion. So if you look at what exactly those altimeters will see, so you can see that when it lands, this is the elevation angle of all those cells what you see when it is facing towards the altimeter. So it could all the way land up to 60 meters above the ground, and you see what the elevation angles are. It's like -1 to 0 degrees. So that means positive angle was towards the sky and negative is close to the ground. So this is the angle in which all these base stations need to point exactly towards the radio altimeter or the aircraft. Only then, and then we'll see for these angles what does it say. So none of the IMT base stations are actually deployed to transmit in horizontal direction. This is always pointing towards the ground. So these are some physical, I would say practical ways of looking into the problem and see, are we looking into the right problem, or are we only looking at theoretically saying, are they causing interference or not? And this is another case where I'm looking at the altitude and the elevation angles. You can see it is positive elevation angle, and then when we move closer, the elevation angles are lower values. Oh, sorry, and this. Yes. So this is the received signal, and I'm using my worst case spurious emission. I'm assuming that even if it is 37 to 4200, there's a large gap between the two bands, and still assuming the same spurious emission goes all the way till such a, after the guard band. So you can see that the the values from each cell is like -170, 152 dBm. This is what they receive. And I would say the maximum signal that it receives is -170 when the flight is exactly over a 5G base station, right? And that is never going to happen. So I think we need to look at some national level detailed analysis when we make such policies and rules for, especially for the altimeter case. And I'm assuming there are so many other services also which we'll have to discuss. I'll leave for the rest for the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sindel, for taking us in the flight called a star. so while we fly, we don't want to kind of become stars or go to stars. So we want to come back to ground. So, but it was very, very good animation. Like it gave some kind of understanding of as to what would be the kind of the range in which the BTSs would be affecting in the flight path while landing. And what kind of elevation angles could be kind of permissible while the aircraft is landing. So nice presentation, and he set a background also. And he also did my work by telling that Dr. Puneet will kind of do this and this. So thank you for doing that. So without wasting further time, I would invite Dr. Puneet Rathod to just speak his mind. I think probably he will be speaking on CB2X as already announced. Thank you.
Thank you, Gulab Chandji, and thank you, Dr. Sindel, for setting the stage for the broader range of frequencies that we have under discussion, and also, as Gulab Chandji just said, that now we come on the ground. So I'm going to spend some time in discussing on the things on the ground, which is vehicles, and in particular of the set of frequencies that we just saw in the previous slide. The set of frequencies which I'm going to discuss is from 5875 to 5925, this 50 megahertz set. Before going into more details about the spectrum, I just wanted to discuss the few use cases, why this set of frequencies is important and where are they going to be used, and then that will help us understand looking at this frequency ranges in a little more detail. Of vehicles and intelligent transport systems, they are advancing, and a few of the newer use cases which are emerging are communication between vehicles in a peer-to-peer manner, or vehicles to the roadside infrastructure, again in a peer-to-peer manner. And thank you. And then along with all of this, the communication in the more traditional sense, which is a connected car, which is from the vehicle to a 4G or a 5G base station. And all of this as a collection is basically vehicle talking to everything, which is other vehicles, roadside infra, pedestrian, and then the network. So which is as a collection, it is vehicle to everything. And to enable this entire set of communication operations within the global standards body 3GPP, there are different sort of interfaces which are identified how these can be enabled. From the overall point of view, there is a base station and the network, and then these peer-to-peer links. The next diagram is a more high-level representation of all of these different links. On the left, we have a more traditional communication, which is vehicle to network, a base station talking to vehicles over a standard 4G or a 5G link. On the right-hand side is a peer-to-peer communication in a band which is reserved for this kind of communication, a globally harmonized band in the 5.9 gigahertz. So multiple countries, if they are developing applications, assigning spectrum, then it is harmonized, and there is uniformity of some sort in looking at the spectrum across different geographies. And this kind of communication is self-managed. These vehicles can still talk to each other without requiring any coverage from a cellular network. a seamless operation, so to speak. And most of the synchronization can be from the GNSS as being the primary source of timing information. While we were looking at all of these different use cases, just one of the use cases which will be very, very crucial for India, and if we look at the national highway statistics of India from the Ministry of Road and Transport, more than 25% of the national highways in India are single lane, like the figure that we see on the top left. And in addition to that, another statistic that we see from the Road and Transport Ministry is the number of deaths which are from head-on collisions, which is just vehicles driving straight into each other. And this is one of those use cases where the V2X or a peer-to-peer communication can truly help beyond the visible line of sight, that if there is a vehicle driving right in front of you, how do you see behind the vehicle what is happening, and up to several hundred meters away. And if there is this radio beacon which is constantly being transmitted, so then inside the vehicle dashboard you can still get an LED blink which says do not pass, it is not safe to overtake at this time. And these kind of this is just one of the use cases which can be enabled, and then there are many others which is overall within the umbrella of day one use cases, which a global industry association 5GA is kind of trying to come up with, which are a wide library of day one use cases which can be enabled by V2X communications. But looking at the context of India, how it can be truly impacting real safety and lives of people, in addition to just efficiency of services. Coming to the spectrum part, globally, the frequency range anywhere from 5850 to starting from 5850 or 5875, depending on the countries. This band has been allocated to V2X services. US and Canada, they have 30 megahertz from 5895 to 5825. China has 20 megahertz, and the rest is kind of for future discussion. Some more may get allocated in due course of time. Within Europe, they have from 5850 to 5925, and then different chunks within that allocated for safety applications, electronic toll collection and others. And then within India, we have below 5875, which is currently as per the National Frequency Allocation Plan for outdoor point-to-point links. 5875 to 5925, the most recent National Frequency Allocation Plan allocates it for the V2X kind of applications without any prejudice to the existing usages. If we dig further into more detail about what's happening in India in this neighborhood of this 5.9 gigahertz, immediately below the 5875, we have a bunch of unlicensed frequency ranges as per the Gazette notification in India, and the immediate boundary, which is 5725 to 5875, the transmit power levels which are allowed for Wi-Fi are in the outdoor point-to-point kind of ranges, and the vehicles which will be in the road, which will be on the street or talking to the street side furniture. And if you look at the studies for the kind of interference that these kind of Wi-Fi links will pose into the vehicular operation or the vehicles posing into these point-to-point links, the one purely because of the separation distance, physical separation from the links, there is sufficient margin, which was also part of the studies. This is something which is there are more details for these simulations. Further, this is not something which is very much applicable to the case of India, because as per the Indian Frequency Allocation Plan as well, the FSS uplink, which is also a co-primary service in this band till 5875, the Indian Frequency Allocation Plan footnote 28 says that the FSS uplink is restricted to 5350 to 5470 megahertz, and then above that it is not it is kind of secondary, but even if it were to be present, it is uplink, and from the studies that have been conducted, it will not interfere with the uplink FSS services as well. And this is from the both adjacent channel and the in-band channel for Wi-Fi and the CV2X, which is in the boundary of 5875. So below 5875 if it were Wi-Fi, and then 5875 onwards if it is CV2X. Both adjacent channel and the in-band blocking, the testing shows that it will not cause issues. So coming to where we go from this point and beyond is all the technical studies, all the from the ecosystem readiness point of view, from the standards point of view, we have made significant amount of progress. Even the National Frequency Allocation Plan in India has made significant amount of progress. The next step that we can potentially take up within India is to look at ways of what we have done for Wi-Fi, which is to define the transmit mask, out-of-band emission mask for these 5.9 gigahertz bands, so that then there is greater clarity within the ecosystem to look at ways to adopt these kind of technologies into vehicles, and also the larger ecosystem to look at the street side furniture and the traffic and the rest of the ecosystem to start looking at this from the adoption point of view. So that was more or less from the perspective of the 5.9 gigahertz in this larger range of frequencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Puneet, for taking us through the details of CV2X and its possibilities and interference angle from the adjacent bands and services. Basically, what he kind of talked about is regarding CV2X. But one thing you must know that there is a competition in this sector also. So there is a competing technology from Japan. It's called ITS Connect. And I would like to inform you that their technology is for sub-gigahertz. And what they want is 20 megahertz of spectrum in sub-gigahertz, and they can provide they claim that because it's a lower band, and in the non-line of sight situations and other things, obstructions, it has better coverage because of the penetrative capability of below 1 gigahertz. And they claim that this is a better technology and all that. And they have carried out a lot of experiment for last 1.5 years in Kerala, Gujarat, and maybe a few other places. So I think audience should be aware of this, that CV2X is not the only thing. And we internally formed a committee, I think it was interministerial. It was some interministerial committee which formulated some kind of recommendations. And because we understood that the nodal ministry has to take a call first, because it's just like our mobile phones. Mobile phones are in every hand, so every individual in the city has a car. So seeing the scale and kind of deployment, the scale of deployment and the issues of export, import, interconnectivity and all those issues, a very considered decision, very well thought out decision has to be taken by the government. So now the ball is with Ministry of Road Transport, I think, and they would be kind of coming out with a right choice of technology, we hope so. So leaving it here, we'd like to kind of move further. My next speaker is Lieutenant Colonel V.S. Velan. He is CTO, Elena Geosystems Private Limited, India. And most probably, as per the information given to me, he would be speaking about the indigenously developed NAVIC system, our own GNSS, our regional radio navigation system. So welcome, Mr. Velan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. I mean, whenever we talk about any spectrum allocation, sharing and all that, everyone generally orients towards the telecom side. I am an odd man out here. I am to talk about GNSS, Global Navigation Satellite System. What we all know as GPS is the domain in which I am working. been associated with it in the Indian side from its inception in 2008. Today we have a very good system. It's the best of its kind in the world called NAVIC, Navigation with Indian Constellation. It's something completely different from GPS that you are all aware of. Let me tell about NAVIC for a minute or two, then get on to the issues of sharing signals and all that. See, NAVIC has got 4 abilities, or any GNSS system, we have to analyze it from its availability, accuracy, reliability, and integrity. Availability of NAVIC satellite over the Indian region is continuous 5 satellites you will get. Compare it to GPS, there will be loss in signal from 20 minutes to 3 hours, 180 minutes in a 24-hour cycle, and this area of non-availability cannot be predicted. Because GPS, though the orbital patterns are all decided, they have a control which keeps shifting the orbital patterns a little bit here and there so as to deny GPS services at the place in which they want it. The GPS is a system, generally technically called as NavStar, held or owned and operated by their US Air Force. So for them, their security needs are prioritized above the utility of these signals by any other country. In Indian context, it is not there. Then is the accuracy part. They perfected a system in GPS which talked about 3 meters accuracy in L2 band. Then they inserted some errors and started giving it at 300 meter inaccuracy. To increase the inaccuracies, ICAO put up in America VAS system, additional satellites. Then they put up towers, which gave the turn-to-turn navigation. All this was created to reduce the error which has been introduced in the first place by their Air Force. So that's irony with which we are all working. In our case, Government of India has taken a very conscious decision. No error mechanism is there. Even if someone wants to insert it, he cannot insert it. And we have 2 frequencies, L5 and S-band, and both the frequencies are very high precision. Both are open, given to everyone to use. That's our system. Then comes about integrity and reliability. This is all I've told about it. Now coming on to this sharing of signals and all, or sharing of the spectrum. See, initial days we started with, whenever we talk about GNSS signals or GPS signals, it's all told it's in L-band, they're held with defense forces, and that's also simplistic thing. When we went on to implement NAVIC, then they said that there is L5 band. They started, L-band has been again partitioned into L5, and L5 is allotted to us. When we went to L5, again, the central band is occupied by American military satellites. So we have to spread the energy into side bands. And then we went on in another S-band for BOC 5,2. What I'm saying is that in GNSS band also over a period of time, a lot of partitioning has taken place. We had L1, happy, but today we're talking about L1C. Our IRNSS satellites will be on L1C. Then they're experimenting in putting up all satellites in L1C, at least one transmission L1C world over, so that interoperability exists. Okay. What happens in all this? Another thing is about S-band. Earlier on, we just been hearing about S-band, and then suddenly talked about MSS band in S-band. When TV, DTH came or direct transmissions came, we started talking about MSS band. Today, as of a week back, I found one mention of S1 band for GNSS. There are people who have come. See, we put up first satellites in S-band. People thought that what S-band, how will they use way back in 2010. In 2019, ISRO presented a paper on viability of S-band, how it is much better than any other band for GNSS. 2019 3GPP meeting, they put up a paper on this. Following that, everyone has jumped onto S-band now, and we now have a S1 band being classified for GNSS. So these things they keep evolving. Then there are services, GNSS services that they operate on these bands. Earlier on, we just had simple L1 band, means it is open to everyone. It's a standard positioning service, entire band, non-encrypted. L2 will be encrypted, and it has got precision positioning service. Part of it, or signal it is called, PPS is position precise signal it is. Then we had HPS of GLONASS. GLONASS uses FTDMA, that's a original transmission. Along with that, they had a HPS service. Again, signals are classified. But today, no more, signal is not classified. Signal is open. Like in our case, S-band signal will be open, but there will be a restricted service on top of it. Another good example is Galileo, the European system, which is being put up. They talk about 5 different services in 3 bands. Then another thing is about Baidu, the Chinese system. They talk about B1, B2, B5, 5 signals and many other services. We're still not clear about what they want to do at some stage. So when the services come, we have different organizations which have been working so far in different silos are being forced to work together. For example, RTCM, which decides on the transmissions in GNSS. Now, we have a serious talk going on about search and rescue. Okay, now it's going on. We as a company member of this RTCM is going on. Then we also have, when you talk about silos, very practical example. You go to customs, you import something. Moment he sees an antenna, and we write technically GNSS antenna, he's confused. He will say, go for WPC. He'll not think anything else. He'll go for WPC. Then we have some passive equipment, he will tell what is a go to dot, come back. And 1 month goes in that. So it's time that this silo working part has to come out and we have to start interacting, I think so. Now add to that the technological trends that are going on. I've been talking to you about GNSS technology trends, but there are smart technologies like what has been in V2X, mobile-based technologies. Now let's take it, we are talking about mobile, talk about drones. Next level of logistics is going to be drone-based logistics. It's going to, and India is a leader in drones today, and India wants to be a leader for the world in drone technology. See, in road, you're talking about people moving on the horizontal plane, 2 cars coming, crossing and all that. Now, when I go to drones, we're talking about the 3rd dimension, vertical plane, 1 drone below the other, or 1 drone above the other, and different directions, because here roads are confined spaces, whereas in space, there's no confinement. Anyone can come from any direction, 360 degrees, any degree can come and cross another drone and go. How do we manage that? And then, in all our discussions today and the way that the initial talk in the inaugural session that we are talking about, we talked about inclusive growth and social benefits. So ultimately, all this is coming to inclusive growth and social benefits. Drone is a technology which will bring in a social revolution in India. GNSS will be the technology which will help. Way back in 1999, 2 scientists, Australian scientists, Dempster and Rees, have already thought about this and did a study, and they said that if you use GNSS properly, your losses will be reduced by 50% and efficiency will increase by 30%, in all doubling your output with the same set of resources that you have. When I did my PhD from IIT Kharagpur, so I am also IITian, sir. Just to, since the bandwagon is there, I thought I'll tell that. What happened is that I went to the mining region and found this to be true. If GNSS is used properly, our output will double. Now we are in the right pace for a 3 trillion economy, a $1 trillion economy. We are set in the right pace if we use NAVIC properly. And when we come on to using NAVIC signal, comes this sharing issue. One part of it was told by Dr. Senthil Kumar about how interference takes place in case of altimeter in this thing. This has been going on from 2019. For 20, I think US has said that all aircrafts have to go on to different frequency for altimeters. But that's a known issue at least. At least someone thought about it, there is a equipment. Now think about another example. We upgraded the DGNSS transmission towers are located along with lighthouses facing towards Bay of Bengal to help our ships that are in Bay of Bengal to navigate properly. We upgraded it as part of DGLL, part of Shipping Ministry. Suddenly, there is a tower as part of this program in Pandian Thivu near Nagapattinam in South India. We found after some time, suddenly this one receiver will go out of, will get jammed for 3 to 4 hours in the evenings. We did all measures. We could not identify why this is happening. And it started happening after we installed, a couple of months after we installed. Suddenly we find that in the evening only it will go out of communication, or it will stop locating itself, one of the receivers. Then we went and found it is additional 5G antenna which has been put up by another service provider, which is beside. Then we started looking at our own place. Our company is located at Bangalore. When we started the thing in 2016-17, hardware testing at our office, we had only one tower. Today we have 8 towers around our company. So it's on the terrace. When you go to the terrace, we find 8 towers. And today, while we initially had a beautiful terrace, 800 square feet terrace available for me, today it's reduced to only 10 square, feet actually, 10 feet by 10 feet, one corner where I can keep things and test it. So this inadvertent jamming will play a major role. If we say navigational signal are required for V2X, for the vehicles to be monitored, vehicle to be moved properly, this jamming is going to play a main role. So we have proposed, in some other forum, we proposed a study of 5G signal and its effect on GNSS signal or NAVIC signal in Indian context. We proposed a study. Such studies have to be done. Luckily, Government of India has put up IIT Tirupati as one of the hubs to work on these technologies. So it will be good that we approach these people and tell them to undertake studies about the sharing of signals and how its effect is there in GNSS and all that. So just a point. Then, yes, when you come on to solutions for this, it's going to be sharing, that's a key. Now, there's a lot of things about defense, which, technology which defense will use. When it comes to defense technologies, they have to have their own encryption, and they have to have their own assured performances. So efficient use of a band may not be possible in defense type of applications. Very good example is that MSS-based mobile terminals that we have is made by DRDO and fielded by ISRO and all that. We have very less number. When we go to Inmarsat, same set of frequencies, but more number of handsets. Difference is that defense needs a separate encryption and a lot of separation between the bandwidths that are there. Certain other things which have to be there in defense purposes, whereas it's not so required in case of a civilian application. In Inmarsat, there can be speech quality can change, or if you actually listen to Inmarsat while talking to it, it will become more smoothened out speech, or it will be like a sing-song type of thing that you hear. And you can also have interferences with other communications, but not so in terms of defense people. So sharing is there, and while sharing, we have to protect certain bands for defense people also. The point that I wanted to make. Then about the certain foreign country people coming and making research in India. There's a sir told about Japan coming and doing certain researches. Japan is a country which made the first multi-GNSS processor. But when we examined this processor, they actually gave the processor, first generation processor to us to examine in Indian condition. We find that the processor doesn't suit our purposes. We had to return that thing. They called back all their chips which have been fielded, and I do not know how further it is gone now. But this is a point that we need to analyze. Any such thing coming up, let's put them through an academic route. Let them come to certain, what is they, like in this case now, IIT Tirupati has been designated. Let's all do some study of their technologies. Is another point that we should think about. Thanks for the opportunity. I think I've said many things which I'm sure you will be able to think about those and continue.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel V.S. Bellon. I think you guys might have a lot of questions in your mind for him, so you'll have plenty of time to allow you to ask questions, I think. So, but you rest assured that NAVIC, as far as I know, it's a kind of it's an augmentation system, and it is not augmentation system, but it ensures that there is no error, and we can bank upon this for landing and all that, where there is no ILS and all that. So don't worry if there is no ILS and your aircraft has to land. So NAVIC is there, it will take care of it. So thanks a lot, Lieutenant Colonel. And now next in line is, I think, I would seek apology from the speaker who is invited last. I think he might be wondering so why I'm kept last. So I sought permission from Vikram that he said, oh, I'm okay, I'll come last. So now I can request Professor Rohit Prasad, who is Professor Economics and Public Policy, MDI. And many of our guys just go to his institute to take training, to study the economics part of the spectrum and all that. So welcome Professor Rohit Prasad to speak your mind on the economic aspect of the spectrum in 1 to 6 gigahertz or whatever you think is right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gulab Chand ji. It's a great privilege to be here. I am not a technologist, but I will present certain comments about the institutional and economic aspects of spectrum management. Perhaps they may be useful. The first thing I would like to state is that taking the allocation of 6 gigahertz as an example, often the positions that we witness are heavily determined by the place that the stakeholder has in the entire ecosystem. So naturally, the mobile companies want 6 gigahertz to be licensed. Many of the OTTs want them not to be licensed. Can we actually, and each company, each stakeholder makes a business case, a technological analysis, and argues that their position actually is going to generate more value for society. But I want to propose, and this is something that I have discussed with Professor Sridhar, also my co-author, my frequent co-author. Can we propose a market-based decision-making process? So here's the proposal. Let's say that half of the 6 gigahertz band is allocated for unlicensed use, and half of it is allocated for licensed use, but with a small caveat that the assignment of the portion that is allocated for licensed use will happen through an auction with low reserve prices. That's important. But the period of the license will be limited. Okay, it will be limited to, let's say, 5 years. Now, obviously, the first thing that you're thinking is then why will companies make the investment if they only have a license for a limited period of time? I am given to understand that the incremental, that the investment required for a 5G or a 6G rollout in the 6 gigahertz band is mainly related to the backhaul from the street furniture, and that even if the license is not renewed, and let's hope that it is, that infrastructure build out can be reused for other purposes quite easily. So given that understanding, why don't we auction half the 6 gigahertz band for a period of 5 years, and after that, based on the data that we collect from market sources, we can take a call on how to allocate that part, whether it will continue to be licensed or it can be moved to unlicensed. Right off the bat, it's not necessary to unlicense the whole band because India has allocated a lot of the 2.4 and 5 gigahertz bands for unlicensed use. There are, of course, legacy issues involved here, as I was given to understand in the conversation just before this session, that the lower part of the 6 gigahertz band is currently being used for VSAT, etc. Those things will also have to be addressed. And perhaps that will determine which half of the band is allocated for unlicensed use and licensed use to start off with. So that's the first comment I'd like to make. The second comment really is about sharing. And if I may be allowed some poetic flourish, my question is, have we been daring enough about sharing? And for example, Ofcom has, the regulator in UK, has proposed a new model called hybrid sharing between licensed and unlicensed use. I don't know how many of you are aware of this. So this hybrid sharing model between mobile and Wi-Fi is based on the following facts. That mobile is used mainly for outdoor wide area coverage, whereas Wi-Fi is used mainly for indoor localized coverage. So can this feature of usage be used to split a particular service area between these two different technologies? There can also be a geographical split based on which parts of a service area are used for mobile use in a concentrated manner and which are used for Wi-Fi. So can we start exploring these kinds of sharing models? There is also the licensed shared access model, which is being used in Europe and I believe also in the US, where you have tiered access. You have a primary user, a secondary user, a tertiary user. Can those models not be introduced? And including perhaps with regard to spectrum, which currently is being used for defense. So these are questions I'd like to pose. The final point I want to throw out as something to think about is that we have been hearing that various ministries have to get involved in decisions around spectrum allocation, whether it's the Ministry of Road Transport or the Ministry of Civil Aviation, etc. Now, I noticed that the body which is responsible for our National Frequency Allocation Plan, the Wireless Planning and Coordination Cell, still resides within the Department of Telecommunications, right? So, Gulab Chand ji, as a question to you, and of course, the WPC does a fine job of getting all the views of the different ministries, etc. But would it make sense for the WPC to move out of the DOT and occupy a position at equidistance from the other ministries? That's a question which I'd like to pose to you. And that is all that I would like to share. Thank you so much for your time.
Fantastic. Thanks, Professor Rohit Prasad. I think you kind of spoke my mind. So that way, despite being co-located with kind of our counterparts, we are DOT, we are part of DOT, and as WPC, we always maintain this kind of neutrality, like we have to balance the needs of all the sectors, government, private, and in the private there is, yeah, he said 46, so I reduced 5. It is 41 services, reduced further 40 services practically. So you have to just create a balance between all these diverse range of applications. Like one example here being spoken was like, it's a kind of like buzzword, this flexibility nowadays is a buzzword. Like ITU might also be considering this subject, I think. But flexibility, a typical example of flexibility would be of this CDM arranging and 5G interference case. See, our spectrum, 5G spectrum is cut off at 3670 megahertz, and the altimeter starts 4200. So there is a huge gap for almost 500 to 600 megahertz. Still, we are facing a lot of interference, and Mr. Rayappai is there. We had a meeting with him, and we are scratching our head as to what to be done next, how to remove this interference. So he's facing a lot of interference in CDM arranging stations, and so as I said, you may be rest assured while you land without ILS, so that may not be so if there is interference. So flexibility, talking flexibility is a good thing. I also imagine that let there be a day in the future when we need not worry about coexistence, sharing and all that, where every spectrum is good for any kind of service, and everyone with cognitive technologies and artificial intelligence, everything can peacefully coexist with each other, and there is plenty of spectrum for everyone. So that is an ideal situation. So I look forward to that if God wishes I'll be alive by that time. So, So that is a good thing to talk about, like being very flexible, allot a spectrum and give a lot of flexibility to the buyer to surrender it back immediately. But practically it may not be always possible. Spectrum is being kind of put on auction for a particular purpose. If you allow the transfer or the trading of the spectrum to start immediately, so maybe it will keep on only rotating the hands and never put to use. So these are some kind of challenges. And if you reduce the tenure of a spectrum period, then that doesn't give a kind of good sense of stability, regulatory stability, and kind of assurance that I have the spectrum for 20 years, next 30 years. In fact, we're in the process of allotting the spectrum for 30 years even, so that you don't have to just bleed out of your pocket to buy back the spectrum up to 20 years. If it is expiring, as happened in few service areas, like there is intense bidding, and you are forced to outbid the other partner and just you are bleeding. So the stability is the key factor here. So we cannot think of like auctioning the spectrum for 5 years, 2 years, 3 years. That is kind of maybe in the realm of imagination that sounds good, but practically it may not be possible. And last but not the least, Mr. Bikram Tewatia, and oh, sorry. My neighbor, I'm sorry, I'm very sorry. So my next speaker is, his name was at the top, I'm sorry. Vishy Ramaswamy, Vice President 5G and Digital Solutions, Tata Communications India. I welcome him and kindly speak your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let me start off with some for the betterment of the industrial output, right? Unless the industries in themselves progress, the nation's progress economically is still a question mark, right? So I am only talking the voice of the industry, the enterprises, and the need for looking at the enterprise spectrum in a different lens, right? It is an economic impact, may not be an economic impact by collection of fees for the spectrum, but it's an economic impact by, the overall upliftment of the economy of the country, and returns by way of taxation and various other direct and indirect forms of revenue generation, right? That's my, presentation about. And in case you feel this is a little bit cliched, my apologies. Again, another place where I would want to place my apology, right? So, when we talk about the requirement for spectrum for enterprises, I will divide this into multiple, pieces. I will dissect that into multiple pieces and probably come into just one important piece which I want to dwell upon. Industries require spectrum for when they are within their own campuses. When I say a campus, it could be a factory, a mine, a port, or any of their establishments. They require spectrum to do a certain things. I'll come to why they require spectrum a little later, but let's assume that they require spectrum to do a certain things inside that, that area, right? They also require spectrum outside of that area when they communicate with other businesses, B2B, or they communicate with the consumers of their goods and services, B2C, right? So hence, there is a spectrum requirement outside of their confined campuses. And I'm not touching about that area because that's very well served by mobile network operations because you require ubiquity with respect to that coverage. The consumers are not located at a certain specific place, nor their business partners who consume their goods and services are located in a specific place. So they are widespread. So there's a need for ubiquity, and that's very well served by a mobile network, a licensed mobile network. So there is no, I'm not talking about that. Probably Mr. Twetia will talk about it later on. Then let's come inside the campus. So inside the confinement of a campus. Inside the confinement of the campus, there are 3 separate segments which use spectrum in some form, right? The first segment is the employees themselves. Each employee carries their own mobile phone inside the campus. They have to remain connected either for the business need or for their individual needs. They would remain connected when they are working inside the campus, right? So that part, again, there is a need which is by the mobile network operators because this employee does not have a fixed physical position. So they are there now, they move out, they go home, they go to a theater, they go to a mall. So they require a mobility as a part of their connection, and hence that's best served using a mobile network operator, right? The second part is connectivity to an individual's enterprise application, right? Microsoft Office or the likes, Google Forms, whatever, the enterprise application, SAP, Oracle. So all of those applications typically consumed using computers, laptops, desktops, etc. And there is a need for removing the physical connection, okay, detethering, these connectivity. And there is Wi-Fi, which is available in 2.4 and 5.8 gigahertz. And there is, enough spectrum, at least inside the confinement. I'm not talking about enough spectrum available in public area of Wi-Fi. I'm talking about inside the confinement of an enterprise. There is enough spectrum that is available. There are enough technologies that are available to provide connectivity to an individual who is, doing certain duties on behalf of the enterprise, using their laptops, desktops, tablets, etc. Again, I'm not talking about this part of the spectrum. Now let me come to the last part of the spectrum need on which I would, focus on, right? Please pardon my throat. I've not been keeping well for the last couple of days, so please pardon my throat. So there is a huge revolution that is taking place from an industry point of view. Again, it's cliched when somebody talks about Industry 4.0, but let me talk about why I am linking this Industry 4.0 to a spectrum, right? When Industry 1.0, 2.0, 3.0 transformation happened, it was phenomenally mechanical, electromechanical. So electricity was, steam and electricity were the first ingredients which pushed those, revolutions. And most of the things, if you see, were primarily electromechanical in nature. There was no need for, I wouldn't say no, there is not much of a need for having effective, continuous, communication. But what happened with Industry 4.0 is that there are a lot of so-called digitalization, again a cliched word, a lot of digitalization, a lot of collection and analysis of data, a lot of decision making on the spot by machines to optimize the delivery, to increase the efficiency of the delivery, etc. So there were a lot of data being collected. There were a lot of controls that need to be delivered based on the data collected, and that requires a lot of communication. And this is within the confinement of the factory, and this communication needs to be something which is uncontented, essentially, because the industrial productivity, their efficiency, their machine operation, safety of the employees inside that area is all dependent on this mechanism. This mechanism which collects a lot of data and then analyzes the data and takes certain corrective action or a certain decision to communicate with the machinery and with people so that the industrial productivity runs. At the same time, there is a safety for their employees, right? So this is where the criticality gets in, where you require some untethered way of communication is required to connect all of these, right? Up till Industry 3.0, where there was automation and steam and electricity was the primary mover, a connection, a physical connection using an RS-232, RS-483, or an Ethernet, or any of those connectivity was good enough for running an electrical and steam stimulated automations that happen. The moment you come into data simulated actions, then the number of touch points from where you need to collect the data and then process it for you to be efficient, it increases manifold. And that brings the complexity of the need for an efficient communication, right? And that's where I'm going to focus upon. And there are lots of technologies which are enabling this. We spoke about AR, VR, you speak about digital twin, you speak about AI, and everything. So multiple technologies come in together to enable this, and all of those technologies are dependent on a real-time, uncontended communication, right? And that's what is the need for an industry for enabling their productivity and safety. And we are moving towards, already there is, like we talk about 6G in the IMT space, there is also speak about Industry 5.0, the 5th generation industrial revolution already has sort of been set in. And one of the key requirements there is connectivity provided artificial intelligence. And that's something which is being spoken about in 6G already, that the base station will have embedded intelligence, to provide to the consumer, right? So the Industry 5.0, knowingly or unknowingly, already sets the base for what is required on connectivity. Artificial intelligence embedded with connectivity is an important need from an Industry 5.0, right? We have not, in fact, I'll show you later that we have not reached the level, we as a country are, somewhere far below. I'll talk about it in the next couple of slides. If I have to do all of this, if I am an industry, I'm a factory, and I need to set up this automation, Industry 4.0 related automation, I require a fantastic network. I spoke about uncontended, low latency, high density, high efficiency, predictable, QoS defined type of a network. I require a lot of compute because all of these algorithms need to run somewhere. That requires, brings in a requirement for edge computing type of stuff. You require analysis of a lot of data, and you require a lot of privacy, security, secrecy of the data, because this is the trade information, the data being collected from their online, their production line or their manufacturing line or their operational line. You're collecting that data, so there is a lot of privacy, secrecy, confidentiality, integrity, ethics, all of that required from the data point of view. And finally, you require a very, very efficient operation to put all of these things together. So the need is an extremely efficient network combined with an efficient compute, efficient data collection, and an efficient operation. Now, people in this room, we can try definitely to provide the first part, which is the efficient network, right? Now, I'm just looking at that $1.3 trillion thing which was released by GSMA a few years ago, talks about these 4 industries, and there are also other reports that have been published, for example, by Ericsson and few others, talks about the economic impact of these 4 industries is going to be of the order of 60 to 70% of that 1.3 trillion, right? Manufacturing is almost a third of the total impact, and then the other logistics, ports, mining and other industries. So these 4 industries together is going to, provide almost 60 to 70% of the economic impact of that $1.3 trillion that we spoke about, right? Hence, it's important that we enable these 4 industries to flourish by improving their efficiency, to ensure that the employees who are working there are safe, because there are moving parts that are involved in this and things like that. So that is the request that I am putting forward in front of this forum. There are countries, and quite a few, almost it is now increasing 1 a month. Just the last 2 months, there were 2 countries added, Poland and Netherlands. All of these countries have set aside some spectrum and for industrial use, for this specific application that I spoke about. This is not for employees, this is not for public movement of vehicles or people. This is specifically to run efficient industrial operations inside the confinement of their campuses. So many countries have set aside spectrum in some band or other, and there is uniformity. It is not that it is quite random. You can, when you go through the numbers which are written there, you can see also there is a uniformity there. There is some sort of an uniformity in allocation of these spectrums in various countries. And some countries have gone beyond this. I'll talk about it later, but a specific thing was mentioned about Ofcom. We just heard about it by a speaker just before us, and also CBRS, handling CBRS in the US is another very, very good step from where we can learn about how to share spectrum, right? So, and we are not there. The world's 4th largest economy is what somebody spoke about in the morning, and we are in there, right? And if we have to move towards the Prime Minister vision of 5 trillion, and all of that type of stuff, I think it's very, very important that we enable these industries to have the basic ingredient, like electricity and steam, the third basic ingredient that's required for them, which is connectivity, right? I think this is a food for thought for regulators, food for thought for industry, food for thought for operators also to contribute in this and sort of collaborate in making this happen, instead of making it only as their ROI issue. It is not just an ROI of the operator that we are talking about. We are talking about the most important thing, which is enabling the industry. You can see India's position. This is a GSA report. We have not manufactured this. It is a report by GSA, number of publicly declared private networks for industries. And if you look at the top few, I'm just keeping China away a little bit because China, the way regulation handled is quite different. But if you look at the top 10, you will see a green patch in all of the top 10. The green patch means there is a spectrum available for use of private networks inside industry confinement. And you can see the position where our beloved country is, right? 13th or 14th from the top, and there is hardly anything that has happened. It is a year since the spectrum has been auctioned. Operators have rolled out. We thump our chest saying that India has the fastest growing 5G subscription. All that is true outside of the industry confinement. Inside the industry confinement, we are nowhere there. You can take out the GSA report, the latest GSA report as of September 2023, and you can read the report yourself, right? That's why I am speaking here on behalf of the industry at large. I am not speaking on behalf of a particular company or another. And this is the state at which we are in, dear friends, with respect to what spectrum has to do for the industry in this beloved country. So there are multiple options available for regulators, for the government of India, and for others. Sharing the spectrum, definitely. And most importantly, the industries require it independent. And that is the only reason why India is not there in that thing at all. Because independent spectrum, one may argue that saying that no, we have auction spectrum and people can use that spectrum. I am working in that industry day in and day out, and that's the only thing that I do for my living. I represent 5G private network as a solution for enterprises. That's my business. I run that business, and that's the only thing I do for my living. And there, I have been seeing, talking to customers, talking to large industries, why aren't they going for private network using a slice? Why aren't they going for private network with the spectrum sharing with an operator? The simple reason is there are multiple issues. We can sit together and I can talk, over a dinner of hours together why the industry feels so. And this was very evident from the earlier slide that all those green patches which are there are countries where there is a spectrum that has been allocated for private networks, and they have been able to kick off, and they are able to progress in their industrial activity. Now, I think there is a need for us to share spectrum, provide that independence to the enterprise, right? And there are best practices to be learnt from that slide before, and there are, best practices learned from the regions around us, and so on. And there is a need for coexistence, and that one of the speakers spoke about it quite at length, so I would let that be there. So there is a need for coexistence, and there is a need for dedicated spectrum. So it is a combination of these three, and the regulators and WPC and DOT and everybody, it's important for you to look at this not just as a money spinning machine for the country, but also to enable this for the betterment of the country. Thank you everyone for the chance provided to me. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Ramaswamy. And I think I would like to kind of respond to so many of his observations, but I think time shortage is there. So I would not indulge into that. And before I proceed further, I would like to kind of point out my mistake actually, basically. So which I gave the example of Navik getting interfered and all that. That I kind of, in the flow of the moment, I think I just mistook it for altimeter issue and all that. I mixed it up. So I'm sorry for that. So it is basically that is in-band issue, and that is a geographical separation. So we are not able to work out a geographical separation to kind of ensure interference-free operation. So apologies for that. And I cannot prevent myself from speaking a point or two about what he said actually. So as he kind of highlighted that India is sitting pretty below, at the bottom of the pyramid basically, and we don't have anything. So the picture is not like this. TRAI recommended that there could be 4 ways in which the Industry 4.0 can be enabled in India. And out of the 4 ways, 3 have been enabled. And the 4th way about which he was kind of complaining that remains to be decided. So it's not that we are doing nothing about Industry 4.0 and all that, but yeah, as far as the dependence part of the industry upon the TSP is concerned, that needs to be taken care of still. So we are working on that. So doors are not closed actually. So we shouldn't kind of be disappointed and all that. So next, now I can use the phrase last but not the least. Okay. So Mr. Bikram Tewatia, please.
Thank you very much, Gulab Chand ji, and thank you very much to the organizers for setting up this, marathon 3-day session on spectrum management. So the good thing that I noticed, it is not a preparation for the WRC 23, but it is about spectrum management for the country. And one of the terms I noticed in the session was efficiency. How efficiently can you manage the spectrum? So 2-3 things. Let me begin with the good news. The good news is just a few weeks back, India has an average download speeds of exceeding 50 Mbps, which is just about, and the wireline speed is 54. So in a span of 1 year of the 5G launch, and compliments to everybody in this room and in the telecom sector for having achieved this. So, which is really, really a great milestone for having, reached here. The other good news is India is in the top 5 countries for LTE availability. So is the network available? Yes. Now, this is the good part. Now, let me try and put some, the DOT people are here, WPC. I mean, compliments to the WPC and the DOT for really doing tremendous work and making whatever resources are available to have enabled this 50 Mbps and the 5G and, the other stuff. Because very often, the balancing of 40 or 41 different services and still managing to, try and satisfy whatever the various pushes and pulls and demands are there. So that's the great flexibility that Gulab Chand ji, you were saying, yes, you have tremendous. But sometimes, in the flexibility part, it should not, or I don't know whether it's for elasticity, cross the Young's modulus. So that, it's broken. So let me begin by putting the efficiency, let us try and put some efficiency matrices which should be measured and announced. And to begin with is the efficiency is output by input, right? One efficiency matrix to begin with is the health of the telecom sector in India. Is it healthy? Is a prime matrix. That's one. The second matrix that I'm suggesting is that the total delivery of data is done on what kind of means. How much is it on wireless, how much on wireline? Within wireless, how much on the licensed spectrum and how much on the other spectrum, whether it's unlicensed or other. So I think there is a good case. If we monitor these matrices, you will have a benchmark to say a dashboard to monitor how we are doing with a combination of policy, a combination of making resources available, so that once you identify what are the problem statements or where do you want to be, it's nice to say 5 trillion economy and all that, but you have to break it down so that then you can focus efforts to actually make steady progress in achieving that or enhancing that efficiency, right? So this was something that came to my mind with regard to efficiency. Now, in that, another one is, we've had multiple auctions, another one probably coming up soon. The efficiency of the auction should also be published. The total spectrum offered versus the amount of spectrum picked up as a benchmark of the efficacy of the auction, right? So if we have, you monitor this progressively, I'm sure there would be more focused attention to the word management and efficient management. I know time is less. Let me cover very specifically a couple of things. Now, in this efficiency part, a lot of attention is given on the wireless. India is a wireless first country. The amount of data delivered, even as per the TRAI, is predominantly on IMT spectrum, about 80%. Right? There is a lot of talk, which is okay. Wi-Fi is a good thing. Wi-Fi is an indoor phenomena, right? And then there is this a lot of attention given to rural access. We sit here in air-conditioned offices and say, hey, let's go rural. But the fact of the matter is that the resources available to go rural are again priced at a point which is not really enabling the telecom sector to reach out to that rural, whether it is through the USO fund or the spectrum which gives you the coverage and the price points at which it is available. So that is one of the things one really needs to have a hard look at, that if you want to bring, now when we talk of rural, another thing is that today we've got about 27 lakh base stations, out of which 20 lakh are 4G, 5G. What are the balance 5 lakh? 5 or 6 lakh? They are 2G. So what do we need to do as part of our efforts, as the focused effort, is we need to move the 2G to the minimum 4G. Because if we are talking of internet-based services, the G20 had digital public infrastructure, COVID had a hard time. The go-to person in a rural area or a village was the person who had a smartphone. So these 200 million people, in a focused effort within the policymakers, how do we move them up to a minimum 4G thing? And this is not just 200 million is our numbers in India, but when you transpose it to the global, it will be exceeding maybe 50% of the 3 billion connections or something like that. So maybe India will actually take a significant a role in facilitating moving up the people who are on 2G or non-internet connectivity into internet connectivity, because that is a lot of fashionable talk that happens. Related, I won't mention it, is the cost of the device, that we can have a separate discussion, because essentially with every technology going up, whether it was 2G to 3 to 4 to 5, the cost of the device becomes more expensive and your digital divide actually widens. So that is another focused area as part of our management. How do we work to make more affordable devices available? The next area of attention as part of the management is much of the data will also get consumed, the high volume when we talk of in building, at place of residence or place of work, is inside buildings. Now, getting spectrum inside the building, as it is with 5G, if the network was on top of a building, it has to, with higher spectrum bands, descend lower, and merge into street furniture. So a lot of effort is going into tabulating the available and GIS mapping of the street furniture, whether it's on Gati Shakti or not. But we need a more focused attention on whichever spectrum bands. Millimeter wave bands was touted much for, higher volume, but it's not yet taken off. In Korea, they have even gone and surrendered it. So there is a need to have a more focused attention on in-building coverage. My next point is this altimeter part. It's been covered, Sendil covered it. We are really pained. We pick up spectrum in the auction, we pay up for that spectrum. After having paid up for that spectrum, you're told, hey guys, you're not going to use it. Despite the guard band, way away, right? And I really thank the DOT and the WPC for pushing the case for resolving this issue. But I think there's a good case. I noticed that there's been a meeting at the DGCA with Airbus and Boeing, and the meeting minutes says 18 months. My request is, let's put a start date to that 18 months, and let's monitor the progress. Because we paid for it. And airports are the high volume, high ARPU people. So you can feel I hope you get the pain from our side. So this, we really need a focused approach to this so that the efficient management part gets done. The next, I'll just dwell very shortly, is on the V2X. I won't call it V2X, I'll call it V2 network. I mentioned that the 4G availability, top 5 countries, most vehicles today are already talking to the network. Vehicle manufacturers, you have all the kind of electronics inside all the vehicles. So vehicles everywhere, despite the vehicle-to-vehicle report which was made, but the vehicle will invariably be talking to the network. Because once you talk to the network, the vehicle gets access to the cloud and to navigation and processing and whatever data services which are there. A short one is that the emergency button today on the vehicle is still on GSM. I think it's called AIS 140, Puneet, yeah? Can we as policy move that at least into 4G? So that's one part on the V2X that I had, that I would mention. On the private networks, there's a mention of defense services, and this is not just for India. Basically, I think, in a lot of places, if you see what's happening in the Ukraine war, right? The Ukraine war, the importance of terrestrial communications as well as space or space-based communications, but essentially communications reaching to the soldier from different means. So is there a case for having separate dedicated networks versus can we do network slices or some method? Because a pan-India, let's say you have 7 lakh towers, there is spectrum earmarked for defense use. Now, again, the efficiency factor, if you can put in an efficiency factor, that this amount of spectrum that's available, how much of it has been put to use, and has it enhanced the efficiency of the defense forces, right? Or is there a better way, alternate way of approaching connectivity requirements of the defense forces? I think that's an area one can work on, because sometimes it becomes very, sensitive, security, this, that, and the other. But it's an important area as far as efficient management goes. One last point I'll leave with is in the 5.8 band, right? We are given to understand in the routers that are available in India, about 255 megahertz is not even configured. Can you imagine, out of a total of 688 total spectrum unlicensed, almost 1/3 is not being used. And then in case you want to allocate some more, again, the efficiency factor of, out of the available spectrum, how is it being used? Right? So, and we are happy to work with all other stakeholders. In the end, customer is king. How do we deliver data services, whether licensed, unlicensed, or otherwise, in a more efficient manner? And we are happy to work together. The important part is getting more spectrum for IMT. Because in India, IMT is the way you actually deliver in the end. So that is the last part I had. And one of the important things I would leave with is that all this has been done by TSPs with 1/3 the global spectrum available to other TSPs in the world, and 1/3 of the spectrum available out here. So the spectrum engineers, the network operator engineers in India really need a thumbs up as to, the kind of spectrum being put to the most efficient use. Of course, there's scope for improvement, but compliments to them. And thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you, Vikram. As usual, kind of like your points of view are really very, very prominent and oriented towards your industry. So that's good. Actually, you represent your kind of sector and you should be very passionate about that. So no complaints. So as regards your statement about the customer is king. So can you allow the customer to be king in his house by allowing some AR, VR kind of application in his home? I think we'll say no. So,
All the India Mobile Congress demos in all our, demos, you see the AR/VR as a demonstration, right?
yeah. So I think the spirit continues and it kind of turns into some kind of regulatory way forward for the country. So I don't know. I am not sure, but that's my personal viewpoint. I am not speaking on behalf of the government and all that. So thanks, audience, for your huge patience. I think it takes a lot of patience, and you're sitting here without AC. I was sweating here and I was making the mistakes because of the sweating. So I'm sorry. And if Bhatiaji permits, we'll have question answer session. Otherwise, we'll say goodbye. Thank you very much. Huh? So 5 minutes. He's very kind enough to give us 5 minutes. So any questions? I think you can raise your hands and the mic will go to you. You can ask your questions. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Rajiv Kumar from Doordarshan. It is very well discussed that interference is very important to take care whenever we are trying to improve our efficiency. I suppose the spectrum which was being talked about, for which payment was made, which is interfering with the altimeter, that is below 3600, up to that. And even after that, spectrum utilization has been increased from 3600 to 3670. So my point is that whenever we are trying to improve the efficiency of utilization of spectrum, interference criteria for the incumbent services and the new entrant must be given very good priority. In most of the cases, we have experienced that एक हमारे यहाँ पे बड़ा तरीका अच्छा सा होता है, किसी दुकान पे जाते हैं, कोई सामान लेते हैं, अगर कुछ डिस्कस करना चाहते हैं तो उसका जवाब होता है मैं बैठा हूँ ना सर यहाँ पे, मैं देख लूँगा इसको, मैं बैठा हूँ, लेकिन बाद में प्रॉब्लम जब आती है तो वो कुछ और ही जवाब मिलता है. So lot of discussions happen during the meetings whenever new spectrum, new allocation, new assignment is discussed. Interference perspectives are presented, but मैं बैठा हूँ ना. So kindly, efficiency versus interference, very important. Thank you.
So if I can understand him, I think it's a view, not a question. Thanks a lot for your views, good views. Thank you. Gupta ji, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Mr. Vishy, actually, a great presentation. And I'm from your side of the industry, of course. But my question will be unbiased, actually. And that is regarding these demand for spectrum for the industry, especially for private networks. So there are alternatives. And if you think out of box, actually, I feel other than the licensed spectrum, your problem can be solved. Your problem means even my problem, our problem can be solved by a unlicensed spectrum also, if it is there. As you know, Wi-Fi, actually we are talking of Wi-Fi 7 now, Wi-Fi 6E was there. According to me, and as per the reports of the industry, Wi-Fi 7 have the better, you can say, outcome than a licensed LTE technology. And it is proven actually, and in the 3GPP release 17 also, it is also, the Wi-Fi is given the same status as the licensed LTE technology. So in that, if we go by that actually, it can solve a lot of problems. First of all, this whole debate and the way you made the presentation, and of course, the regulator is sitting here, it can solve the problem. If we can use a new innovative technology called Wi-Fi 7. So it can, according to me, it can solve all your problem, all your requirements of the private network actually. And no spectrum is required. So the debate itself goes away. Of course, it may be easier said than done, but I just wanted to know your comments on that.
Sir, I'll divide this part into two parts. One is technology, and the second is the spectrum. From a technology point of view, there are still a lot of issues. Even on the definition of Wi-Fi 6 and 7, there are quite a lot of unsolved issues with respect to QoS, with respect to commitment, and also the other part with respect to mobility and contention. Okay, Wi-Fi in general is a very contentious, technology. The more the number of devices you add, the
But we are talking of private network, within inside kind of thing.
Yeah, inside. I'm still talking only within.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm still talking only within the campus, within the confines of an enterprise. I will stick to that same area. I will not talk outside of that. So when you add more and more number of devices, the aggregated throughput in a Wi-Fi scenario starts coming down, because it's a contentious. It is nothing to do with the spectrum. It's a technology is a contentious technology, right? That's how the technology has been defined. That's why there is a problem. And today, there are people who are using Wi-Fi 6, and they are having serious problems with respect to, availability, QoS, etc. within the campuses. And they need to multiply the number of access point almost 10x. Okay, it's a cost. It's also becoming an economic issue, right? Second, with respect to spectrum, most of Wi-Fi 6 and 7 is relying on the 6 gigahertz spectrum. And now we have not even spoken about that till now. I think afternoon we have a dedicated session only on the 6 gigahertz. We need to solve that problem in case, even assuming that you tell Wi-Fi makers saying that don't use 6 gigahertz for Wi-Fi, leave it for setting up an unconventional cellular network inside the factory. Even if you tell them, and let's assume the Ciscos and others of the world accept that, and they refrain from using 6 gigahertz for Wi-Fi, okay, first we have to allocate that spectrum. I didn't talk about any specific spectrum. I didn't talk about any specific technology. If you see my entire presentation, I didn't talk about cellular. I didn't talk about any specific spectrum. I'm only saying give the industry an uncontented spectrum and a technology for their confined area. That's all. It could be Wi-Fi, then prove to the industry. We have tried. The truth is that industry has tried. not only in India, elsewhere in the world, we have tried, okay, and it has its own challenges. So both technologically and by spectrum, we have an issue.
Yeah, I'm with you, but last week only Intel told us 5.7 does not need 6 gigahertz spectrum.
I think you are right, and I'll ask you next time to buy spectrum if the quality is so good and it can compete with LTE, 4G, 5G, and all that. So you must buy the spectrum if you can compete. Thank you. Next.
Sir, I'm Brigadier Bhatnagar, sir, if I may. I'm Brigadier Bhatnagar, yes, and I'm from JCES. I represent MOD here. I've got a question and I've got a suggestion. The question is to Professor Rohit, sir. Now, sir, see, you mentioned about business models and making an economic case of spectrum. While it is prudent, and I understand you represent MDI, but is it always prudent, especially for strategic purposes? Would you align yourself spectrum being used for strategic purposes and still being charged? Would that make a sense for a nation? That is one, sir. Because I'll qualify that. Because our requirements are separate. You know, while connectivity is important, we require spectrum for purposes as radars, for purposes as software-defined radios, a whole lot of other purposes which are there. The issues of secrecy, issues of availability in times of contingency, and as was brought out during, we've seen this in various contingencies that has happened, spectrum is not available. So would assured spectrum be another factor while we decide on the economic part of it, right? That's one. Second, we've all been talking about coexistence and interference. You know, while this is all is fine, do we actually have setup and the requisite infrastructure to derive whether this amount of interference is there? In case of military, we have these anechoic chambers in which we do this EMI, EMC studies. And there are military standards which are laid down. To put it in numbers, there are MIL standards 461 and 464. These are for EMI, EMC standard. So do we have such kind of standards? Because that would help us also, because we would also like to coexist in multiple bands where we have our requirement. So do we have these kind of standards? And do we have such specialist testing facilities to arrive at these proper technical studies so that which can be referred to while we are deciding on what kind of spectrum to be shared? Thanks.
This question is directed towards Professor. Please.
Okay. Thank you, Brigadier Bhatnagar. I'm fully seized of this trade-off between efficiency and strategic considerations, and certainly strategic considerations are paramount. No one is denying that. However, my submission is that in this process of giving importance to strategic considerations, this importance should not prevent us from exploration of geographical areas where spectrum is not being used for military purposes, or certain times at which it is not being used for military purposes. Exploration, I think, should not be, is not a no-no. In fact, it should be encouraged. Let's explore and see what possibilities there are. And yes, we will be extra cautious about protecting our strategic requirements. But my feeling is that I think even exploration has not happened and is often maybe even be discouraged. So I think that's my position on that. As far as coexistence and is concerned, and that was not a question, it was a comment that we do not have the standards necessary, then let's try and see if we can develop those standards, I guess, right? That would be my point.
Brigadier Bhatnagar, there are multiple test facilities with anechoic chambers as part of the TEC's mandatory testing regime. So you might want to speak to TEC to find which lab or which test facility that you want. Because it's part of the mandatory testing on EMI and EMC that the industry also does. I know the reports as far as EMI, EMC testing is there are with TEC. There's a test report, and based on that a certificate is issued, and then the equipment is introduced in the network.
See, I cannot talk about the military standards and Euro test results and all that. But as far as the telecom equipments are concerned and the D-license band is concerned, everything is in public domain actually. All the kind of manufacturers of the equipment, they put entire thing in public domain. So, and they also, because they also undergo extensive kind of testing in an anechoic chamber, in the field and all that. So all those standards are out there. You can just find them on the website and all that. And as far as this thing, study between your systems and others are concerned, if there is a study, I think there is a plan to study, then of course your standards and the standards with which you are trying to do the study, both has to be considered. Then it is up to you whether you want to disclose your standards or not. That's up to you. Thanks a lot.
I think we can take the rest of the questions during the networking lunch because we are falling short of time.
Last. Just you got very brief 15 seconds, please. Make your order.
Sir, how long 4G will exist in India and how efficiently 4G based mobile phone can be used in 5G and 6G?
I don't know, I haven't followed the question. How long will 4G exist? You don't have an end date for technology, not normally. It's not a predictive date, right? So as long as there is value in, delivering services through those networks, we already have 2G still, right? So that is first part. There's no end date per se. But new technologies and old will coexist based on the market requirement. What is the second thing?
How efficiently 4G based mobile phones can be used for 5G and 6G spectrum?
No, the 4G base stations are upgradable to 5G.
See, from a consumer's perspective, you don't have to worry about 4G and 5G. The manufacturer of the phone and service provider, they take care of. So it's all kind of all new phone versions, they take care of 4G and 5G issue. So as a user, you don't have to worry a lot. So I think time has already run out, and we are at the end of our discourse. And once again, thanks a lot for your patience and your kind of questions and all that. Thanks a lot. Thanks.
No, Gulab Chandji, I would like to say that this really was an enthusiastic session that we all witnessed. This was amazing. I extend my gratitude to all our panelists and the moderator for taking out time and enlightening all of us over here today. I would also like to request Gulab Chandji, sir, please present a memento to each of our delegates here who joined us on the dais. Starting with Mr. Vishy Ramaswamy. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. Dr. Puneet Rathod. Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Sendil Kumar Devar. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. Mr. Vikram Tewatia. Lieutenant Colonel V.S. Vellon. Thank you, sir, for sharing your insights with us. And Professor Rohit Prasad, sir. Thank you, gentlemen. And I would like to request Shri Bharat Bhatia ji, sir, to please present a memento to Shri Gulab Chand ji for chairing the session. Thank you very much. And also would request you all to please pose for a group photograph. Thank you very much, gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here it's time for networking lunch, which is laid out at the Desire Hall, same venue where you had your tea. We also have provision of Navratri food, so in case anyone's fasting. I would like to request every one of you to kindly join us back in 30 to 35 minutes time to enjoy the upcoming panel discussion. Thank you all very much.
ITU and APT provide a global and regional forum for these discussions. And I therefore would appreciate and I really commend the effort of ITU APT Forum of India in organizing this workshop.
मैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए मिस्टर भरत भाटिया और सारी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
Once again, congratulate IAFI, and we look forward to your recommendations and look forward to working with all of you as part of the overall recommendations to be made by India as part of the WRC 2023 exercise. Thank you very much.
Appreciation to IAFI, Chairman Mr. Dua, and the President BB, Mr. Bhatia, as well as Secretary General Dr. Gupta, who have, I know them quite a long time. And also I would like to congratulate India for being elected for ITU Council members.
I think India has to increase its own participation in the ITU itself or in the global discussions.
I would like to first of all convey my thanks to ITU APT for allowing us to participate and hosting such a nice conference, today's conference. I am very excited and pleased to be here in this conference.
very honored to be here, even remotely, and I'm also sorry that I'm not making my availability to be there today.
ITU and APT provide a global and regional forum for these discussions. And I therefore would appreciate and I really commend the effort of ITU APT Forum of India in organizing this workshop.
मैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए मिस्टर भरत भाटिया और सारी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
Once again, congratulate IAFI, and we look forward to your recommendations and look forward to working with all of you as part of the overall recommendations to be made by India as part of the WRC 2023 exercise. Thank you very much.
Appreciation to IAFI, Chairman Mr. Dua, and the President BB, Mr. Bhatia, as well as Secretary General Dr. Gupta, who have, I know them quite a long time. And also I would like to congratulate India for being elected for ITU Council members.
I think India has to increase its own participation in the ITU itself or in the global discussions.
I would like to first of all convey my thanks to ITU APT for allowing us to participate and hosting such a nice conference, today's conference. I am very excited and pleased to be here in this conference.
I'm very honored to be here, even remotely, and I'm also sorry that I'm not making my availability to be there today.
ITU and APT provide a global and regional forum for these discussions. And I therefore would appreciate and I really commend the effort of ITU APT Forum of India in organizing this workshop.
मैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए मिस्टर भरत भाटिया और सारी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
Once again, congratulate IAFI, and we look forward to your recommendations and look forward to working with all of you as part of the overall recommendations to be made by India as part of the WRC 2023 exercise. Thank you very much.
appreciation to IAFI, Chairman Mr. Dua, and the President Bibi, Mr. Bhatia, as well as Secretary General Dr. Gupta, who have, I know them quite a long time. And also I would like to congratulate India for being elected for ITU Council members.
I think India has to increase its own participation in the ITU itself or in the global discussions.
I would like to first of all convey my thanks to ITU APT for allowing us to participate and hosting such a nice conference, today's conference. I am very excited and pleased to be here in this conference.
I'm very honored to be here, even remotely, and I'm also sorry that I'm not making my availability to be there today.
ITU and APT provide a global and regional forum for these discussions. And I therefore would appreciate and I really commend the effort of ITU APT Forum of India in organizing this workshop.
मैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए मिस्टर भरत भाटिया और सारी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
Once again, congratulate IAFI, and we look forward to your recommendations and look forward to working with all of you as part of the overall recommendations to be made by India as part of the WRC 2023 exercise. Thank you very much.
Appreciation to IAFI, Chairman Mr. Dua, and the President BB, Mr. Bhatia, as well as Secretary General Dr. Gupta, who have, I know them quite a long time. And also I would like to congratulate India for being elected for ITU Council members.
I think India has to increase its own participation in the ITU itself or in the global discussions.
I would like to first of all convey my thanks to ITU APT for allowing us to participate and hosting such a nice conference, today's conference. I am very excited and pleased to be here in this conference.
I'm very honored to be here, even remotely, and I'm also sorry that I'm not making my availability to be there today.
ITU and APT provide a global and regional forum for these discussions. And I therefore would appreciate and I really commend the effort of ITU APT Forum of India in organizing this workshop.
मैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए मिस्टर भरत भाटिया और सारी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
Once again, congratulate IAFI, and we look forward to your recommendations and look forward to working with all of you as part of the overall recommendations to be made by India as part of the WRC 2023 exercise. Thank you very much.
Appreciation to IAFI, Chairman Mr. Dua, and the President BB, Mr. Bhatia, as well as Secretary General Dr. Gupta, who have, I know them quite a long time. And also I would like to congratulate India for being elected for ITU Council members.
I think India has to increase its own participation in the ITU itself or in the global discussions.
I would like to first of all convey my thanks to ITU APT for allowing us to participate and hosting such a nice conference, today's conference. I am very excited and pleased to be here in this conference.
I'm very honored to be here, even remotely, and I'm also sorry that I'm not making my availability to be there today.
ITU and APT provide a global and regional forum for these discussions. And I therefore would appreciate and I really commend the effort of ITU APT Forum of India in organizing this workshop.
मैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए मिस्टर भरत भाटिया और सारी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
Once again, congratulate IAFI, and we look forward to your recommendations and look forward to working with all of you as part of the overall recommendations to be made by India as part of the WRC 2023 exercise. Thank you very much.
Appreciation to IAFI, Chairman Mr. Dua, and the President BB, Mr. Bhatia, as well as Secretary General Dr. Gupta, who have, I know them quite a long time. And also I would like to congratulate India for being elected for ITU Council members.
I think India has to increase its own participation in the ITU itself or in the global discussions.
I would like to first of all convey my thanks to ITU APT for allowing us to participate and hosting such a nice conference, today's conference. I am very excited and pleased to be here in this conference.
I'm very honored to be here, even remotely, and I'm also sorry that I'm not making my availability to be there today.
ITU and APT provide a global and regional forum for these discussions. And I therefore would appreciate and I really commend the effort of ITU APT Forum of India in organizing this workshop.
मैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए मिस्टर भरत भाटिया और सारी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
Once again, congratulate IAFI, and we look forward to your recommendations and look forward to working with all of you as part of the overall recommendations to be made by India as part of the WRC 2023 exercise. Thank you very much.
Appreciation to IAFI, Chairman Mr. Dua, and the President BB, Mr. Bhatia, as well as Secretary General Dr. Gupta, who have, I know them quite a long time. And also I would like to congratulate India for being elected for ITU Council members.
I think India has to increase its own participation in the ITU itself or in the global discussions.
I would like to first of all convey my thanks to ITU APT for allowing us to participate and hosting such a nice conference, today's conference. I am very excited and pleased to be here in this conference.
I'm very honored to be here, even remotely, and I'm also sorry that I'm not making my availability to be there today.
ITU and APT provide a global and regional forum for these discussions. And I therefore would appreciate and I really commend the effort of ITU APT Forum of India in organizing this workshop.
मैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए मिस्टर भरत भाटिया और सारी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
Once again, congratulate IAFI, and we look forward to your recommendations and look forward to working with all of you as part of the overall recommendations to be made by India as part of the WRC 2023 exercise. Thank you very much.
appreciation to IAFI, Chairman Mr. Dua, and the President Bibi, Mr. Bhatia, as well as Secretary General Dr. Gupta, who have, I know them quite a long time. And also I would like to congratulate India for being elected for ITU Council members.
I think India has to increase its own participation in the ITU itself or in the global discussions. Volume बढ़ा दो ना.
I would like to first of all convey my thanks to ITU APT for allowing us to participate and hosting such a nice conference, today's conference. I am very excited and pleased to be here in this conference.
I'm very honored to be here, even remotely, and I'm also sorry that I'm not making my availability to be there today.
Pleasure of listening to our next set of esteemed panelists who will be conducting a session on 6G NGA, Bharat 6G Alliance, 6G use cases, technology spectrum. For chairing the session, I would like to invite on stage Dr. Monisha Ghosh, Professor, Electrical Engineering, University of Notre Dame, USA. Ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands in welcoming our speakers one after the other on stage. Mr. Jitendra Singh, Senior Director, Government Affairs, India and South Asia, Qualcomm India. Mr. Singh has more than 30 years of experience in the field of communications. His responsibilities include interfacing with regulatory and policy-making agencies in the region on behalf of Qualcomm. He has been actively involved in national working groups of the ITUR in India and has been a key contributor in all the standards-related activities of the industry. Next, we have Dr. Jane Pesa, Head of Connectivity Network Standards in Ericsson Group, Function Technology from Finland. Mr. Pesa has more than 25 years of experience in the telecommunications industry, specializing in wireless technologies, standardization, and innovation. He's currently engaged in developing standardization for 3GPP, O-RAN Alliance, and also responsible for 6G industry initiatives. He holds MSc and PhD degree from University of Helsinki, Finland, and authored several publications and patents. Next, please join me in welcoming Shri Rajesh Kumar Pathakji, Member Secretary, Bharat 6G Alliance India. Welcome, sir. He's also a Nodal Officer for the implementation of 5G technology, has worked as DDG in DOT. Shri Pathakji holds Master of Engineering degree in Electronics and Communications from the IIT Roorkee and has more than 33 years of experience in different disciplines. Shri Pathakji is a valuable asset to the Bharat 6G Alliance and to the Indian government due to his deep knowledge and expertise in spectrum management and policy, ensuring that India's 6G development efforts are successful. Next, we have Professor Radhakrishna Ganti, Associate Professor, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, India. Welcome, sir. His research interests include wireless networks, information theory, particularly interested in the development of new analytical and simulation tools to study the performance of large-scale wireless networks. Professor Ganti is a highly respected member among academic communities and is known for his expertise in wireless networks and information theory. He is also a dedicated teacher and a mentor to students. Last but not the least, we have Mr. A. Jishnuji, Principal Product Architect, Tejas Networks, India. Welcome, sir. He has over 19 years of experience in the telecommunications industry with a focus on product architecture, standardization, and technology evangelism. Mr. Jishnu is a highly respected expert in the field of telecommunications networking, a regular speaker at industry events, and published several papers in leading technical journals. I'd like to keep the session open and hand over to Dr. Monisha Ghosh. Ma'am.
Thank you very much. Hope everybody had a good lunch and is ready for more interesting discussions on spectrum and 6G in particular. Where are the slides? Okay. Can we get the previous slide, the first slide? Where's Arush? So we had another, I had another single slide presentation that I wanted to do before this. So while we are waiting, I just wanted to give you a little bit of an overview of how the session will go. I will present a little bit of an overview of NextG Alliance. I did hope that somebody from NextG Alliance could be here. I do participate in the NextG Alliance, but more as an academic observer. But I do have a set of slides Okay. So I thought before we begin talking about 6G, I always like to look back and look at what did we do with 5G. And sometimes when I talk about how 5G has yet to meet its promise, I'm told that, okay, 5G is still evolving, we have to wait a few years, even though it's been, at least in the US, almost 3 years or maybe a little bit more that 5G is rolled out. So I went back and looked at 4G. I mean, everybody will agree that 4G is mature, that whatever metrics 4G has achieved are what it is going to achieve. There are no more improvements that we expect. And the figure that you see there is from the US, has an office called the General Accounting Office, the US government, where they did an analysis of the two standards of 4G and 5G along some standard metrics. So we were talking about metrics earlier on, and these were kind of what the 4G metrics were and what the 5G metrics are supposed to be. And you will see that in many cases, it's just a factor of 10 or 20 improvement. But then let's go back and look at 4G and ask ourselves, how many of these metrics were actually met? And if those metrics weren't met in 4G, and we've just done a 10 times prediction of 5G, how reasonable is it to expect that those 5G metrics will be met? And if we don't think that that's reasonable, and we do another 10 times multiplier to make metrics for 6G, where are we going to meet those? So I guess having some sense of, now that we are, 6G will be the third generation of really advanced digital broadband, right? And so we need to look back and see how far we've come. So peak data rate of 1 gigabits per second. Raise your hand if anybody has ever received 1 gigabits per second over a 4G connection. Yeah, I didn't think so. I don't think anywhere in the world have we actually gotten 1 gigabits per second. However, a user experience data rate of 10 megabits per second is, I think, reasonable. That is a rate that I think most people have come to expect for 4G, and in many cases, actually, 4G exceeds that. Latency of 10 milliseconds, I don't believe, by and large, that has been met by 4G. Mobility of 350 kilometers per hour, maybe in very, very limited cases. Connection densities of 100,000 devices per square kilometers. I actually am not quite sure if this metric actually refers to devices that are connecting and doing data transfer actively, or whether they're just connected. And then the network efficiencies were supposed 4G was taken as the baseline for network and spectrum efficiency, and 5G was supposed to be 100 times in terms of network energy efficiency. We haven't yet seen that happen. Spectrum efficiency, it's still too early to say if we are meeting the 3 times or not. And the area traffic capacity also, it's too early to say. But the bottom line is, if some of the answers to these questions about 4G peak data rates and latency targets are no, that we didn't meet them in 4G and we're not likely to meet them in 5G, we need to know why, right? Before we run off and design 6G, or we change the metrics, or these metrics are not relevant anymore, or we come up with new metrics. As I said, the good news is that user experience data rates have been met and most likely exceeded. And maybe that should be the metric. Maybe we don't go after peak data rates as much as we go over the user experience data rate. And the energy efficiency, actually, from whatever I have read about 5G, it's actually a lot worse than 4G, at this point in time at least. So clearly, as we think about 6G, we should keep in the back of our minds what it is we're trying to do and how do we think we can get there. Can we go to the next presentation, please? Or do I just... So having said that, I will switch hats a little bit from a skeptical academic to representing the NextG Alliance point of view of what 6G could be or should be, and we'll talk a little bit about that. Yeah, so the NextG Alliance is, it has been around for about almost 2 years at this point. And the vision for, the foundational goals was to create an alliance from private sector, academia, and government, all collaborating to position North America as a global leader for NextG technologies. And building on what we have done in the US in terms of 6G technology developments, the R&D needs, the standard goals, and market readiness of the companies in the US. And the leadership also is a big part of the NextG Alliance, strategies that will lead to rapid commercialization and adoption of NextG technologies. Notice we don't call it 6G, we call it NextG because it really is a suite of technologies that will go into the next generations across the world. So how is the NextG Alliance trying to set the 6G vision? They have defined a North American 6G roadmap because you can start with a vision, but then you have to figure out the steps as to how you going to go there. And there's a lot of this material is on the website, so you should definitely check out the website for more details. And the leadership priorities are, this time, so far at least, I have not seen any hard metrics in terms of data rates and latencies and all of those numbers that we saw in 4G and 5G. But the goals are much more broader. They're innovative applications, societal needs, economic goals, and technology development. So those are kind of the high-level goals rather than number metrics. There is also the question, a concept of audacious goals, where we are trying to shoot for the stars, so to speak, and maybe you reach the moon when you do that. And some of those are really then now pushing the limits of what you can do with a G. So I will skip this or go through it very quickly. It is basically we are trying to define identify some of the key research priorities, applications, and technology development areas. Collaborate with the government on promoting North American development and production. Some of you may be aware that in the US, there is a lot of focus of bringing back manufacturing into the country, so building semiconductor fabs. There's lots of money being put into CHIPS Alliance for growing the semiconductor market within the US. And then drive 6G global standardization bodies using North American needs. And I'm sure, Bharat 6G Alliance and other country alliances will do the same for all their countries. And sitting here listening to the talks of the last 2 days, what I realized is actually the goals of different countries are not that different. We all share the same high-level goals, and we should all work together to get there. The realization, the market readiness, all of these will require policies, incentives. That might vary from country to country. What works in one country may not work in another, but at the end of the day, we do realize that these, when you're talking about technologies that are going to be lasting for decades, it takes more than just technology to make it happen. So there are most of the major industry players are founding and full members, the equipment manufacturers, chip vendors, operators, smaller companies like, and even the cable companies like Charter, InterDigital, smaller companies, VMware, the software aspect of what 6G is probably going to look like. There are also contributing members, and I think it's just a level of money that you give in to become a member. A lot of the smaller companies, and a lot of universities. As you can see, there's a whole list of universities. University of Notre Dame is there, and quite a few other universities. And our role in this alliance is really to bring in the forward-looking research into the discussions. We also have government members, so NTIA, NIST, US Department of Defense, FirstNet, which is the public safety network in the US, and CISA, which is a part of the US Department of Homeland Security, and it looks at cyber infrastructure. So the needs of government are also brought to the NextG Alliance. So there are a few specific things that the NextG Alliance is working on. One is a 6G roadmap for vertical industries. A lot of this was supposed to be addressed by 5G. There was a lot of talk about how 5G was going to address verticals. But this is a renewed effort to really go in a little bit more depth into agriculture, automotive, e-health, industrial, mining, education, public safety, and smart cities, and to understand what the North American needs are. But as I said, I think these needs are pretty global, and how you invest in 6G, say, test beds or other proof of concepts to realize some of these visions. Spectrum considerations, of course, this whole conference is about being spectrum. I won't talk much about it because we'll hear from some of the other members. There was a document that was published fairly recently in August of this year. It is a living document which will be updated as new things happen in the world of spectrum. There is a survey of spectrum bands that could be used to support 6G in North America. And there will be a companion document that will have actually target performance requirements, because you really cannot come to any conclusions about what spectrum is suitable if you don't have some target requirements. Societal and economic needs, actually, this is the first time actually that I've been involved in some of these industry efforts where there really is serious thought being put into this. It is not an afterthought like maybe in 4G or 5G, but it's coming from the very beginning to really understand how NextG or 6G technologies should play into the research priorities and how you develop this system. So it's about digital equity, it's about trust. There are still many, many people worldwide who don't trust other networks that we have. Sustainability is a huge part of the discussions as well. Can we keep doing this every 10 years of rolling out new infrastructure, people throwing out phones every couple of years? What is that doing to our ecosystem at large? How we keep making sure that these technologies enhance economic growth. And quality of life. And for a long time, we talked about quality of life and we focused on urban, but there's much more focus now on rural and marginalized communities that have not been part of the discussion in the past. And so the way this whole thing is evolving in the 6G Alliance is basically by creating a series of documents. These are developed by consensus. It's a large working group that some of us participate in. In Spectrum, for example, I think Professor Jeanette, who you heard yesterday, has contributed to the terahertz piece of it. I've contributed some to the spectrum sharing aspects. And it's really a microcosm of the thinking of various communities in the US. The top 10 research areas, as you see listed here, security has risen actually to be very, very important of making sure that networks are secure. New radio components and antennas, as we start talking not only about new frequency bands, but we talk more about sharing. Even till date, the FCC does not regulate receivers, there's a growing realization that you have to start looking at receiver performance. Integration and convergence of networks. It is quite clear that even by the time 6G rolls out, 4G will still be around. 4G is a very, very robust and mature technology. How do you create 3 generations of networks coexisting with each other? AI/ML, many of you may have heard the 6G is AI native term. And the idea is how do you really think about designing a 6G specification that has AI/ML techniques built in. Spectrum sharing and enhanced spectrum access, different kinds of radio access technologies, joint communications and sensing, especially important in the higher frequency bands. Architecture and control of open disaggregated systems, basically Open RAN kind of architecture. It's clear that the architecture that we have today, where you have integrated hardware, is going away. How do we leverage that for building a better 6G? Reduced energy consumption is going to be critical. We just cannot keep going at the way we are in terms of how much our networks cost us. And looking at a cloud-native network. So, we are not there yet. We are making a little bit of inroads with 5G, but hopefully it'll mature in the next generation. It is a global collaboration, so it started off in the US, but there have been memorandums of understanding started with other countries that have 6G efforts going, including the Bharat 6G Alliance, which was signed just a few months ago. And we hope to, see how all of these global bodies can collaborate to create the next system. Of course, this is NextG Alliance from America, so we're looking at North American leadership, but it's really something that we realize is a worldwide effort, and it has to have buy-in from everybody to create a robust marketplace. So I think that's really it. It's a public-private partnership for NextG Frontier of Investment. Please visit the website if you're interested in learning more. And there are occasional online webinars and seminars as to what's happening. And with that, we will go on to the first of our next speakers, Dr. Janne Paisa. He will tell us a little bit about what is going on with Ericsson's thoughts in 6G. The next presentation, please.
Thank you. So, thank you for that. While we are waiting for the next presentation to come up, I can also tell that I will not tell only about Ericsson thoughts. I will also try to give a bit of an overview what's happening on 6G globally. And I will have 3 fairly simple messages that I want to convey in this presentation. But let's start with the first message. So this is a map on which way I have put the main regional 6G initiatives. And this is something very different from earlier generations. We have had regional initiatives for all the generations before. For 3G, it was primarily Europe and Japan that were having these regional attempts of creating a local consensus. For 4G and 5G, we had additional regions, primarily China, Korea, Japan, Europe still, having their own regional initiatives. But for 6G, we see interest from all the major regions in the world. We have the North America, as we heard, first time for NextG Alliance, participating and trying to create a North American view for a generation. This is quite new. We have never had this kind of interest in North America. We have the India with Bharat 6G Alliance, which is again showing a new region, having a regional view on the 6G. So it shows that there is a lot of different activity globally. So basically we have all the major regions, North America with NextG Alliance, Europe with the 6G Industry Association, with quite a lot of 6G projects, IMT 2030 promotion group in China, and they have a lot of activity in China as well on the IMT 2030 plus other research projects. We have the Bharat 6G Alliance, and we have initiatives in Japan and Korea as well. Some of these initiatives are fairly substantial, especially the IMT 2030 promotion group. It's covering all the different aspects of the 6G, from the research into testbeds, into potential trials, and in a bit of a similar way as NextG Alliance, they are promoting the Chinese interest in this domain. They also have a fairly wide participation within Chinese community, and in general, they are doing a very active and very, very comprehensive research in potential topics for 6G. I think no other region than China can actually match that at this point of time. There is a lot of activity in Europe, there's a lot of activity in the US, but in the US we are still in a phase where these dedicated 6G research projects are being started. We do have a lot of research in academia, so we have a lot of research that can be classified as 6G in North America as well, but we don't have dedicated research projects in the US. And of course, in Bharat 6G Alliance, we are still in the startup phase. So the main message from this slide would be that there is a lot of 6G activity already happening globally, and it is good that we are seeing India also starting regional activities, so it will fit very well into the global picture. But if you look at the next slide, the time is running a bit short. So this is the Ericsson view on 6G timeline. I would claim it has a fairly wide support within the industry. I think we can discuss a little bit, maybe 1 year here and there, on if this is the eventual timeline or not. But we should note that the 6G research has started quite some time ago. So we have had academic and basic research and ITU process already for the last 4 to 5 years. So there is a lot of research on which we can build on as of today. We will also have testbeds and trials. They will come eventually. But before that, we will have the technical standardization starting. And it can be discussed a little bit on when do we start the technical standardization, but the best guess of that would be late 25, maybe early 26. So within a period of 1 to 2 years, there will be a technical standardization activity that will try to, if the research is about opening opportunities, the standardization will be narrowing it down. It will really start to restrict on what are technologies that will be part of 6G. So at that point of time, the research should have already been concluded. There should be solid findings. These are the key technologies. It's just a matter of finding the best way of building a system out of the best possible technologies and letting the ideas from different regions come and be presented in 3GPP, evaluated by 3GPP, and then eventually selected by 3GPP as the 6G standard. And as we move on, we would expect pre-commercial launches. We already see some aggressive operators asking for pre-commercial deployments in 2028. For commercial launch, we are expecting a timeline around 2030 for the first networks to be commercial. And that, of course, means that from the industrialization point of view, we have now the research. The time for that is about to close. We have a period of standardization, but the time of that has to also close relatively early so that we can do commercial products based on standards around 2028. So the main technical choices for 6G, they will have been done during 2027, or maybe even 2026 for the things that require long hardware development cycle. Yes, so that is the second main point. The first point was that there's a lot of 6G activity globally, very big interest, at least in the research community and in governments and regions. The second one is that the time is really running out. The time for the research is now, the time for standardization is tomorrow, and the commercialization is likely to happen around 2030 with pre-commercialization a little bit before that. And the final point for today is that there's a lot of exciting things that one can do in 6G. So we have a lot of different use cases that one can look into. We have new use cases like joint communication and sensing, where you can use a base station as a radar. We will, of course, have the ambition of making the 6G a better system, better for the whole environment, so most sustainable system that we have ever done. I would like to take a step back and discuss the difference between 4G and 5G. It is true that as of today, the 5G networks are not significantly better than 4G networks in terms of energy efficiency. But from technical point of view, we have built into 5G system the building blocks that will make it possible to improve the implementations of 5G to much better levels than what we can do with 4G. And a similar ambition is for 6G. We want to build the technology that makes it possible to run our networks with energy efficiency and sustainability that is not possible with 5G networks in the first place. We have a lot of different technologies. I will not go into details here in this overview. I think we can discuss that in the panel part, but I would like to point out that the role of the AI, it will be very strong, not only in terms of defining the network functions, but also in helping us to operate the network, so reducing the cost of operating network, reducing the amount increase the amount of optimization that we can do, for example, again, for sustainability. And there is a strong benefit of still improving our use of MIMO. So these are maybe some of the key technologies for the 6G. requirements were already touched upon. I will not go into this discussion on are these the right values. We will have to have some kind of a design target, and that is how we normally use the requirements to set the design goals of our system. Then the commercial implementation may not exactly reaching those, but that's a different story. And I want to complete the short introduction with a slide on the spectrum. I think we have already heard a lot about that, but I really want to highlight the importance of the centimeter wave range, where we have the opportunity of getting fairly high bandwidths and having an opportunity of building fairly high capable MIMO systems that will be the key cornerstone of the 6G technology. And with that, I thank you all for listening.
Thank you. Can you please bring up the next slide? Our next speaker will be Shri R.K. Pathak, who will tell us about the Bharat 6G Alliance. Here's the controller.
Good afternoon, namaste. In fact, my introduction was slightly wrong. Right now, I'm not in the government. So, I'm a retired person, but I have joined Bharat 6G Alliance, this new initiative. So, I think this is the correct. Though I was part of Bharat 6G mission and I was part of making of this document, 6G vision document, when I was in Department of Telecommunication. So, to start with, I think Dr. Monisha has already given some comparison 4G and 5G. So, for the audience, I think it's very much desired that why 6G and what India has to do on 6G. Lot of work is going all over the world, and each one is thinking the same 6G in different way. And that's right that we have to see 6G in solving our problems. So it's very important that what is relevance for India in 6G? It can be something else by someone else. So we have certain learnings in making India 5G. And luckily I was part of that report also in 2018. We started in 2018 that can we be the technology provider, because that was the goal we started. But then we came up with the making India 5G ready, and all the ingredients of those reports are still today relevant. So those were that for a country has to a clear defined spectrum roadmap. So that is, I think, today's event topic is there. I am sure that there are a lot of experts might have discussed. So spectrum is the first ingredient. Second, we did lot of regulatory aspect that if you are going for a technology like even at that time 5G and naturally you are going for 6G, then lot of regulations you have to align. So it's nothing to do with Department of Telecommunication alone, but entire country, other departments, they have to come together. Standard participation and consistent participation of experts from the country. So that is also one of the objective. What's the objective? I think we have achieved certain things. Education and awareness. So people like even today discuss, when they discuss about technology, so they I think about the speed part only. And I'm also very pleased that I'm getting more speed and I just changed my mobile. So I'm very pleased. But reality, even 5G, we are unable to exploit use cases. What is happening that you take a case of any operator. So why an operator will make a decision to invest if he is not getting any extra revenue? So it has to generate for the operator a revenue stream. A user, I should have experience and it should solve my problems, then only I will be paying, because I won't pay till I feel that it's solving my one of the problem. So when I was in department, then I think we have working with all the government department ministries that It's the use case and you have to come forward. I think to some extent, I think we have been able to convince them. And I think in the next India Mobile Congress, we will see about more than 20 departments. They will be showcasing their vertical use cases. So even in 6G also, 6G, I think I liked very much the Dr. Monisaj, this one, that next G means it's not 6G, but it's a suite of technologies. So I think, yes, so we have to not work on just 6G, 6G will be one of them, but we have to work on related technology. And we have to convince other actors. It means it's not that telecom, just people feel that telecom technology people are TSPs, or academia, they will do it. But so many others has to come. And societal needs, so can we solve the societal needs problem? Can we solve the OJ, some technologies which can help the old age person or some, what is the problem in case of India is the one health, education, agriculture. So how can this technology help in achieving those objectives? So we have to work together. So these all the aspects while defining even the 6G vision document of Bharat, we have taken into account. So basically there were 6 task forces and they are just indicative because I think now Bharat 6G Alliance is there, so there will be so many multiple reports depending upon individual verticals or maybe needs of a society which we will try to solve and what best technology can be and how India can do that. So these were the, based on that we came up with the Bharat 6G vision. So there are basically 3 aspects. One is affordable, which is very much important for a country like India. So at the same time, whether operators, they would like to just make money, but I think we have to see as a country that how can we develop a technology which is affordable and we connect the last person and we solve the problem of those sectors. Sustainable, I think zero energy perhaps, I think. So we have to go in that direction. So I don't know whether that's we always feel that since we'll be pumping a lot of data, so naturally energy will be there. But I think we have to reduce the energy. So we have to develop technology which is sustainable. Ubiquitous. So ubiquitous, perhaps I think we went and there are so many views that how can we make it ubiquitous or universal coverage and all those things. So how can the technology solve this problem of a country like India also? So keeping that in mind, we designed our Bharat 6G vision statement, and security and trust factors, they are very much important. I think they are even relevant in 5G, but in 6G that will be more relevant because you will be connecting a lot of devices. So how can they solve problem of high quality living experience for the world? So that we have to design a technology which solves our problem. And I'm sure that, India being a country now known for innovations, with the frugal innovations will be able to do justice. So I think in that direction we'll be working together with the industry. But the main challenge is that we have to bring other actors. We have to bring other actors also from the health, I told automotive or other things. If they are not part of your bigger ecosystem, then I think you are not going to make a impactful 6G. This is a Bharat 6G Alliance, like NextG Alliance is also an industry-led body, and now I have completed all the formalities of setting up a 6G Alliance, including GST. So Bharat 6G Alliance is a reality. So we are open for the membership. We have more than 25 members also. So as far as these are the what 6G will do, but I realize that all these forums, they have more or less similar to say. But as a country, I may have certain things that my priority, or I should not reinvent the wheel if something is going on in some other part of the world. So depending upon that, lot of collaborations will be required. And in fact, NextG Alliance was our first collaboration recently. At that time I was in government. And that was my last day. So we had that, and I happens to be associated with even that Bharat Next G Alliance and Bharat 6G Alliance MOU, because I was member secretary of Bharat 6G Alliance. So we have to, as I told that, build consortium of Indian startups. So I think Indian startup is very much important for a country like India. So while defining Bharat 6G Alliance, I have made a membership that any startup up to a turnover of 10 crore can just pay rupees 10,000, up to 50 crore 50,000, to 100 crore 1 lakhs, and 1 lakhs is for the government, PSUs, academia, so many 1 lakhs, and then more than that is the 5 lakhs, that is the highest. So we have tried to kept it at a level that is affordable, one say, because our affordable is the first important, and how can we bring them all and make them all as a part of the ecosystem. So just to indicate a pictorial, there is a Bharat 6G Apex Council, which is headed by Honorable Minister in Department of Telecommunications, and there are most of the government department you feel, Space, DST, in fact Principal Secretary PSA to the Government of India is there, Niti Aayog, Commerce, all are part of that. In addition, there is a 4 members from Bharat 6G Alliance, and Chairman of TSDSI representing Standard Director directly, and Chairman of COI directly represent operators, because operators is a very important ingredients of any technology. So Bharat 6G Alliance will be basically working with Apex Council. So whatever is recommendations, they will go to the Apex Council in Department of Telecommunications, and they will naturally give their recommendations to different bodies. It has a governing council, expert committees, working group, coalitions, and right now we have decided certain working groups. So they are on spectrum, devices, sensor and manufacturing ecosystem, technology, applications, green and sustainability, outreach, and 5G use cases and revenue stream. So revenue stream, I think why I'm just, even I have covered here also. And I realize that operators has the bigger role to play any standard development. So operators should not come at the last during the trial, but they should be from the day one part of this any initiatives, because they have to not only develop technology but do pilots, and lot of course corrections will be there till we reach even 28. So that we are doing in phases, phase 1, phase 2. So first 2 years is exploratory, lot of risk will be there, we will do corrections, but then we will be going ahead. And I am happy to share that we have certain 6G labs, including one 6G labs from the Nokia itself. So congratulations to them also that they have set up their 6G lab in India. And we have funded certain more labs under TTDF at different academic institutions, but startup will be part of all these initiatives. So that is the difference than earlier funding. Since topic was spectrum, so I thought that let me just share. These were the recommendations, key recommendations of Bharat 6G task forces, and we will be working with Department of Telecommunication, WPC, and other stakeholders for achieving these objectives. So I think I am sure that this has already been discussed, so I won't be, but what is important that we won't be just working with Department of Telecommunications, but being association will be working with the Department of Space, MIB, all the separately, and then giving their consolidated views to Department of Telecommunication, TEC, WPC, wherever relevant. So that is more important. So this is what about I would like to say about the Bharat 6G Alliance. With this, I would like to thank you. And any questions, I can reply. And Bharat 6G Alliance is the website, and membership is open for anyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pathak. So our next speaker will be Mr. Jitendra Singh. He will tell us a little bit more about spectrum for 6G.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. Good afternoon to all of you. I'm sure that post-lunch session is an important session, and most important things are discussed mostly post-lunch session. So please be active on this, because this is going to help you a lot. So I will be speaking on Bharat 6G, which is already spoken, and I will also touch on some of those issues, and then also speak about some of the relevant spectrum which is being discussed around 6G discussions in various forums, especially in ITU. So one of the question was that, which in the previous session was that why are we, what is the status of 4G or LTE, and how are we going to fade it away? In India, we still have 2G services going on in terms of GSM services, because that is a need of, and that is a lay of the ground in India. So these technologies keep coming, and then they make a leap every 10 years. This is what has been seen. And IMT 2020, which was 5G, was, as the name suggests, IMT 2020, it was finalized in 2020. And in India, 5G spectrum was auctioned in 2022. So by the time this technology gets deployed and develops and gets deployed and used, there is a time for next generation, and the new experience which comes from the current usages will give a thought on how to use the next set of technology, how to develop that. So this work has already started, and so how it is related with, and what is the relationship with timelines on developing a technology. If you see the row, which is the center row, you will find that in, and that is about IMT, various IMT technologies which have been developed till now, including IMT 2020. So there is a time which is taken to develop a technology, to formulate a technology, then develop it, and then after that you create, prepare the right spectrum for that technology, get the right spectrum out of, for the use of that technology, and then the technology gets deployed. So if you see the center or the second row, you will find that in 2020, the technology was finalized as IMT 2020, and then the deployment process started happening across the globe. In some countries, it actually happened much before the technology was finalized, for example, US. But now, for example, India, if you take, we auctioned the spectrum in 2022, and now the technology deployment is happening, and it is going in the very fast pace, which is very good. So in similar lines, when you talk of IMT 2030, which is 6G, IMT 2030 is ITU nomenclature, where 6G is more commercial in for understanding purpose. So the current situation is that the vision of that technology has been discussed and was finalized, almost finalized last month. So that is known as framework. So that framework has been now frozen. Now if you see the third row, which speaks about spectrum for IMT, now is the time to see what are the spectrum bands which we need to actually study to find out, and then use those bands finally when we finalize those identification activity. And if I go back 4 years from now, let's say 8 years from now, in 2015, WRC 2015, we were discussing exactly the same thing, that what should be the bands for 5G, and those bands were then identified, and then those were studied during the WRC cycle of 2019, and the final set of bands were identified in 2019. And now those spectrum bands were available after 2020, because the technology got approved in 2020. So now we are using those bands. So that is the kind of life, at a time it takes to actually develop a spectrum, and therefore you need to identify or at least select certain bands for studies for IMT, for the next generation of IMT. And that's what you see in the third row, where the black triangle is there, which shows that in 2023, end of 2023, you should be having those spectrum bands for studies in ITUR to understand that what are the bands finally get selected, which will be somewhere around 2027. We'll know these are the bands which are identified. And then if you relate that with the standards development activity, on the first row, you'll find that the requirements or the minimum requirements of the next generation of technology is finalized by that time, and you know what spectrum bands can actually meet those requirements. And then you start developing your standards based on that. And then finally, the technology is finalized and then is declared or is announced as a particular set of technology, for example, 2030 in this case, IMT 2030. And then the cycle of deployment will start happening after that. There is a possibility some countries may deploy little bit early. I remember one announcement or one of the views or the vision from the Honorable Prime Minister was that why not to have 6G in India by 2027. So there are countries who can actually go ahead and then deploy based on the kind of work they do and the leadership they want to take on 6G. So when we talk of 5G and 6G opportunities, and if you talk of this decade, which is where we have 5G getting deployed now and development of 6G is happening, we are talking of ubiquitous low power sensing and real-time actions or extremely low latency discussions. And we are also talking of immersive interactions and human augmentation to the next level by merging physical world, digital world, and virtual world. So this is a kind of concept as we go into the development of technology, 6G technology, we'll find all these being discussed. And all this coming together and making a common technology which can actually handle all these kind of requirements. So this was also probably discussed in the technology innovation group which was created, and I'm happy to be sharing the dais with Pathak ji, who was the owner of this activity when he created this task force, of course, as part of DOT at that time. And the task force had 6 or 7 groups. And in these groups were tasked to actually study and come out with recommendation for creating the 6G vision. And there are at least 2 items here where you see a asterisk mark. And that is because just to show off that we are part of that work as individuals in spectrum policy and devices. So this vision was created and this was shared by Pathak ji in his presentation. So one thing was very clear, that this vision was a clear-cut vision. There was no confusion here. The vision was design, develop, and deploy 6G network technologies that provide ubiquitous, intelligent, and secure connectivity for high-quality living experience for the world. So there was no confusion in the vision statement. So that means that it is very clear to the government that what it wants, how it wants to go ahead with the development of 6G technology, and how leadership has been thought about getting into 6G technology development by India. So based on this, Bharat 6G mission was created this year. There are 2 phases. Phase 1 is from 2023 to 2025 and phase 2 from 2025 to 2030. Other aspects were already covered on 6G mission objectives, function of 6G, and then Bharat 6G Alliance, which was covered by Pathak ji. So on Bharat 6G Alliance, before getting into Bharat 6G Alliance, there was one Next G Alliance slide which says that government agencies are also invited to participate. Unfortunately, in Bharat 6G Alliance, it is the other way around, that it is said that you, as affiliate members, companies like ours, are also invited to be part of it, but we don't have any rights to vote or right to contribute in the right sense. So I will request Pathak ji to look into this and see if we can get more opportunity to contribute, because one thing which you mentioned in your presentation was that you don't want to reinvent the wheel. We'll help you to ensure that you don't reinvent the wheel. So please give us that opportunity, and let us also have voting rights and privileges so that we can have equal opportunity to contribute. So the work which happened in ITUR on creating the framework for 6G or IMT 2030, Indian contribution was there, extensive contribution, just which was equally aligned with what the vision statement was, which I showed you. Main focus was on ubiquity, and this is what you see on the left hand side. These two circles which you see on the one which on the left hand side is usage scenario for IMT 2030. If you see a triangle which is in the center is the original triangle which you saw when we were discussing 5G. Development of standards for 5G. That triangle was there. Now it has become a hexagon with new elements coming in, and the one which you see in the red circle is what India had pushed, and I'm happy to share that Jishnu, who is on the dais, was one of the key speaker on the behalf of Indian delegation to push this along with other members. So this is something which is now part of the global adoption of IMT 2030 framework. Similarly, on the new capabilities, the one which you see on the right hand side, the green colored text or green colored portions or pies of the circle are the one which are already part of 5G, but the kind of enhancement which is done is shown in this circle, whereas on the blue shaded pies are the one which are the new capabilities. And again, there are two parts in this where input is was from India, and they are now part of the IMT 2030 framework, or the IMT 2030 or 6G vision in ITUR. So I would say that this was some work which was we did not see in earlier WRCs. So this is something which is good, where we see that everyone is coming together to push and get aligned, and this will ensure that the standards work which happens in India gets aligned with the standards work which is happening globally, because we are now part of this entire activity. So maybe we'll see more participation of Indian companies in 3GPP and related activities, so as to have a common standards going forward for 6G. So the work which is happening on same lines and in Working Party 5D, which takes care of IMT activities in ITUR. So the one, the long, the red line which you see is basically the current status where we are going to WRC right now. But once we come out from after WRC, we will have different phases of activities which will happen in Working Party 5D in terms of understanding the requirements and then creating technology around those requirements, and then the approval process and the evaluation process of that entire thing, and then coming to the conclusion by 2030. So these are a number of meetings which you see. All these meetings, I am sure that as or the DOT will ensure that our participation is maximum on all these meetings to ensure what we have decided as Bharat 6G mission is achieved by this. On same lines, what happens in parallel is in 3GPP is path to 6G, where we have various releases which deal with the technology work which is happening in actual terms in 3GPP to come out with the various releases of 3GPP, which include various aspects of technology. And if you see the versions which you can actually see, which will start be taken as or considered as part of 6G and or 5G advanced. So these are already laid out parameters. So this also gives an indication that what are our milestones and by what time we need to do what. So there are various aspects which have been discussed and are being discussed in as far as 3GPP and other technology companies who are actually taking leadership in this activity, which I think something shown by Ericsson also earlier was coordinated spectrum sharing, new radio designs, communication resiliency, AI/ML, and network architecture, merging of worlds. So all this is also part of the path which we take forward towards 6G standardization activity. And then coming to the frequency for 6G requirements. So the different reasons why to have different frequency bands or new frequency bands, because there will be new policies which will require different kind of usages. For example, we did not have any specific requirement for industrial usages prior to 2020, but now this is a new thing which is coming up, and you are looking for new spectrum for these kind of services or these kind of use cases. There will be different new use cases and scenarios which will need to cover, and that will require a new kind of spectrum. So new radio designs are happening. So for that also you require different kind of spectrum, maybe different kind of antenna designs and all that stuff will happen. So you will require different kind of spectrum bands to deal with this. And so typically, as you know, that as you go higher in the frequency band, the capacity increases, but your coverage decreases. So if you have a spectrum in 900 megahertz band, typically you would have at the most, I'm looking only on IMT bands, you would have at the most 25 megahertz of spectrum if you give entire spectrum to one particular operator. Whereas if you go to 3300 megahertz band, maybe one operator would have 100 megahertz of spectrum. So, but the coverage point of view, it will be totally different story altogether. So therefore, if we can improve this meeting point to a level where we come down to a particular spectrum where capacity is also sufficiently available, and also the coverage is sufficiently available, then that is a sweet spot we are looking at, and probably that is the range we are talking of right now for 6G point of view. And so if you see all these ranges, somewhere around 7 to 24 gigahertz range is the one which actually comes into this category when we are talking of the future requirements. And we are also, when we're talking of 6G, we are not limiting only purely for terrestrial activities. We are also talking of different other modes, which includes some different kind of satellites or HAPS or UAVs and other different platforms which are possible. So, and then there is already a discussion going on in ITU or in various regions whether to have a agenda item on having MSS satellite services or mobile satellite services to provide similar kind of services along with IMT below 3 gigahertz. So that is also one of the discussions which is happening. So all this was probably considered by the Bharat 6G vision spectrum bands, and various spectrum bands were identified since I was part of that committee. So one of those bands which was key bands which we understood during the discussions was 6.425 to 24 gigahertz band. Why 6.425 to onwards? Because 6.425 to 7.125 was still at that time not discussed or finalized, or there was no clarity about that band at that point of time. So this is part of this discussion. So if I see these ranges, what is the situation in India? This is as per the allocation and assignments. So there are different, I am sure it is a long x-axis, so you can actually read it here. So this is information is available, and then you can see the different users, different kind of services which are already existing. So nothing is a clean slate available for just go and start deploying 6G or carrying out trials on 6G. So this means you need to do more studies, whether it is 10 to 13 gigahertz or 13 to 16 gigahertz. So all these bands have already some usages. So it means you have to actually do these studies in ITUR or internally also before we want to go to ITUR. So overall, if I see the possibilities of spectrum bands, which if I see, and the top row actually shows what is the situation in India, I will not go into details, but the blue line which you see, or blue arrows which you see below the first row is the preference of the telecom industry in general. There may be some other usages also, but this is in general the preference of telecom industry. The one which you see immediately below it is the red set of arrows, which are basically also showing that in some countries this may not be possible because these are also part of NATO bands. So those countries who are following this may not actually go for it. The last line where you see total figure is the one which was based on the outcome of the studies which happened in NPC, and though NPC is the National Preparatory Committee for WRC, led by the wireless advisor. So this committee before APG meeting in August actually concluded these frequency bands which they can actually go ahead for further studies. So this is the summary of all the bands which are in India, but what is happening globally is a number of frequency bands being discussed right now, and there are certain countries who are supporting certain bands, there are countries who are not supporting certain bands. So this is a complex issue which will be actually discussed and sorted out probably during WRC itself. That's why it is 4 weeks of WRC. And so the conclusion of all these summaries of various regions and sub-regions in ITU are about these frequency bands. You can see that APT or Asia Pacific telecommunity or APAC region is supportive of having certain frequency bands for 6G or IMT 2030. I will just call it 6G or next generation of IMT. ASMG, which is the Arabian Spectrum Management Group, they are also supportive of certain frequency bands. African Telecom Union is not in favor of any band. CEPT is also not very happy with new frequency bands. CETEL, which is America's, is supportive of certain frequency bands. And Russian group is also favoring some bands, not all the bands. So maximum bands which you see will be coming are basically pushed by APT region. So, and we are part of that. So we have to work on this. We have to, when we go to WRC, we need to go there with open mind. It is WRC is not deciding the outcome as a IMT band of these frequency bands, but it is only to identify that yes, these bands should be studied in the next 4-year cycle. Based on the outcome of those studies, then you decide in WRC 27 that what band are then identified for IMT. So this is a complex process, it is a long process, and we should not close our doors by saying no, we don't want to support anything. We should go ahead and try to see whether we are in a position to get the right bands which actually are possible in India. Maybe today we see some bands are possible, but tomorrow we may find that those bands are not possible because these bands are not only for India, these are global. This is a global activity. And similarly, there can be some bands where we find that we did not support it today, but it was pushed by some other countries because they wanted it, and then we can, after going through the technical studies, we realize that yes, we can coexist. And then we also open those bands. So this is something which we should look into with more open mind and try to support so that we have the right understanding out of and as the outcome of WRC 27 once the studies have been done. So with this, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very comprehensive overview of Bharat 6G, 6G spectrum. Next, I'd like to ask Professor Radhakrishna Ganti to give us the academic viewpoint of what's going on with 6G.
Thank you for having here, Bhatia sir, Professor Ghosh. It's a pleasure to be here. So, I mean, I was involved in 5G last about some 8 years. I had the opportunity of being part of both the standardization activities as well as building some test beds based on this. I'll just give you some my view of what were the shortcomings of 5G and where is 6G headed, at least from an academic perspective. Okay, so in 5G, ITU played a very important role of setting up the KPI and followed by 3GPP trying to meet the specifications. So what now in retrospect when I see this, I believe that we overpromised. Okay, so we overpromised, and that became a benchmark of what the industry and the people expected out of 5G. Okay, so that was one of the issues. I mean, we were talking about gigabits of data rate, millisecond latency. Of course, when we did the ITU evaluation, only the technical people understood how these were evaluated. From an ordinary perspective, when you say a few gigabits per second, okay, how do you get few gigabits per second, 10 gigabits per second data rate? I mean, lots of carrier aggregation were involved, so many issues were involved, which we were not able to realize when we do a deployment because of various reasons, one being technological, one being economical reasons, okay? That is one issue. And the second issue was 5G was everything was sped up. I mean, those of you who have followed 3GPP standardization activities for release 15, I mean, it was a crazy time. Okay, people were, I mean, because of a lot of, again, administrative and economic reasons, things were pushed fast. Even before technology matured, things were pushed into the standards, and now we are stuck with it. Okay. See, 5G is delivering, and the next versions of 5G are going to become better and better. But always the starting version is the most important thing. That's what makes or breaks a final technology. I mean, that's the first impression that people had. The 5G that we have now is the first and the best impression that people have. Even now when I go out and some of my neighbors ask, okay, why I'm not getting 1 gigabit on my cell phone? I really don't know the answer to it. I can't tell him, you don't have massive MIMO here with carrier aggregation. It just doesn't work that way. Okay, so it's very important. Okay, I don't think we should make the same mistakes when we go for 6G. We should first of all, inspect what happened in 5G. I won't say it's a failure or anything, but we have to at least technically inspect what happened in 5G, and we should not make the same mistake. When we are moving to 6G, I'm hearing lots of technological things. I want to use massive MIMO with thousands of antennas, terahertz. From an academic perspective, it makes me very happy. Okay, because I can write papers, I can publish, I can do all this. But from a perspective of implementing this, okay, sitting down and thinking about all this carefully, I see a lot of gaps again. Okay, one more thing, as Professor Ghosh pointed out, 6G is not going to be about single technology. Again, the same mistake of single standard trying to do a lot of things. I don't think it's a correct way of going forward. It's going to be a combination of a lot of things. Across all bodies, people should be appreciative enough and accommodate everything. Okay, for example, trying to push satellite networks into 3GPP or trying to, do everything being done by 3GPP may not be the correct way to go forward. Okay, that's something that we have to keep in mind. One technology cannot provide all the verticals and solve all the world problems. I don't think that's the correct way of looking at it. Okay, so, but saying that 5G is growing, 5G forms a very fantastic base, at least what 3GPP has developed. It's going to take time to mature and to reheat. There are lots of technological issues. Those of you working on this will understand getting a massive MIMO system work, even for bigger companies, it's a very non-trivial issue. Okay, it takes time. So, from Bharat, I'm very happy that from an Indian perspective, we are on par with everyone. We are following ITU. We are doing 6G Bharat Alliance. This is fantastic. This is a dream come true. But we should also try to figure out, not rush into things, see what is possible, specifically from an Indian perspective. Our requirements are different. Our financial abilities are different. Everything is different. So we have to sit down and have a good discussion on this. Okay. So since I'm just going to take a couple of more minutes. Since it's a spectrum conference, I think spectrum is the most important thing. From now, from 2G to 4G to 5G, the only differentiating factor was the quantum of spectrum that's available. Okay, that's what gives you the speed at this point. Massive MIMO, maybe it gives you 2x, 3x, but finally spectrum is what decides. So it's very important that in the early stages that we figure out what is the spectrum that's going to get allocated to 6G. Okay, and start thinking about in terms of technology, both technology development. Is it feasible to do this? For example, indoor coverage. When you have 3.5 gigahertz, are you getting signal inside the house? When you go to 7 gigahertz, will you really get a signal inside your house? So where does the 7 gigahertz spectrum fit into this thing? Okay, so these are the things that we should openly discuss, have a perspective on this before we sign up on it. Okay, so regarding the test beds. So, we have built the 5G test bed. Now it's being used by a lot of people. I would like to thank government that they have also sanctioned some 6G test bed. As an academic, I'm working on terahertz. Okay, on terahertz test beds, and there's IRS projects that are happening. There's a lot of interesting activity that's happening from an academic perspective. I welcome all the industry to participate in this. One more point I just want to make is regarding this Open RAN thing. Okay, so when we started when the Open RAN standard started, it was a very nice, beautiful standard, which was small enough so that everyone can implement it. Okay, but now again, it is also becoming a big monster by itself. So to implement a standard is a very complicated thing. Okay, so already a small company implementing a 3GPP standard, for example, it's a very complicated thing. It requires huge teams. In addition to that, now you have an ORAN standard, Open RAN standard. Okay, it's now becoming as complicated or as difficult as the 3GPP standard. We have implemented this ORAN standard. That's why I'm telling you this. Okay, so we have implemented this ORAN standard. So when we implement standards, one thing that you should see is when I teach a course on standards, my students ask, are everything going to be implemented? The answer is maybe 1% or 2% of what is there in a standard gets implemented. So then why do you write this complicated standard? Okay, this is something that you have to think about. Okay, all this have economic implications in terms of what industry can build, what you are promising to them. Okay, so it's a very nice step that we are taking, that we are looking ahead for 6G, but I think we should sit down, think about it, contemplate about what were the misgivings of 5G, and then proceed further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ganti. It is, I think, interesting that the two academics on the panel want to slow down, look backwards, learn from 5G before we go rushing into 6G. So finally, we round out the panel with our final speaker, Dr. Jishnu from Tejas Networks. And then, since we are running a little bit low on time, we will just open up to the audience for your questions to keep it interactive.
Thank you, Professor Ghosh. Thank you, Bhatia sir, for inviting me. I also don't have slides. So I just want to set some expectations also right about 6G. So when this framework document was made this time, people were very clear that people have learned from past experience. You can see that data which was shown by Jitendra in that slide, everything was put in bracket. The idea was it's a research thing. So the first part of that framework document was, this was an idea to give to the researchers what they should target towards. It was never a deployment scenario. So that itself got lost in that image, because when we see pictures, whether it's in social media or otherwise, we don't actually read the content. In the content, it was clearly mentioned that framework document is about research targets and it's not about deployment targets. So that itself was lost, and I don't know how does it capture, but this time it is nicely done, whereby it is put in bracket and there is no one single number given. The second part is, like, the topic was use case, technology, and spectrum. In the use cases, we have identified 3 new use cases, which is basically about artificial intelligence, ubiquitous connectivity, which, as Jitendra mentioned, it is something which is dear to each one of us, and it's a requirement which got in from India, and this was part of the Bharat 6G vision as well. So the ubiquitous connectivity is one of the usage scenario. The third one is about sensing, which is also as important. So I heard something about can we integrate radar is another aspect, which is sort of, can we start sensing it? So what do we get more than what we have in 5G? The 5G, first thing on the spectrum part is, like, I remember when 700 megahertz spectrum was being discussed, it was originally meant for 4G. But actually what we see now is it's getting deployed for 5G. So some of the spectrum, when we start now discussing, some of them may be the 5G spectrum, which we are discussing now, may become 6G spectrum, or later some of the 6G spectrum may be 7G. So spectrum, I am not even discussing now, though it's a spectrum conference. All spectrums are good to be used. So you, from a vendor perspective, give us as much spectrum as you give, and we will make product around it. So no issues on that. The second part on the 2 aspects which I want to discuss, ubiquitous connectivity, one aspect is, it's not just about terrestrial network. If you see 6G and if the spectrums which we are discussing, if you don't get the 7 to 24 gigahertz spectrum, and if it's in terahertz, you are thinking about actually street lights, okay, where you are supposed to get connectivity. So it's no more wireless, it's all optical. So all your backhaul has to be optical. So the network itself will not look anything, it has nothing to do with wireless. It's all optical network with something like a light glowing around to give you the last mile connectivity, or the last furlong connectivity, not even last mile. So, so the issue is not just about, we are getting so obsessed with RF technology, and if you move to terahertz, if you see purely from a physics perspective, it looks more like optical wave rather than an RF signal. And I think we are still trying to see whether we can use the OFDMA, OFDM, etc. in that higher frequency band, which is just ridiculous. Okay, so it doesn't make sense. There are some research done by NTT Docomo to do what is called an orbital angular momentum, which is giving terabits per second, which is a completely different waveform. But now the question is, how do you bring it into some 3GPP standard, which has been using OFDM for quite some time. So that's where I think the AI part comes in. So can we start with, say, initially talking 3GPP as a protocol, and then completely move out of that based on your usage scenario? So do we need to even have a standard? Okay, so it's like, can we initially start with some standard and completely move out of it? So this is one option which AI provides. So that's one of the aspects which is there. The second thing is sensing. Sensing is important because till now, till what we have done till 5G, always we needed a connected device, which basically means you need a SIM or an eSIM to connect it. So only for connected devices we could use it. But if you want to do holographic communication or XR, VR, we also have to sense the surroundings so that to introduce our object. So that's two key things which are different between 5G and 6G. And that from the technology perspective, you can see there is something called reconfigurable intelligent surface, which was mentioned earlier, which could be a good way to increase your rank, whereby if you have if you can control the reflectivity. There was a research paper from IISc on even if you randomly modify the phase, it seems you are getting improvement. So that could be one key technology which makes sense. Then there is around it what is called the holographic radio. So these are two different aspects of it. Generally, we could increase the modulation, but I don't know whether it really makes sense to go above 1024, which is already being done in 5G. Then coding can be improved. So another aspect, if you see coming from an optical background also, is that you don't really need to do packet level or frame level coding. You could also do a network level coding. Even if at a network level, if things are like properly corrected, that could be one other way. So this is one of the topic which is under 3GPP discussion, but can be part of the 6G standard as well. So from a technology perspective, I see there are a lot of different options coming up. And again, these are all under research. Okay, so none of this, the deployment targets is 2030. So we have enough time. I think Bharat 6G Alliance has been formed, Next Generation Alliance, and all this are parallelly working on. But there are specific cases, like in India, we have 60% rural area, which is unlike anywhere in the world. So we would have some scenarios which we would have to do differently compared to, so that's why we have a coverage as a metric which was added from India, along with interoperability, which may be done in an open RAN way or in a different way, but interoperability was one thing. One thing which we couldn't add was what was called composability, in the sense, do we need to do the same standard for all the usage scenario? Do we need to exactly, can we have separate standard for different things? So that was something which couldn't get through, but it's again can be discussed later in future things. So these are aspects which are being considered, and the good thing from our side is like, I see unlike 5G time, there's a huge Team India sort of effort which went in to get the 6G framework document done. Everyone, not just industry, academia, from government, it was a complete effort, and nice to see Bharat 6G Alliance formed very early, unlike last time when we didn't have any of this. TSDSA itself took a lot of time to form. So this time we are there, we are very early, we are there at the right time, and hopefully we should make a very big impact when the final technology comes up, and hopefully we are the first country to deploy 6G. And that's with that, I just want to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It would indeed be great for India to be the first country to deploy 6G. So I think we have a few minutes. Let's go with some questions.
Thanks for bringing us back to the earth, Professor Monisha and Professor Gandhi, because this is what I've been very disillusioned with 5G. Because see, forget about the consumer experience. As a technology guy who designs systems, and we were given three corners, I've only seen enhanced mobile broadband. I've not seen URLLC, I've not seen the MMTC yet, and how can we call it a 5G there? And we are talking 6G already. Should we really continue talking 6G? I think we need to first meet that imperative that we set, targets we set, before we start talking about the next generation of next G, whatever it is. That is one of the things, but having said that, I think when we talk about spectrum, we get so hogged out with this thing, with this, particularly the cellular ecosystem, that we forget there are a lot of use cases which can be met without cellular ecosystem, but technologies also. And those use cases I don't see on any discussion platform. And particularly when I saw those use cases, most of these IoT use cases do not need so much of bandwidth. Yes, they need a lot of density at times in some use cases, but not always. But what they need is maybe even the constrained networks. And we are not talking ample spectrum bandwidth for those use cases. I think I'm not trying to pitch for anything. And those use cases are most, as I mentioned yesterday, but they didn't get any response, they are most conducive for the sub-gigahertz band. And that is the most prized band, I understand that. But I think we need to bring some kind of parity to the use case, the serving the society, rather than simply making a spectrum as a, money making and money charge. Either for government it is auctioning the spectrum, and for cellular operators, it's then what we have paid, we need to recover it manifold. It should be, I think, beyond that, spectrum should be looked at in a much more ubiquitous societal imperatives way than looking at that. And one question that I have is, how do we meet these imperatives, and particularly the sustainability again is a thing which people have not answered. How do we meet these kind of imperatives with so much pressure on the ecosystem? Any answer to this pressure part?
Yeah, so let me address one of the points you raised, which is, 5G has really only deployed EMBB at this point. There is a fundamental issue there, which I don't think gets talked about much, is that all 5G spectrum pretty much is being allocated as TDD spectrum, time division duplex, which means that every carrier has to choose an uplink and downlink split. Now, it turns out that, going back to what Professor Ganti said, that you have all these options and only 1% gets implemented. So 3G specification gives you a huge range of splits that you can use. You can use 1 slot down, 10 slots up, nothing down, all up, all of those options. But guess what gets implemented? All that gets implemented is one TDD split, because it turns out that if you have carriers in adjacent band and they deploy different splits, they interfere with each other. Or if you deploy a different split in one area and from another, you interfere with yourself, right? So the easiest thing to do is to pick the split that will get you the most money, which is EMBB. So in URLLC, you might require, or in some other applications, you might require a very high uplink throughput, but in most EMBB cases, you require more downlink throughput. So there are technical issues why a lot of these things, in the rush to define use cases, I don't think enough thought was made as to how does one network actually serve all these use cases. So I agree with you, and we should be thinking more. We leave a lot of these decisions to 3GPP to do, and perhaps a lot more thought needs to be put into what is the use case, and how should we define the system. Anybody else?
Thanks. I'll also like to add that and go back to, we'll go back to IMT 2000, IMT Advanced actually. So in India, spectrum was auctioned for that time called BWA, was in 2010. But the technology came somewhere around 2014, and that was the time when the deployment started happening, and it took some time for us to actually absorb the technology, because I remember some discussions on such platforms happening that India is a voice market, there is no need for data in India. And that was the understanding at that point of time. But as consumers, all of us, all Indians showed that no, we are a different category altogether. And today we are probably the largest data consumers in the world. But that took some time, from the development of technology to deployment to actually started using it. Devices coming in that category ranges where affordability was possible. So this is a cycle which cannot happen overnight, because in India, 5G was auctioned last year. The spectrum which was auctioned was in, like Dr. Ghosh mentioned, it was in C band, which is TDD band, then in millimeter wave band, again TDD band. There were some spectrum which was taken by one of the operators, Reliance Jio, in 700 MHz band. Hopefully others will also take in future. And then they will be able to provide more different categories of services of that triangle, depending on the demand, and then again depending on the affordability of. So one of the issues which was in the previous session was about Industry 4.0, or the requirement which came from Tata. So all those requirements are coming up and they will be met. So we cannot make a judgment today after 1 year of a spectrum made available that this cannot be done or this is not possible. So let's wait for another, because the technology development was not for year one, it was for the entire length of the technology to survive. So probably we'll see that thing happening in India also.
Yeah, I would like to echo the comments from Qualcomm, but first one clarification. I actually think that of the three corners of the 5G system, the broadband, massive MTC and critical MTC, two have been very widely deployed. The massive MTC has been deployed because the massive MTC component of 5G is the narrowband IoT LTE category M, and there are more than 1 billion devices using those technologies out. So I would say that has been one of the successes of extending the 5G beyond mobile broadband. The massive MTC, and we will have this sort of 5G native massive MTC devices coming up in the next release of 3GPP, the reduced category capability devices in release 17. So I think that's good to keep in mind that it takes time for technology to actually evolve into new use cases. And of course, mobile broadband being the easiest use case, the one that we have the business support, is the one to take off first. And in India, has been a massive take-up in the last year after we have started deploying it. The other use cases take more time, and especially critical communication with new use case, it will take more time before we actually see that entering the market, unfortunately.
Any other questions?
My question is more on academic level. So I will address the academic people also. Because the delivery of the 5G or the 6G as a whole is the wireless part and also the support network system. A lot of things have been done and being spoken about the 5G and 6G, about the spectrum, but what is happening to the supporting network, which is mostly an optical point? Do you talk about the 5th generation of optical network also, or 6th generation of optical network supporting the 5G mobile and 5G spectrum or the 6G spectrum, etc.? Or do you have something, once you are speaking about the MIMO, etc., do you have the spatial division multiplexing supporting the network, optical networks, which is carrying a terabit and petabit type of the networks, etc., for supporting the, that is why one of the systems, why it is failing, it is one of the systems, we have a lot of work on the wireless part, but we don't have having much of the work on the supporting network system. So I'm just asking for this.
So, yeah, so by the way, so if you see optical, whatever, there is one good thing in optical is that we can control the channel. Okay, the channel is not like in the air scenario. So, so similar things are happening. So if you have what is called cysteine QAM, in optical we have something called DPQPSK. So because I can have both the polarization being used, unlike in wireless, because we hold the phone in different direction and I can't really fully use the polarization the way I can use in optical domain. That is happening. You can see the LDPC codes which are used in wireless, in the 5G part of it is also used in PON, passive optical network. So the new PONs, which is the Compo PON, XGS PON, etc., use LDPC codes. There are slight differences. Say, for example, in long distance optical network, you mostly get burst errors. So we use Reed-Solomon codes, unlike. So there are some differences which are whatever medium specific, but there are evolution which is happening and things are much simpler there. So what has happened, if you see from a standardization perspective in optical, there are two major technology. One is an optical access technology, which are based on PON, passive optical network. These are all done in ITU. There is no outsourcing which was done by ITU to any other organization to the standardization. So things are much cleaner there. So there was an OTN technology, which actually all you need to do to scale is basically reduce the time or what you want to say, or increase the speed at which you send the byte. So it has become sort of standard whereby each technology, we just have to follow what is called the Nielsen law, double the capacity every 18 months. But usually the deployment times are not doubling every 18 months. So we usually deploy 3 to 4 years with each generation. So it's, yeah, so there also we have a DSPs which runs at sort of 100 gigabaud, much higher than what you do here. So that's what is the research which is also happening now. So we are reaching 1 terabits per second in optical per wavelength. We are reaching what is called a system throughput limit. That's something on the optical side. In access, we are similarly scaling it up from GPON, which was 1 gig PON or 2.5 gig downlink, 1 gig uplink. It's gone to 10 gig, and we are now most likely by the next time it will be 50 gig PON, which would be 50 gig downlink and 50 gig uplink. So optical is keeping up. Things are much simpler there. We just have to scale it up, and very unlike here. The other thing also, one more thing which is a major shift in optical is we need some change in the optical fiber layout, which is called SDM, which is called Space Division Multiplexing. SDM, yeah, you have to roll out the network. I think one research is happening right now as we speak in IIT Madras. They are laying an SDM link and testing it out. So that is basically because we have reached what is called the 100 Tbps limit, system throughput limit on the optical fiber. So that would need a fiber change, but otherwise more or less we can sort of keep pace with what is happening on the access side. Thank you.
So just let me just add one point to this. See, what you said is absolutely right. So specifically the front hall link of massive MIMO solutions. As the number of antennas increase, the data rate of this has to be scaled up. Yeah, so that's a big problem. Currently, with 32 antennas or 64 antennas, you are seeing a throughput of about 40 Gbps links are required without compression. So a lot of compression technologies are also being developed there. Another point I want to raise is PTP. So most of the networks can be synchronized by PTP, but our backbone networks are not PTP ready. Most of them are not PTP ready as of now. So both of them have to go hand in hand.
Yeah. Yeah, I have two very quick questions. I know we're running against time. You know, none of you spoke about Edge, and we all know that Edge plays a critical role in 5G. I think we are keen to know what's going to be the innovation in Edge with 6G, because today 5G and Edge are really so closely intertwined, and most of the innovations are happening at the Edge. So any comments on that? And the last quick question. Any thoughts on the new potential attack surfaces and attack vectors in 6G? Just curious. So thanks.
Anybody wants to talk about Edge? So, go ahead.
Yeah, on the Edge, I think that AI native part of it, right, has more to do with Edge, because otherwise you would not be able to do what is called holographic communication, etc. You would have to do a lot of processing on the Edge, though we were all discussing radio interface technology, and especially the IMT 2030 doesn't, within the WP50, this is just mentioned that you should have ubiquitous computing everywhere. So how do you use it is not mentioned, but I think the holographic communication is more about Edge and how do we do it.
I think Edge will also be very useful for reducing latency. So for those applications like in factories and all where you need millisecond latencies for real-time control, those will come in. And again, I think it's an evolution that will happen. So in the interest of time, we have gone quite a bit over. Thank you all for your participation, and we will close the session now. Thank you all.
I'd like to express my deepest appreciation to all my panelists. Thank you all for your valuable insights on the most important topic of the day. I request Dr. Monisha Ghosh to kindly present mementos to all our panelists. Firstly, Dr. Jane Pesa. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Shri R.K. Pathak ji. Thank you so much, sir. Professor Radhakrishna Gandhi. Thank you very much for joining us today, sir. And last but not the least, Dr. A. Jishnu. Thank you very much, sir. I request all of you all to please pose for a photograph. I thank all my panelists once again. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a coffee break. We look forward to catch you all back on the other side of the break for a power-packed session on spectrum planning and economic utilization of 6 gigahertz band. I see you in half an hour, please. Thank you very much.
ITU and APT provide a global and regional forum for these discussions. And I therefore would appreciate and I really commend the effort of ITU APT Forum of India in organizing this workshop.
मैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए मिस्टर भरत भाटिया और सारी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
Once again, congratulate IAFI, and we look forward to your recommendations and look forward to working with all of you as part of the overall recommendations to be made by India as part of the WRC 2023 exercise. Thank you very much.
Appreciation to IAFI, Chairman Mr. Dua, and the President BB, Mr. Bhatia, as well as Secretary General Dr. Gupta, who have, I know them quite a long time. And also I would like to congratulate India for being elected for ITU Council members.
I think India has to increase its own participation in the ITU itself or in the global discussions.
I would like to first of all convey my thanks to ITU APT for allowing us to participate and hosting such a nice conference, today's conference. I am very excited and pleased to be here in this conference.
honored to be here, even remotely. And I'm also sorry that I'm not making my availability to be there today.
ITU and APT provide a global and regional forum for these discussions. And I therefore would appreciate and I really commend the effort of ITU APT Forum of India in organizing this workshop.
मैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए मिस्टर भरत भाटिया और सारी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
Once again, congratulate IAFI, and we look forward to your recommendations and look forward to working with all of you as part of the overall recommendations to be made by India as part of the WRC 2023 exercise. Thank you very much.
Appreciation to IAFI, Chairman Mr. Dua, and the President BB, Mr. Bhatia, as well as Secretary General Dr. Gupta, who have I know them quite a long time. And also I would like to congratulate India for being elected for ITU Council members.
I think India has to increase its own participation in the ITU itself or in the global discussions.
I would like to first of all convey my thanks to ITU APT for allowing us to participate and hosting such a nice conference, today's conference. I am very excited and pleased to be here in this conference.
I'm very honored to be here, even remotely, and I'm also sorry that I'm not making my availability to be there today.
ITU and APT provide a global and regional forum for these discussions. And I therefore would appreciate and I really commend the effort of ITU APT Forum of India in organizing this workshop.
मैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए मिस्टर भरत भाटिया और सारी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
Once again, congratulate IAFI, and we look forward to your recommendations and look forward to working with all of you as part of the overall recommendations to be made by India as part of the WRC 2023 exercise. Thank you very much.
appreciation to IAFI Chairman Mr. Dua and the President Bibi, Mr. Bhatia, as well as Secretary General Dr. Gupta, who have I know them quite a long time. And also I would like to congratulate India for being elected for ITU Council members.
I think India has to increase its own participation in the ITU itself or in the global discussions.
I would like to first of all convey my thanks to ITU APT for allowing us to participate and hosting such a nice conference, today's conference. I am very excited and pleased to be here in this conference.
I'm very honored to be here, even remotely, and I'm also sorry that I'm not making my availability to be there today.
ITU and APT provide a global and regional forum for these discussions. And I therefore would appreciate and I really commend the effort of ITU APT Forum of India in organizing this workshop.
इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए मिस्टर भरत भाटिया और सारी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
Once again, congratulate IAFI, and we look forward to your recommendations and look forward to working with all of you as part of the overall recommendations to be made by India as part of the WRC 2023 exercise. Thank you very much.
Appreciation to IAFI, Chairman Mr. Dua, and the President BB, Mr. Bhatia, as well as Secretary General Dr. Gupta, who have I know them quite a long time. And also I would like to congratulate India for being elected for ITU Council members.
I think India has to increase its own participation in the ITU itself or in the global discussions.
I would like to first of all convey my thanks to ITU APT for allowing us to participate and hosting such a nice conference, today's conference. I am very excited and pleased to be here in this conference.
I'm very honored to be here, even remotely, and I'm also sorry that I'm not making my availability to be there today.
ITU and APT provide a global and regional forum for these discussions. And I therefore would appreciate and I really commend the effort of ITU APT Forum of India in organizing this workshop.
इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए मिस्टर भरत भाटिया और सारी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
Once again, congratulate IAFI, and we look forward to your recommendations and look forward to working with all of you as part of the overall recommendations to be made by India as part of the WRC 2023 exercise. Thank you very much.
Appreciation to IAFI, Chairman Mr. Dua, and the President Bibi, Mr. Bhatia.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to invite our next set of esteemed panelists on stage. Please join me in welcoming our session chairs who will be conducting session on spectrum planning and economic utilization of 6 GHz band. May I request Mr. Bharat Bhatia ji, President IAFI, to please join us on the stage. Chairing the session next will be Mr. Bhagirath Singh, Senior DWA, DOT, Government of India. He's working as an in charge of IMT section within WPC, responsible for spectrum assignments to terrestrial TSPs, spectrum policies, tri-references, among others. He participated in many international conferences on spectrum management and spectrum monitoring and in the proceedings of ISRO Deva's matter at the International Court. Mr. Bhagirath is an engineering graduate, BE with honors in electrical engineering from MBM Engineering, Jodhpur, 1993. Please welcome our speakers one after the other on stage with a loud round of applause. Mr. Alan Norman, Director, Public Policy, Meta USA. Welcome, sir. Mr. Norman actively supports Facebook's connectivity initiatives. He is a long-time advocate for improved broadband and internet access, shared infrastructure, and spectrum for next-generation technologies. Recently, he has been actively engaged on rural access, Wi-Fi, MM-Wave, and 5G. Calling up next, Mr. Nadeem Akhtar, Staff Product Manager at Tarana Wireless, India. Welcome, sir. Mr. Debashish Bhattacharya, Acting Director General, BIF. Welcome, sir. Mr. Bhattacharya is involved in advocacy and consulting in the field of technology, public policy, regulation, markets, and business development in the field of digital communications, satellite communications, and broadcasting. He has been a part of the think tank team responsible for formulating inputs to the union government, as well as a regulator try on various policy and regulatory matters, from creation of a new digital communications policy, digital transformation of the telecom sector. Request Ms. J. Sophie J. Basundaram, Deputy Director, Satellite Communication Program Office, ISRO Headquarters. Ma'am, welcome. She is responsible for frequency management activities, which involves ITU filings and frequency coordination for all ISRO missions, communication satellites, remote sensing satellites, space science, and interplanetary missions. Her research interests include the economic of information and communications technology, the markets for distressed debt, and sustainable development. She is also a strong advocate for international cooperation on spectrum management. Next, we have Dr. Anand Baswade, Assistant Professor, IIT Bhilai, India. Welcome, sir. Dr. Baswade has received his PhD in Computer Science and Engineering at the IIT Hyderabad. His research interests include NR-ULAA and Wi-Fi coexistence in unlicensed spectrum, spectrum sharing and non-terrestrial wireless networks, 5G and beyond, and software-defined networks. Dr. Baswade is a valuable asset to the IIT Bhilai community and to the Indian research community. Welcome once again, sir. And I would like to share the mic with sir.
Good afternoon to all, and thanks to ITU APT Foundation. We are running short of time, and I hope during this session we will try to cover the delay with 5G speed. This session is for sharing with incumbents and use of spectrum planning and economic utilization of 6 gigahertz band. Very hot issue during these days. This band have 1200 megahertz spectrum, starting from 5925 to 7125 megahertz. Incumbent, there are few operations, FSS, fixed satellite services, and fixed services as a microwave backhaul for the IMT networks. Now, there is a demand across the globe to make a delicensing part of this or full. Many of the countries, they have made the lower band, that is 5925 to 6425 as delicensed, and maybe few like US, they have made all the spectrum, full spectrum as a delicensed for the, considering the high bandwidth requirements for Wi-Fi these days. What I believe, whenever in the past also there was a demand for delicensing, there was the opposition. Since 2005, Gag Sahib is here, our former wireless advisor. When first notification made in for 2.4 gigahertz, there was a view that we are here to give license, not for delicensing, but it was made, and every citizen is utilizing that. Thereafter, in 2018, extension of 5.8 gigahertz band for delicensing purpose, a leading organization which made us proud in the recent past. There was some resistance from them, but it was made considering the utility or requirement for the different devices for the citizens of this country. What is the best economic utilization of a band? What I believe means every citizen should experience the technology, the device in that band. So like that, we have a country of 1.4 billion. If we move with one step ahead, the country moves. So like that, every citizen or of this, or every door of this nation use that device or that spectrum. Certainly, it's the most economical value in turns, what I think. But at the same time, we have the TSPs. They have put several hundred billions in their network. They claims that they also can deliver the same kind of experience. Of course, there are competing technologies, and yet the government has not taken decision in the country for these bands. And certainly, considering the best in the nation, best in the interest of the nation, a decision will be taken maybe post WRC 23. So during the session, we have some eminent speakers, and they will put their views to make some sort of better clarity to all of us, better understanding to all of us. And I hope very soon we will conclude this session. So enjoy the presentations ahead. Now I request Bhatia sir to take forward the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Bagherji, and good afternoon to everybody. What we thought was that we will have two very short presentations, and then followed by discussions and interventions by some speakers, and maybe, if time permits, some Q&A. So I will start with a very short presentation, maximum 5 minutes. What I want to talk about is a little bit more about the Wi-Fi. I know there are competing interests in this particular band, both in the 6425 to 7025, as well as 7025 to 7125. But I think everybody's agreed on 5925 to 6425. That is a delicensed band almost around the world already. So there is, I think, no contention in that area. And we all have to clearly live with that, and hopefully that decision will happen soon. But the upper band is something which is still up for discussions. So let me see if I quickly run through some of the slides. So first, I think we all recognize the importance of Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is mainly an indoor technology. In India, at least in the urban areas, all of us use Wi-Fi extensively, and I don't think any one of us can live Wi-Fi. Even whether we are in India or anywhere else in the world, most of our time is spent on the Wi-Fi, on our device, whether it is laptop or it is computer or it is TV. All of us are all the time on, and even when we go out, the first thing we look for is a Wi-Fi hotspot, because that I think is the savior for all of us. And some, as you would see here, most of it is indoors, almost 80 to 90%. And one very important thing that is to be seen is that with every increasing generation of the satellite cellular technology, 2G, 3G, 4G, the mobile device traffic on Wi-Fi has increased. I'm not sure whether this will apply to India. I think it will, but this is a long 5-year-old study of Cisco. But I think some recent studies also I was looking at yesterday, that also indicates almost like 70% Wi-Fi traffic indoors. Next, I think maybe Alan will speak a little more about it. The use cases that require much faster data, things like AR and VR. And these basically require some very, very high-speed data, which can possibly be done through, at this moment, through Wi-Fi only and Wi-Fi 6E and 7. I think this, again, I will leave it to Ellen to talk about it, so I'll skip this one. If you look at the 6 GHz band, there are much wider channels. I think that's very important from a spectrum management perspective. The 320 MHz channels are very critical. So if we go from 5925 to 6425, we will have at least one 320 MHz channel or 3 160 MHz channels or many 80, 40, and 20 MHz channels. I think that provides a big savior. I don't know what is going to happen on the upper part, but clearly lower part will at least be able to provide some basic kind of a service for AR, VR kind of technologies. Further, I think the spectrum requirement itself indicate that the current 2.4 GHz and 5 GHz is not enough. There is a need for at least 2 GHz spectrum, and the current spectrum seems to be quite low. Globally, many countries have already decided, I think I already mentioned that, and perhaps Alan would have further details on this. But as I mentioned, the lower part is what you can see from this chart here. Oh, sorry. Not sure why the picture is not displaying. But I think Alan would have the same chart indicating that the number of countries that have around the world gone from 2020 to 21 to 22, almost in the lower part, almost entirely, and upper part also many countries have delicensed. And this also indicates some of the areas in which, so in every part of the world, as you would see, there is already a 6 GHz Wi-Fi. And you can see both 6425 as well as the lower part 5925 to 6425. India, we have an interesting situation because in India we use this band extensively for first uplink for the channels, also for the feeder links, telemetry, VSAT services, and of course what's not mentioned here is the fixed links. But a lot of current usage is there in all over this entire band, right from 5925 to 7025. The upper 100 megahertz is like kind of free, so that's an easier decision for the government to take. Again, I think the sharing issues have been discussed at length in the WRC, and we would have a number of studies that will be considered. Hopefully, WRC will make a right decision. But just to summarize, Wi-Fi is quite optimized for high performance for indoor use, and maybe whether it could be shared between indoor and outdoor is an issue that perhaps we'll discuss at the WRC. But clearly, the Wi-Fi 6 GHz is perfectly suited for delivering the connectivity and for high-speed applications. I think that's it for my side, and I will hand over to Alan. I think he'll do more better job than me, but I just wanted to encapsulate this initial thoughts. Thank you, Alan.
Bharat, thank you very much for the kind setup and introduction, and IFI and everybody here. I really appreciate the opportunity to present. I'm Alan Norman, Public Policy Director from Meta Platforms, and I would like to talk about the importance of 6 gigahertz band for connectivity. So, as Bharat mentioned, just to illuminate, this is the band of interest is 5925 to 7125. There's FSS, FS in the band already. I know that there have been lots of studies for years showing what's possible. I think there's no controversy in saying that traditional high-power IMT operations with the high-density deployment of base stations is not what's could be shared with FSS. It would have to be with some kind of restrictions, whether it's power or likely and the number of base stations. So that's one thing that's been looked at, and I'm sure others will look at that as well. Secondly, I'd like to point out that our LAN likely can coexist, as Bharat mentioned. So what's happening now is DOT, TRI, ITU, and many others are delivering on future use of the band, and what I will talk a little bit about is some of the developments at ITU, and then some of the use cases that we think are important just for connectivity in general, as well as what Meta cares about in terms of AR, VR, and immersive use cases. So next slide, please. So what's interesting about the band and what's unique about this as compared to 5 gigahertz and 2.4 gigahertz for Wi-Fi is the large channels, in particular the potential for 7 160 megahertz channels or 3 320s. This is really something that's not possible in 5, and what makes this unique in terms of creating new opportunities, and I'll go through what some of those are as I go through the presentation. Next slide, please. So the current, here's I think the picture that Bharat wanted to show, or one of them, which is the current view is that many countries have already opened up the band for unlicensed use or license-exempt use in the lower 500 megahertz. In ITU Region 2, North and South America, it's actually the full 1200 megahertz that's been open, and now the question is what happens in the rest of the world. And in particular, there's a study item and a proposal to designate the band for IMT in Region 1, which has created lots of debate and going through that. But there are two things that are happening now that are very important. And that is that the UK has opened in Europe a consultation on the question of how IMT and Wi-Fi might share. And I'll talk about that in a little bit and see if that's even possible. I think that's something where nobody in industry is happy. And we can talk a little bit about why. Okay, next slide. So in terms of the regional positions for agenda item 1.2, as I mentioned, CTEL has been very clear that they support no change, which means a mobile designation, which is already there, means that any country can choose on their own whether they want to authorize unlicensed use or IMT applications like 5G, 6G, whatever's next. CEPT is supporting no change but not underline, and there's a whole list of conditions about what that means, and I'll show what those are. ASMG and ATU have supported IMT with conditions, as has RCC, and then in APT, it's no position at this point except for the upper 100 megahertz, which is clearly supported by APT in terms of allowing IMT or supporting IMT without conditions. Okay, next slide. So let me talk a little bit about what's happening in Europe, because this will inform, I think, a lot of the world is saying, well, we're going to wait till after WRC to see what we decide, what to do domestically, and I know that's, you know, I believe what is happening here. And they have a very complicated set of scenarios that they've set up that have to be worked through and understood. But first of all, existing primary services have to be protected. The second is that, in particular, continued operations of key services like passive so EESS for radio astronomy, and some of the other science sea surface measurement services either have to be moved or protected. Another one is that there's no limitations imposed on these existing services, which includes FS and FSS. And then they'd like to see the opportunity to do sharing. So this is where IMT and RLAN can both be in the band. And then finally, WRC 23 doesn't identify some other band for 6G. I'm not sure how this is going to play out. There's many different ways, but what I want to point out is that it's really, you can see how hard it is for Europe to figure out what they want to do at this point. There's many competing interests. And then the UK, next slide please, has looked at hybrid sharing specifically, and they just published their feedback on the consultation, which is that there's no consensus. And namely, they were basically said we're going to have to do more studies. So what's going to happen in Europe is they're not ready to make a decision at this point on the upper 6 gigahertz. It'll probably wait till after WRC as they do their studies on to figure out if this hybrid model is possible. From the Wi-Fi industry's perspective, we have two very important use cases. One is delivering high-speed gigabit in-home and in office, and the other is wearable devices and connecting them on the body when you're out and about, which is at low power. My understanding is the need for IMT, or the desire is that there's a very big challenge in perhaps the 10 largest cities in the very densest locations where it's impossible to provision new sites because of all the permitting challenges and so on, and the only way to deliver new capacity cost effectively is with additional spectrum, and this band is the band of interest. The challenge is that it would only be for outdoor, given the spacing of the sites, the power limitations, you wouldn't be able to serve indoor. Or that's the opportunity, and that's why BNetzA from Germany and Ofcom from UK are looking at this so carefully. And so expect a lot more discussion on that topic as we move forward. Next slide. So from our perspective, we've seen great adoption, and the numbers really are nearing 1 billion in terms of devices already deployed. In terms of delivering multi-gigabit speeds in the home, as well as getting widespread adoption from cable providers, from enterprise deployments, from, and when I say cable, I really mean cable and fiber in the home, and then just consumer devices. So this is now something that's widely adopted. If anybody makes a decision and wonders, well, if I'm going to make this band available, will it be used? Absolutely, for unlicensed use. That's something that's already happening. You see clear evidence of that. Next slide. So I know the situation is different in India, but I just want to talk a little bit about some numbers for the United States, Germany, and the UK that I think give you some idea of what the trend is in terms of what's happening. And what you can see is that the percentage of data that goes over Wi-Fi of the total internet traffic is on the order of 90%, 80 to 90% in the United States. And if you look at, next slide please. Similarly in Germany, here's the ratio of fixed to mobile. In the case of fixed traffic, roughly 90% of the fixed traffic actually goes over Wi-Fi because most of the devices that are connected to the fixed network are now connected using Wi-Fi. And you just see this growing. And similarly, if we look at the UK, next slide, we see a similar trend. And so this really points to the need, even if you have a much lower fraction, like for example 50-50, that what's happening is the amount of traffic going over fixed is growing drastically, and there has to be a way to get that to the devices. And so this is just something to consider as you think about the spectrum needs in India as well. So next slide. This is something else that I think is very important to understand. This is data from the EU Spectrum Observatory. And there's now approximately, or over, this is, what is it, April. So as of April, there were over 300,000 base stations deployed in 5G. Of those, and 80% coverage in terms of the population. But of all the base stations, if you look at the 4G, 5G base stations, only 8% use the 3 gigahertz band. All the rest are sub 3 gigahertz. And why is that? I don't know exactly, but at least in the conversations we've had with service providers, it's because of the economics. It's much more cost effective to deploy at lower frequency. You get more coverage and you can serve more people more profitably. And so what's happened is the 3 gigahertz band is really the capacity band. And the point of contention is for very small locations where there's limited capacity for this real densification. But beyond that, 3 gigahertz is really not the workhorse. It's much lower frequency for that reason. Very interesting to understand how that might play out here and just think about those questions. The second thing is that the 3 gigahertz band is really not serving indoor nearly as much just because of the challenges of getting dense enough site deployment and the cost of doing that. Next slide, please. So one more click and one more. Yeah, thank you. Okay. So let me shift gears now and talk about a use case. It came up in the 6G discussions earlier today. How are we going to do AR, VR? What is it, what is the role of the edge? What's the implementation model? So there's a lot of investment going on around the world. It's not just Meta, other companies, Apple, Microsoft, Google, for example, are spending a lot of time working on the next generation way we interact with computers and connect to the internet. And it's really about things like the headset or glasses and other devices. And the way what we're really trying to do is improve the ability to connect in a much more immersive way. And so this is where the investment is. Spectrum plays a key role, and I'll get through why that is. So next slide. So this is our Meta Quest. And what's interesting about this device versus our previous devices is it now has the ability to do mixed reality. So next slide. So what we have on the device is our 2.2K resolution cameras on the front of the device, and then a screen on the inside that you can now. So you're looking through the device. You can't actually see. In the sense that you're not looking through something that's translucent or transparent. Rather, what we're doing is reprojecting what the cameras are seeing. And so you can look around and see the world, but then you can also step into a virtual world and move back and forth. This is useful for applications like in education. Medical education, for example, you can step inside someone's body and look inside and see what the heart looks like. People are using it for, and another example on the industrial use cases, I'm working on flight technicians who are working on jet aircraft. If they're looking at the wiring harness, can actually see the wiring harness and see which wires are supposed to do what when it's very complicated, and see the manuals and overlay that information. And right now, the architecture is such that all the computing is done in the headset. And then it interacts with the cloud at pretty low data rates. I mean, relatively high if you're doing interactive gaming, but generally low compared to something where you reduce the form factor to something like this. But that's the eventual goal. So next slide. So we have another product called Meta Ray-Ban glasses, which now has 2 cameras here. There's a microphone here, and then there's speakers here. And so with this, we now connect that to the cloud. We're not actually doing augmented reality, but there are some things we're doing where we're starting to connect it with our AI infrastructure. So for example, I can now use these glasses to read a document in one language, and when I'm looking at it, it will actually play it back in another language that I can hear that I might be able to understand. So those are some kinds of examples of the assist. Our goal is to take the functionality that I showed on the previous screen that you see here in a headset and move it to these glasses in this form factor. The intermediate computing device, or the edge, will be the phone or a device like that. So you have a 5G link, 6G link, whatever, to the phone, and then to get the extremely low latency that's needed so you don't have motion sickness, to solve the thermals and things like that, we're using Wi-Fi for the very last link. Next slide. Yeah, next one. Let's keep going. I'll just skip over this. One more. Thank you. So the two things that are enabled by the large channels that are just critical is one is low latency and jitter. And so we're transferring a lot of data in this link from here to here. And what happens is if there's more than a 10 millisecond delay, people get dizzy. So having this short hop is very important to be able to send the very large data files. The second thing is it's not very comfortable to have heavy set of glasses, and it's not very comfortable if they get hot. So having the large channels enables us to have very low power consumption, long battery life, and to lower the thermal consumption. And so that's also very important. So thank you. Next slide. So let me take it back to, raise it up to the policy argument. One is, why should we open the 1200 megahertz band here in the full band? One is it's essential for innovation. Those large channels are really the enabler. It's good economic policy. There's studies that show how much value is being created around these new use cases, and then making sure that, whether it's home, enterprise, or public venues, that you still have, a roadmap for the next generation Wi-Fi. It's good spectrum policy. There's so much traffic that's, as I mentioned, that's already going over the over Wi-Fi now, and we just expect that to grow, and you need a place for that to happen. I'm not sure how well PM1 is doing, and I know that there are lots of challenges, but rural is very important. Wi-Fi is is a very valuable way to provide very low-cost devices. And so whether there's satellite backhaul or it's 5G backhaul, Wi-Fi and having a growth of that can be very important. Because of the propagation, 6 gigahertz spectrum for IMT will not. And then finally, as I already showed you on the map, this band is already widely used for unlicensed use. And the only scenario where there's global harmonization is if the band is unlicensed and not if it's identified for IMT, where there'll be a mix in some form. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen, for the comprehensive presentation and putting your viewpoint. Everyone like me would like to enjoy these technologies, maybe with some delay, but certainly one day will come very soon. Next speaker is Mr. Nadeem Akhtar, Staff Product Manager, Tarana Wireless India. Floor is yours, Mr. Akhtar.
Thank you. So this morning I met an old friend of mine here in the conference room, and when he was introducing me to his colleague, he said, I'm on the other side. So I just want to say, we are on the same side. We are trying to address the same problem, but we are trying to find different ways to address that problem. So with that, let me turn to the topic of discussion today. So what we have heard so far is, this debate has been phrased as a binary choice, in the sense whether this spectrum should be given to Wi-Fi or IMT. I slightly disagree with this formulation, because if you look back at how DLICC came into being and what was the real intent of it, let's take the example of 2.4 gigahertz, which is used to be called ISM band. And today in 2.4 gigahertz, primarily indoor use case, mostly Wi-Fi, but you have billions of Bluetooth devices operating the same band. You have Zigbee, and there are many other technologies which use this band. So when we say it is unlicensed for use by anybody who complies with the regulations of that particular band in terms of AIRP, in terms of power control, in terms of other aspects of regulation. Similarly, when we look at the 5 gigahertz band, when it got delicensed globally in phases, in India it took a little longer. Again, the licensing terms state that you could use this for indoor use or outdoor use. And there are certain restrictions. For example, the lower part of the 5 gigahertz band has much lower allowed power compared to the upper part of the 5 gigahertz band, which has also sort of led to different use cases for different parts of the band. So if I again look at 5 gigahertz, indoor primarily is using, if you can say from 5150 to 5750 is primarily what Wi-Fi uses indoor, because powers are less and most of the devices globally support those bands. In fact, Vikram did point out in the morning that in India, a large number of Wi-Fi devices still don't support part of the 5 gigahertz band, and that is partly due to legacy, because India made the 5 gigahertz available, the entire band, much later than other countries, and we still have a lot of legacy equipment. In fact, even at my home, till last week, I was still using an 11N router, which worked only in 2.4 gigahertz band. So there are legacy reasons why it is underutilized in that sense. But the point I'm making is that in 5 gigahertz, if you look at the upper part, where we are allowed to use up to 4 watts, there are other use cases than Wi-Fi which are prevalent. For example, one is point-to-point, right, which is used to provide backhaul connectivity for ISPs. So that's one use case. And the second use case is point-to-multipoint, or what we now know as fixed wireless access, right? So what it delivers is some kind of a broadband-like experience over wireless link. Here again, there are multiple technologies which are being used. For example, there are products in the market which use Wi-Fi as itself and try to deliver point-to-multipoint service over long distances using the 5.8 gigahertz band, which is the upper part of 5 gigahertz spectrum. Then there are products which are, in some sense, customizations of Wi-Fi, which are trying to remove some of the inefficiencies of Wi-Fi in terms of contention, etc., to build something which is more suitable to the fixed wireless use case. So there are products in the market for that also. Then finally, there are proprietary technologies which are also purpose-built for fixed wireless access. For example, the company I represent, Tarana, has built a fixed wireless access system which is OFDMA-based, which is like TD-LTE, but it is custom built from scratch for fixed wireless access. So the point I'm making is that the 5 gigahertz band is also not just Wi-Fi, there are other users as well. So why fixed wireless is important? I think we have heard in the morning and also in the previous presentation that ultimately the goal is, affordable, ubiquitous connectivity to everyone. That's really the end goal of, everything that we are trying to do, right? If you look at the statistics with respect to India, today the number of broadband connections is less than 40 million. If you look at the number of households in India, about 300 million. So out of that, there are 40 million broadband connections, wired broadband connections, right? Of course, there are people who have 4G and 5G phones or dongles, etc. They are able to access internet at high speed, but that is not that complements the broadband. That's not a substitute for broadband. So we still need, as part of our development goals, to have high-speed broadband to every household. That is where fixed wireless access comes in, right? So many of you must have seen a lot of chatter in the last 2-3 weeks when Jio and Airtel rolled out 5G-based FWA, right? And the reason is that provides us with a way to expand the broadband connectivity in India without laying a lot of fiber, which obviously is expensive. But then the point to note is that this FWA deployment is in the higher band. Obviously that, there is physics involved here. How many base stations you will need to deploy 5G-based FWA for ubiquitous connectivity? Humongous amount, right? So that's where, allowing other use cases for unlicensed spectrum becomes important. And from the perspective of 6 gigahertz, again, I hear a lot about indoor use case, but when we look at the licensing or the delicensing of 6 gigahertz band, it is important to consider that there are outdoor use cases as well, which means that when we look at interference studies, you should also consider those type of scenarios so that when we design coexistence schemes or we design sharing schemes, then we take into account how outdoor transmissions will affect incumbents. If we look at the global picture here in terms of how other regulators have looked at this problem, there are two models that I can refer to. If you look at the CBRS band in the US, for example, right, which was you can say that it is semi-licensed because it's a 3-tier system where you have incumbents, which are the highest priority. Then you have the first tier, which is called the PAL, or preferred access licensees, which have actually paid for the license, but for a small geography and for short period. So short period is 3 years. The lowest unit is a county in the US. And then there are the lowest tier, which is the opportunistic users, or what is known as GAA, right? So within this regime now, there are 3 different users, and they coexist. It's basically a demand-based system. So you figure out based on a database whether spectrum is available or not, and you get authorization to use it for a certain period of time, and then you can go again and check, and so on. It's a working system. So it's not just on paper, it's actually in practice, and there are commercial networks which are using this, both 3GPP networks as well as non-3GPP networks. The second example is the AFC system, which is what FCC has mandated for the 6 gigahertz. Now within 6 gigahertz, there are again 3 categories of users. The low power indoor, which is what basically the Wi-Fi you can say, where within the US, the entire 1200 megahertz available for indoor use without any restriction up to a certain power limit, which is 1 watt, which is similar to what we have in the 5 gigahertz band. Then there is very low power indoor, which is, I think below like 20 milliwatts and lower. But then above the LPI is what is called the standard power, where you are allowed to use up to 4 watts, which is similar to what we have in the 5.8 gigahertz band. Now that regime is now controlled through a frequency coordination system, where access points or radio devices have to query an FCC database, figure out whether they can use a particular channel or a set of channels, and based on that, they decide the channel allocation and figure out, their channel assignment. So what we can see is that there is already, existing frameworks available for sharing, for coexistence. And as far as India is concerned, I think as we go into the process of figuring out what is the right strategy to use, I think 2 important points to consider. One is that it's not just about Wi-Fi versus IMT. It's more about, unlicensed versus licensed. And second is, it's not just indoor. It should be indoor as well as outdoor when we look at delicensing. And third is, what regime we want to put forward in order to allow sharing and coexistence will obviously be dictated by the users or incumbent users of the spectrum in India. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nadeem, bringing out the facts and the different use cases in the delicensing with different models. So certainly it will help us to go forward to take a decision. Next speaker is Mr. Devashish Bhattacharya. Please.
Good evening. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you first to Mr. Bhatia, to ITU APT for inviting us to this particular session. I'm actually speaking on behalf of Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, our president, who couldn't make it today. At the outset, let me clarify a few myths that have been floated around in this event before we took the stage. One that I heard, which was repeated again just a little while back, that the 5 gigahertz band has not been used enough, and therefore there is no need for additional spectrum, unlicensed spectrum to be given. Because the 5 gigahertz band, there are a number of portions of the band for which routers have not been sold at all in India. That is absolutely incorrect. It is as incorrect as saying that there are 600 million smartphones and all of them use all the spectrum bands, 700, 800, 900, 1800, 2100, 2300, 2500. Well, that is not the case. All of them don't support all the bands. So am I to say that if I were to take a portion of the number of smartphones that use only maybe the 3 topmost 4G bands, which is the 800, 900, 1800, and the 2100. So am I to say that the 2300 and 2500 smartphones are not in use, and therefore that band is therefore, enough 4G spectrum which has been assigned by the government has not been used? That is absolutely incorrect. All the routers don't use all parts of the band and don't use, there are single band routers, there are dual band routers, there are multi-band routers. Unfortunately, multi-band routers are not used in India because currently only 2 bands have been permitted, which is 2.4 and 5 gigahertz. So I wanted to dispel this myth. This is absolutely incorrect. Which is, I know this is being spread around, but it is not because of the fact that, we have legacies and therefore legacy equipment doesn't use all the bands. That is absolutely incorrect. There are many smartphones which don't use all the spectrum in the band. Because if tomorrow the government opens up 600 megahertz, are we supposed to say that the 600 megahertz cannot be used because these the smartphones are not available? Of course not. So every device does not use every portion of the band that has been opened up. So this is incorrect to say that, because it is not being used, therefore it is, there is enough spectrum available in the band. So having said that, I would like to introduce Broadband India Forum. We are a policy think tank. We are not a lobbying body, which is lobbying for one particular technology vis-a-vis the other. We support all technologies. But at the same time, we wish to propagate only what is good for the country, what is a national priority, what is good for socio-economic considerations, what is really what does the country need today. So in that light, I'd like to give a few perspectives. First of all, I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that today we have only 50% of our population which is unconnected or underconnected. We have barely 860 million broadband subscriptions. Many of us in this room have more than one subscription. We have one at home, we have one here on our hands. So on an average, it's about 1.5 subscription per person. So that makes it only 600 million, approximately 600 million unique broadband subscribers. In a country of 1.4 billion, that leaves you with 800 million people who don't even know what broadband is, and they haven't even found out what the value or the power of the internet is. So that is the first data point. In this situation, we have a government mission, which is to make this country completely inclusive and to achieve broadband for all, with each and every citizen getting connected to broadband. So which means we have 800 million people yet to be connected, or at least some of them may be connected but underconnected or underserved. So we have a long way to go. By making affordable and reliable public Wi-Fi widely available, particularly in areas which have gaps in connectivity, and that includes urban and not just remote and rural, we believe that we can bridge this divide, the digital divide, and bring digital opportunities to millions of people who lack access to the internet, which is basic connectivity in today's times. Secondly, the government has declared, we heard that in the previous session, in their Bharat 6G vision document, the government has declared that they want to achieve 50 million public Wi-Fi hotspots by the year 2030, which is when we hope to get the 6G standards going. Therefore, it is very clear that we require a large amount of delicensed spectrum or unlicensed spectrum, other than the measly 685 megahertz that is currently available today as unlicensed spectrum in the country. Compare that with what USA has, what Korea has, what Japan has, what China has, what even Brazil has. They have 15,490 megahertz of unlicensed spectrum. We have 685. We are 1/20th of what they have, number one. So to serve a population of 1.4 billion consumers with 50 million Wi-Fi hotspots required to be spread at each and every corner of the country, we need far more delicensed spectrum than what we have today to achieve our national goals. Public Wi-Fi is a national priority. The national and enabling more unlicensed spectrum is therefore a goal to meet that national priority to expand public Wi-Fi penetration across the length and breadth of the country, for which delicensing of the 6 gigahertz is a prime requirement. There are a number of opportunities for people in the unserved and underserved areas to access high-speed and affordable broadband services. Unfortunately, today they are deprived of it simply because of the fact that we don't have sufficient number of public Wi-Fi hotspots to cater to these broadband needs. And to be able to cater to the public Wi-Fi hotspots, we need sufficient quantity of delicensed spectrum. I'm not saying that 6 gigahertz will fill the gap between 685 and 15,490 megahertz of delicensed spectrum that developed economies, and India is becoming the third largest developed economy in the world. To be able to achieve that, we must have delicensed economy as we have for licensed spectrum. We must be at par with other countries as well if we hope to achieve those aspirations and goals that we have. I'd like to also mention, and this is perhaps just re-emphasizing, reiterating what has been said by Alan before me, that we need to support the data-heavy services, particularly in dense urban areas, in indoor and office environment, to be made feasible through large wide channel bandwidths of 160 and 320 megahertz, which can be suitably processed by a globally harmonized Wi-Fi technologies from the IEEE stable called Wi-Fi 6E and going forward Wi-Fi 7, which are again based on globally harmonized standards and are not proprietary as some people may want them to be, want us to believe. So here, these two devices, Wi-Fi 6E and going forward Wi-Fi 7, which will give you 5G-like speeds in areas where 5G perhaps cannot reach, because as you know, India has challenges when it comes to geographies which cannot be accessed using fiber and mobile towers. So in such areas, maybe with the help of cellular backhaul using SATCOM and combination of Wi-Fi, you could actually provide high-speed internet access or 5G-like access to people who are today completely underconnected or unconnected. A few other points I'd like to, before I sum up. One important point that I'd like to touch upon is we at Broadband India Forum had commissioned a study by a leading professor from IIM Ahmedabad and from the Telecom Center of Excellence, Professor Rekha Jain, who had estimated in the year 2021 what is the economic value of delicensed spectrum. As some people like to believe that government earns only through licensed spectrum. The money that they get through spectrum auctions is the only money, and that's what they are interested in. Yes, they should be. Why not? But the fact is that delicensed spectrum or unlicensed spectrum also has an economic value, which is either, it doesn't come naturally to us, or it is often forgotten. The estimate that was done, and we have a study which is out in the public domain. You can go to www.broadbandindiaforum.in to be able to access the report, says that in 4 years' time, and this was done in 2021, in 4 years' time, the country will gain economic value of 12.7 lakh crores. For those who are not familiar with the Indian terminology, this is in Indian rupees. You can convert it equivalent to foreign currency, US dollars. You will see it's billions of dollars that the country gains. So it is a myth and a misnomer to believe that by delicensing spectrum or giving spectrum away without doing any auction means that the government stands to actually lose money. This is absolutely a myth and a misconceived notion, which I want to correct. So people are free to do that. And of course, this is premised on the fact that the Wi-Fi, the 6 gigahertz would be delicensed by 2023. We are hoping to the mandarins of Sanchar Bhavan who are sitting here on the dais, some of whom are on the, in the audience, to kindly take a note of it and please implement this, if possible, in this particular year itself. 2-3 quick points. We at BIF have, along with a very leading technical consultant who does work for ITU, have studied the coexistence of Wi-Fi along with the incumbent services in this band, 6 gigahertz band. And the incumbent services are satellite and incumbent services are fixed services. And we have concluded, based on the studies, that Wi-Fi or RLANs operating over a 20, 40, 80 and 160 megahertz channel bandwidth can coexist with fixed satellite services and fixed services across the entire band from 5925 to 7025. This report takes into account extremely high density of number of Wi-Fi devices in the worst case situation with estimated population as in 2030, and it takes into account 20 devices per user. Apart from that, there are use cases of 6 gigahertz, which Alan has talked about. I would not reiterate.
Thank you, Mr. Devashish, to bring out all these facts. And we appreciate your passion for the broadband to each. Certainly, we could have enjoyed the healthy discussion and deliberation with him if Mr. Vikram could have been here. But he left anyhow. So we used to enjoy the discussions, but today we missed. The next speaker is Madam Sophie, a big name in the past. Very recently, she was involved in the team which made the country proud, landing the rover on the moon. So she is Deputy Director, Frequency Management, Satellite Communication Program at ISRO headquarters. I call him and welcome her. Floor is yours, Madam Sophie.
So thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to all. And thank you for providing me this opportunity to talk about the importance of satellite services in this band. And from morning, we are hearing so many presentations, and almost all the presentation, they brought out many unique applications, like AR, VR, digital twin, Industry 4, so many technology things we are hearing. And definitely, I am also agreeing that these all applications are really very innovative, and definitely it will be welcomed globally. And I'm sure that we all will be users of it. And as a country, we have to look for the optimal utilization of the spectrum. So now, coming to the advantage of satellite communication, as we all are aware, the main important advantage of satellite communication is the ability to provide the wide coverage. This is because due to its and we have rural areas. Yes, so satellite communication is important, but even in satellite communication, we have many frequency band. It spans from VHF, UHF, and now we are going to Q, V, and E band also we are talking about now. But what makes this band so special? Why this band is so important to us? It is mainly because of the three characteristics. So first one, it's mainly because of the favorable propagation characteristics during rainy condition, and second one, it is the low fading characteristics. And the next important thing is the ability to provide the wide coverage. Like the coverage, when I talk about, it starts from Middle East and it spans up to the Australia. So that's why to provide many niche services, this band, it's really very, very important, and it cannot be replaced by any other higher bands. And next, and for our country, which is a tropical country, this band, it's really very, very important. So next, coming to the applications of these particular band. So it's used for societal applications like telemedicine, teleeducation, then commercial application also, and for strategic services also. And main usage in this particular band, it is from the broadcast sectors. So this band, it's used to transmit around 850 channels, and almost around like 70 to 80 teleports are licensed in this band. And coming to VSATs, it's used both for commercial and the strategic sectors also. And then coming to some unique applications, like we are using this band for feeder link, mainly for mobile satellite service, and then to provide the search and rescue service, which is involved in the life-saving activities, and then for navigation satellites also, this serves as a feeder link. And here when I say it's a navigation satellite, it is using this, it's not just a single satellite. This navigation satellite, it's a constellation of satellites. We have something around 8 to 9 satellites in this band, and all these satellites use this band uniformly across the orbital slots from 30 to 129.5 degree east. And then one more last main application is this particular band actually, it serves as the TT&C link, which is the lifeline of the satellites. And this, it caters to even from our satellites, for almost 25 satellites, we use this band for TT&C. And if you see in the Asia Pacific countries, almost all the countries like use this band either for normal operation or during the transfer orbit. So now I think I have touched upon the application. So now going to the quantum of satellites in this band. If you take the public domain information, like almost around 35 satellites are in this band, and over India almost some 850 transponders are in this band, and from our kitty almost 7 satellites are in this band out of 18 satellites. And put together we have 150 transponders from our own kitty, and in addition to this we have hired 40 transponders from other operators. So whatever I have talked so far, this activity has happened after the satellite launch. But some main activity happens before the satellite launch itself. Whenever satellite planning happens, 2 questions are mainly asked to us. What is the orbital slot and what is the frequency band? So the answer to this question, it arises from we follow the stipulated procedures by ITU, like well before the satellite launch. We make like API, ITU filings in various stages, API, CRC notification, we complete our coordination activities, and then we launch the satellite, we notify, register, and then we keep on like occupying the slot to protect the spectrum. So due to this activity, we have got the significant orbit spectrum resource for our country. So this effort has gone over a period of years. So now in this I will just explain the genesis of some important frequency band. So now we are talking about this 1200 megahertz frequency band, which covers normal C-band, lower extended C-band, and the upper extended C-band. So this upper extended C-band, fondly we call as plan band, and this band is really very important to us. And if you see the genesis, like the planning process for this band, it started in 1988. But even when this planning started, we had filings in 1985 itself. So 3 orbital slots were given to us as existing system, and the other 3 orbital slots we slowly acquired using the additional use category. So put together now we have around 50 transponders in this band from 6 orbital slots. And now even if you query the ITU database, in this band, we stand next to Russians. We are the second in the queue. So this band, like even global scenario may be different, but for our country, this band, it is really important. And the main point what I want to emphasize is, for this band, more than 3 decades we are using that. And next comes the lower Exnet C-band. So for lower Exnet C-band, we have started the coordination actions in 1995, and then like we have used it in the INSAT 2E satellites and subsequently on some other satellites. Whenever this band is coming under discussion, one main thing it is quoted, why this band has to be considered for other services is that the downlink band, it is already given to IMT, so this band also can be considered. But I think this has not happened because we have started using it for many different applications, like where one-way communication is required or where feeder link is required. So like that we have started using this frequency band in different way. And the last thing is normal C-band, and in normal C-band I don't need to say anything specifically, like if I have been given a task now to add any one additional orbital slot in this band, definitely it is going to be impossible, because out of the critical arc 70 to 95, already 18 operational satellites are there, and almost around 52 satellite networks are registered in the ITU database. So whatever we have now is 96 transponders, it is there with us, and in this 48 transponders has the ability to provide the wide coverage. So this particular, all this 1200 megahertz band, it's really important for us to provide many niche services. So now I have captured almost all the importance of the satellite services in this band. So now here, we are here like already inside, and almost 2 other services which have emerged almost in the same same period of time, they are trying to like come inside. Yes, one is licensed, one is unlicensed service. What is the thumb rule of ITU? It mainly says that whatever incumbent services, it has to be protected. So, and how it can be protected? The only way is to do coexistence studies. And this coexistence studies output, it is definitely not digital logic 1 or 0, because it depends on so many number of assumptions and the input parameters. When I say input parameter, yes, ITU has given some input parameter. Yes, it has given some input parameters, but it may be suitable for some region, okay, globally. But for Indian scenario, like we have to first finalize the parameters and then we have to do the coexistence studies. I won't go into all the parameters, but some 2-3 important parameters what Senthil will really appreciate. I'll just dwell upon that and go into that. So first thing is the this number of IMT terminal. So automatically RARB comes into picture, and this, I think this plays a very significant role in the interference analysis. So we have to see exactly which option it is suitable for our country. And the next is the protection criteria. So protection criteria, we are already there inside, and our satellite is up in the sky. And whether it is the incoming is satellite or terrestrial service, our protection criteria is not going to change. And whatever be the method adopted, I by N, delta T by T or C by I, whatever the percentage allowed for protection of the satellite services has to be same. It should not differ for different agenda or region wise. And then apportionment among the co-primary services, and then whether UE has to be included here or not. And then what all base station terminals has to be accounted. So all these parameters, first we have to critically analyze, and then whichever parameter it is like applicable to Indian scenario, we have to take it into picture, and then we have to conclude our analysis. So now at coming to like coexistence analysis with respect to licensed services, which have already happened at national level. So in national level, one committee was formed, and here mainly like 2 studies like were discussed in detail. One is from us. So though the report is not fully like concluded, I'll just like summarize what is the outcome of our results. So out of the 4 deployment scenarios considered, one scenario it clearly indicated that there is interference into the satellite service, and other 2 cases it is like okay, as of now protection criteria it is met, but as I explained, there are so many assumptions have gone into these calculations. So we have to like give sufficient margin for protection of satellite services also. And so this is the current outcome, and then even in this committee which was formed, it mainly discussed the studies in the upper 6 gigahertz band. So we should just like recollect the whatever WRC 15 discussions also, because WRC 15 it was like discussed fully, and it has clearly brought out that IMT services and satellite services cannot coexist in this band. But I am sure like, okay, that was in 2015, so now technology has changed everything. Okay, but anyhow, that also like that basis also has to be taken into account. And then, like at this juncture, I would just like to recall the interference experience in our SMSS payload. This is because like most of the meetings, whatever we are hearing is, yes, satellite downlink, okay, ubiquitous terminal, it becomes difficult to coexist. But for satellite uplink, it can coexist. That talk we are always hearing in some meetings. But our experience, it doesn't say so, especially based on the SMSS interference case. And like today morning, like Gulab Chand sir also talked about the CDMA ranging interference. So what we are of the opinion is, in downlink, like even CDMA ranging we were using from 2013, there was no interference problem. But when the terminals are being deployed, immediately we started receiving the interference. But in uplink, that is not the case. Like interference accumulates over a period of time, and then the impact is pronounced on the satellite services or whatever the services. So in that ways, like before, we have to do extensive coexistence analysis between the incumbent services and the emerging services, taking into account all the possible conditions without any iota of doubt. And so up to this, I have just talked about the compatibility between the licensed services and the satellite services. So now coming to the compatibility between the satellite services and the unlicensed services. Debashish Bhattacharya sir talked about the report and about the compatibility between the fixed satellite service and the unlicensed service. We have also gone through this report, and like any of this report, it discussed about 3 terminals in that. And our preliminary view is like, okay, indoor terminal, like definitely we are also, our view is that, okay, it can coexist with the satellite services. But for outdoor terminal, like still some assumptions we are in discussion, and still we have to see whether it really coexists with satellite services, and if so, what is the condition which has to be put on, and what ARP can coexist, and how it has to be monitored. Because when we say unlicensed service, once the service is rolled out, there is no control in the number. So all these things we have to like critically analyze and then see what best thing can be done in the interest of the country. So with this I conclude my talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Sophie. Whenever you get an opportunity, you put your views strongly for the space-based services, and certainly any decision while taking by the government in this band, the protection criteria and will be taken care of. Our next speaker, and perhaps the last speaker is Professor Anand. He is professor at IIT Bhilai. Please.
Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you Bhatia ji and Professor Ghosh for giving me this opportunity to share my views on spectrum planning in 6 GHz. Now, there are only 4 points which I want to convey here. And first, what is this spectrum? Why it is important? Second point, Wi-Fi angle to it. Third point, IMT angle to it. And maybe 4th point, my angle to it. Okay. Yeah. So, if you look at this band is basically from 5925 megahertz to 7125 megahertz, around 1200 megahertz of bandwidth is there. The spectrum, 1200 megahertz of spectrum. And it's like, if you see, it is comparatively underutilized, comparatively. Compared to lower bands. And of course, I mean, globally, if you see, these, some of them are thinking that it should be fully licensed. Some of them are thinking that, I mean, some countries fully unlicensed. And there is another approach, which is basically hybrid, where we are saying that maybe the lower 6 gigahertz, which is from 5925 to 6425, maybe can be given to unlicensed, and from 6425 to 7125, which is upper 6 gigahertz band, maybe for IMT services. Okay, this is a brief overview. That is my, the first point which I wanted to cover. Now, Wi-Fi angle to it, if you see, in India, the spectrum, the unlicensed spectrum which is available currently, in 2.4 gigahertz, we have around 85 megahertz of bandwidth. spectrum available. In 5 gigahertz, if you see, we have around 600 megahertz of spectrum available. So it is 683 or 685, something around that. Whereas in other countries, you'll find that it is a multiple of this, right? So available unlicensed spectrum in India is very less. Okay, so whether it is fully utilized, underutilized, that is something which I know, I mean, most of the people, speakers have covered, right? But if you see the next generation applications which are coming in market, which will be coming in market, right? You take AR, VR, or holographic telepresence, right? Industrial automation, etc. Now, definitely, you need more data rate to serve these applications, and we need low latency, right? Take example of Wi-Fi 6E, which is using, okay, Wi-Fi 6 is only operating in 6 gigahertz. Okay, it is not backward compatible. If we take Wi-Fi 7, which will be the next standard of Wi-Fi, it will be operating in 2.4, 5, and 6, right? And it supports multi-link operation. Okay, so you can transmit in 2.4, in 5, and in 6 gigahertz simultaneously. Right, so one can clearly see that the available spectrum in India is less unlicensed spectrum. And the way, we are heading towards, to support this wide variety of applications, definitely we need more spectrum in unlicensed. And that will definitely, help for further innovation. Okay, so that is Wi-Fi angle to it. So that is my second point. The third point is IMT angle. Now, if you see, whenever we are talking about IMT, we are talking about only the licensed spectrum. But from release 13 onwards, IMT cellular services are in unlicensed as well, right? If you see release 13 of 3GPP, you'll find license assisted access, where you're using licensed spectrum along with unlicensed spectrum. So basically, license will be the anchor point, and then whenever you want to boost the throughput, you can use unlicensed spectrum. In release 14, there is enhanced LA, where you're using, so release 13 was about only downlink, you'll be using unlicensed, whereas in release 14, it is uplink and downlink both, right? And then the NRU, New Read Unlicensed, where, in release 16 of 3GPP, it was discussed that, we can use 6 gigahertz also, so that this band is particularly, the channel is N96 from 5925 to 7125, right? So whenever we are saying, cellular services, it's not always a license. That is one thing we have to understand. It can be a license plus unlicensed. In fact, actually, so there are some studies where we are talking about standalone NRE also, right? We are talking about this multifier, another technology, right? So definitely, whenever it's unlicensed, it's not only Wi-Fi, it can be, some telecom services. Now, my angle to it, the fourth point. So if you see, of course, we need to protect incumbent services, right? They got this spectrum, right? Now, other technologies are coming in. So this is not a new thing, right? This is happening even if you see 5 gigahertz. When we deployed Wi-Fi, radar services were there, right? We included dynamic frequency selection into it, right, in Wi-Fi, right? Whenever there's a radar signal detected, Wi-Fi has to switch to some other channel, right? Similarly, now we need to look for different solutions to ensure that the spectrum will be efficiently utilized. Of course, I mean, there are solutions where we can have a coordinated spectrum sharing, right? So whenever there's a primary user, maybe we need to switch or we need to shift to some other channel, right? As Dr. Nadeem discussed, spectrum access system or AFC kind of system, right? So this platform, maybe I will, we should look for, we don't have any database in India where, we can see which kind of operators or which kind of services are running, what is the frequency on which they are operating, what kind of power level. We might have that data, but I think for research, we need to now, collaborate, and we need to see how we can efficiently utilize this spectrum by, sharing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Baswade. And I think because of time, we will close this session, and immediately after this, we'll start the next session. Perhaps I can request my co-chair, Bigir Singh ji, to hand over mementos to the speakers.
I thank all our panelists for taking out their precious time and joining us today and sharing their thoughts with us. Requesting Shri Bhagirath ji to please present mementos to our panelists. Mr. Alan Norman, thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Mr. Nadeem Akhtar ji, thank you, sir. Mr. Debashish Bhattacharya, thank you, sir, for joining us today. Ms. Sophie Jebasundaram, thank you, ma'am. Professor Anand Baswade, thank you so much, sir, for joining us. And I request Mr. Bhatia to also present a memento to Shri Bhagirath Singh ji. Request everyone to please pose for a group photograph. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, up next we have a very interesting last session of today on satellite licensing policy. India considering auctioning satellite spectrum, satellite licensing policy, spectrum issues for domestic and international satellites. Please join your hands and welcome the session chair of this session, Srimati Revati Manepalli, Joint Wireless Advisor and Member Radio Regulatory Board, ITUR, Government of India. Welcome, ma'am. She is represented as frequency expert from Asia Pacific region in the Frequency Working Party of International Telecommunications Satellite Organization. She assisted Department of Space as spectrum regulatory expert in an arbitration case at the International Court of Justice, The Hague. She was elected as a member of the Radio Regulatory Board of the ITUR in the year 2023. Please give a warm welcome to our speakers joining us next. Shri Hanumantha Rayappa ji, Director, SATCOM PO, ISRO Headquarters, Government of India. Welcome, sir. He has worked at ISRO since the start of his career. He is a fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, the Aeronautical Society of India, and the Astronautical Society of India. He is also a member of International Academy of Astronautics. Shri Rayappa has concentrated his efforts in societal application of telecommunication, telemedicine, and village resource center. Joining him, our next speaker, Dr. Laura Roberti, Director for Spectrum and Market Access, Telesat from Canada. Welcome, ma'am. She is responsible for developing and implementing Telesat's spectrum and market access strategy worldwide. Dr. Roberti is also actively involved in the ITU, where she serves as a vice chair of the ITU Radio Communication Sector, Study Group 1 on Spectrum Management. She is a passionate advocate for the use of satellite communications to improve connectivity and access to information and services for people around the world. Last but not the least, please join me in welcoming the moderator of this session with a huge hand, Mr. Keyur Gandhi, Associate Director, Space Regulatory, Dhruva Space India. Welcome, sir. He has over 10 years of experience in the space industry with a focus on regulatory compliance, licensing, and dispute resolution. He is one of the pioneering regulatory professionals in the Indian private space technology ecosystems, engaging in regulatory matters in diverse domains across the satellite industry. He is committed to working with governments and industry stakeholders to develop a supportive regulatory environment for the growth of space sector. I would now like to hand over this session to the session chair, Srimati Manepalli, ma'am.
Very good evening, and let me say thank you to ITU APT Foundation and University of Chicago and IIT Delhi for organizing this conference and giving me the opportunity to chair this session. But I see we are all on the same side of the table. It will not be that interesting. Because we are all pro-satellite people. I myself like satellite, it's very close to my heart. And I see Mr. Rayappa from ISRO and Mr. Keyur, he is we can say, is a proud of India. We are very proud of him. He's a startup and already launched some satellites. Indian startup doing good work in the remote sensing and Earth observation satellites. And of course, my good friend, Lara. She is an expert in NGSO. So I just want to set the tone for our topic. Our topic is India considering auctioning of satellite spectrum, satellite licensing policy, spectrum issues for domestic and international satellites. As Professor and Secretary DST Morning told, whenever it comes to WPC, we say 41 services. Then similarly, when we talk of satellite auction of the spectrum, it's not only one service. Satellite, out of that 40 services, 20 services are satellite services. I wanted to hear from my esteemed panelists about what are those services. If it's a communication satellite, they have a broadcasting satellite, you have a navigational satellites, you have Earth exploration, you have remote sensing, and India is into everything. We have interspace, interplanetary missions, that is deep space missions. We have inter-satellite links. Unfortunately, we don't have a GMDSS system. I expect our space industry will bring Indian GMDSS system like Baidu. With this, probably, we'll be touching all these issues, how we are going to address the spectrum requirements and assignment methodology for these type of services. And probably they will touch more upon this NGSO systems. And we have our excellent moderator, probably will be posing questions to me also. So whatever my views, I'll be expressing here of my personal views. With this, I will invite Lara Rabatti to take the floor. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, everybody. Once again, I'm very pleased and grateful to be here today. I have a few slides to share with you about the matter of this panel, which is satellite licensing. But I would like to take the liberty of presenting just 2-3 slides as an update to what Telesat is doing at the moment. So if we may move to the next slide, please. I can finally, at least for me, give the good news that after a few years of preparation, Telesat is now going full speed ahead with a new constellation of low Earth orbit satellites called Telesat Lightspeed. There are other constellations, as I'm sure you're all aware, that are already operational or being deployed. In my view, Telesat Lightspeed differentiates itself as it's really been designed not with residential customers in mind, but with enterprise in mind. By enterprise, I mean, for instance, provision of backhaul to terrestrial mobile operators, or as it has been mentioned in the previous panel, provision of connectivity for Wi-Fi service provision in remote areas. So the idea is really to provide these high reliable, high quality, low latency, high throughput connectivity on a global basis, including also maritime and aeronautical. If we can move to the next slide, please. I'm not going into the details, just to say that this, I'm available, of course, if anyone is interested, but just to say that this is not a mega constellation, so it will not be thousands of satellites. We start with about 160 satellites, but they are very efficiently designed with the purpose of, again, serving enterprise in mind. They also have optical inter-satellite links, creating a mesh in the sky so that there is no single point of failure for additional security. Next slide, please. In terms of timeline, one satellite has been recently launched for demo and testing. We'll start launching the constellation in 2026 for full deployment in 2027. Next slide, please. So this session is about spectrum, licensing spectrum. So in terms of spectrum, Telesat Lightspeed will use for the downlink from 17.8 to 18.6 and then from 18.8 to 20.2. For the uplink from the user terminals from 27.5 to 29.1 and then 29.5 to 30 gigahertz. So as you can see, about 2 gigahertz in the downlink, 2 gigahertz in the uplink for more than 4 gigahertz of spectrum for an optimized performance. And now going into the topic of this session, if we may move to the next slide, please, and the next one. I would like to set things into context as a matter of an introduction, and I apologize in advance if I'm forgetting something or stating something incorrectly. However, in the last 5 years or so, there has been a lot of major developments in India, several rounds of consultation by various governmental entities, DOT, ISRO, TRAI, aiming really at streamlining and simplifying the applicable regulation, also with the introduction of novel services. And we really feel, as a satellite industry, that our comments, our feedback has been taken into consideration. This really was all kick-started back in 2018 with the introduction of an in-flight maritime and connectivity policy, which really allowed connectivity provision to aircraft and vessels, both foreign and domestic. And then the National Frequency Allocation Table was revised in 2022, updated also in relation with good updates also in relation with satellites. And then there was this document that was published always in 2022, the Satellite Communication Reforms document. And if we may move to the next slide. It's a very comprehensive document, but again, what is the spirit of this document? It again was endorsed at the highest level in the country, was really of national support for satellite services that were really endorsed fully, with the aim also of simplifying, streamlining the licensing process, bearing in mind the requirements and the applications and the benefits for users in India. Next slide, please. 2023 then was fantastic in the sense that there were so many initiatives that came to fruition. There was the opening of a DOT portal to issue licenses in a more simplified, efficient and transparent manner. The tech department of the DOT continued the good work in developing technical standards with an additional standard also for non-GSO user terminals in a variety, both mobile and fixed, in a variety of frequency bands. Following a consultation by TRAI, the licenses for satellite gateway has been modified, has been detached from the service provision license, in other words, the unified license. And we believe this to be a very good initiative because it allows for an optimization of the terrestrial part of the network and avoids redundancy. And finally, if we want the cherry on the cake, was the fact that InSpace published a revised regulation, a revised space policy, that again, a very clear, streamlined document that allows for the introduction also of non-GSO systems and also use of foreign capacity, of course, under an umbrella of appropriate regulations. If we may move to the next slide, please. But all of these, in addition to all of these, a proposal has also been put on the table that has been mentioned, so the idea of auctioning spectrum for satellite services. And in particular, I'm referring to microwave spectrum, which broadly covers the range from C-band all the way to Ka-band. And now I believe I'm not speaking only as Telesat, I'm speaking more on behalf of the general satellite industry. We believe that this is really, we see this as a contradictory message with respect to all the positive ones conveyed in the last few years, and culminating really with the spirit in the document that I mentioned before, the satellite communication reform documents. And why? Because auctions are useful for resources that cannot be shared. But microwave spectrum is shared, has been shared for years in the same location by multiple satellite operators. ITU coordination is used, of course, as needed, but overall there is no need for an auction. But we believe that this is a fact, that there is no need. But would it be useful, even if there is no need, or would it be damaging? So in our view, and if we may please go to the next slide, we believe we see no benefits in an auction. And why? An auction would unavoidably create gatekeepers that will control the spectrum and can, by controlling the spectrum, artificially preventing the entry of other operators. And this would potentially lead to an anti-competitive environment. As satellite operators, if we don't win the auction straight away, we would have to negotiate a private contract agreement with the winners of the auction, and this would necessarily be a non-transparent process. And all of these to use a spectrum that could be naturally shared among the operators in the first place. And again, this would lead to a monopolistic or semi-monopolistic situation, hampering competitivity. And some operators will not reach an agreement and will not win the spectrum, so they will be artificially excluded from the market entirely. Overall, we also believe this is detrimental to the users. And why? Because it will limit the range and variety of services and operators that will access to the market in the country. And not only, an auction will mean that only portions of, for instance, the Ka-band will be assigned to each winning operator, so not the entire band. And this limitation, artificial limitation in spectrum, will also lead to a reduction in the performance of systems that are designed to use the entire frequency band, such as Telesat Lightspeed, in reference to the spectrum that I mentioned before. Furthermore, this will also create a negative precedent at the international level, because this is clearly not an efficient use of the spectrum. And efficiency in use of spectrum is really one of the fundamental principles at the ITU. In fact, it is even embedded in the ITU constitution. So finally, overall, we do not see any benefit to the users in a possible spectrum auction, bearing also in mind that satellites really are meant to fill the gap, to be able to provide services in location where terrestrial means cannot reach. If we may please go to the next slide. So, we understand that this idea of the auction stems from a decision of the Indian Supreme Court in reference to a case that was pertaining to terrestrial mobile operators. So is there a relevance also to satellite spectrum? So in other words, can microwave spectrum use for satellite services be compared to terrestrial mobile use? We believe that this analogy does not stand. And why? Because the satellite and the terrestrial use of the spectrum are fundamentally different. Fundamentally different in the physics of the link, because satellite operators can share while terrestrial operators cannot, and also in the economic and societal aspect. Why in the economics aspect? terrestrial mobile operator are essential service that reaches billions of users worldwide, with revenues that go in parallel with it, while satellite service, while it is essential and important, is in comparison a niche activity compared to the volumes that are associated with terrestrial mobile operators. So there are orders of magnitude of difference, both in terms of number of customers and also in terms of revenue. So trying to equate the spectrum, even in terms of cost of spectrum between the two services, in our view, does not stand. Furthermore, again, there is this complementarity of the two services in areas where there is a good terrestrial coverage, such as, for instance, Delhi, where we are now. There is no one walking in the street with a satellite dish operating in the microwave, but all of us, we have a mobile phone. So in other words, there is no incentive for anyone to buy a satellite service, a satellite terminal, if there is good terrestrial coverage. So once again, satellite services are meant to complement in that respect, not to compete in terms to access to the end users. If we can move, please, to the next slide, which is also the last slide, and I thank you in advance for your patience tonight. We understand that a major issue in India has been trying to understand what is the value of spectrum, what are the fees that should be associated to the spectrum. There was a sentence in the TRAI consultation on the matter, which is the first bullet point, and that said that in order to reflect the true value of satellite spectrum, the auction design should create some sort of scarcity, even in a case where supply is non-rigorous and is actually shareable. And to us, this clearly shows that the indicated price discovery process via an auction would be artificial and lead, rather than the true value in inverted commas of spectrum, to an inflated price that only some operators, and not necessarily the satellite operators, could afford. Internationally, everywhere else, microwave spectrum is assigned administratively. However, there are huge variations in the cost of spectrum, depending on the country and the region. As a satellite industry, in the Indian context, we believe that as a price discovery process, it could be reasonable to use, for instance, a percentage of the AGR, which is the adjusted gross revenue. The percentage of 1%, we understand, is already being used, at least for some satellite application. And this is, or could be, a good reflection of the value of the spectrum, because it would be univocally linked to the use and the revenue that various service providers will derive from the use of the spectrum itself. And with this, I really thank you very much for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Laura, for covering almost all the components of the satellite spectrum auction. Probably the same thing what we have been hearing for so many months now. And one thing I can say, TRAI has, in its consultation paper, aptly captured all these issues. Some of my observations on your this thing. Satellite is a complementary to terrestrial system. We all agree. And satellites are in place, and we are providing satellite VSAT connectivity. We have service providers in India. With the GSO, satellite spectrum, we have been assigning on administrative basis. How many of our unconnected, underserved areas are having connectivity? I say none. Because though it is a complementary to terrestrial services, it is not affordable. It is not viable. So you don't have connectivity even today in Jammu Kashmir, Ladakh. You don't have connectivity in Northeast. Last of our officers went under immersion program. Either user terminal is very costly. We have satellites up. We have high throughput satellites. Why we are not able to provide? I'm sorry, our commercial operators, we have many operators, but they are providing B2B solutions, not to consumers. Now, why this sudden satellite spectrum auction topic has come now? Because of NGSOs, they are able to provide affordable services, trying to compete with the existing sort of services. Then we don't know at what price we need to give them, because the other spectrum we are giving at auction base. See, I'm just trying to explain here, as a policymaker, what are the challenges, why you thought of that. You have to find a reasonable price to allow it to happen. And other countries, though they are not auctioning the spectrum, they are finding a price for landing rights, so that whoever is providing the services, they have to pay a certain amount of thing. Now, with all the inputs to try, we hope they give a model which will help to grow satellite industry in India. With that, we'll move to our next speaker, Dr. Hanumant Rayappa, Director, SATCOM PO. Over to you, sir.
Good evening. Respected Revati Madam, Dr. Lobati, Shri Keyur, and respected dignitaries in the hall. Bhatia Sir, first of all, I want to warmly extend my sincere thanks to for giving me an opportunity to be here and to share few thoughts. Already the subject is well discussed. In fact, on a lighter sense, I feel that now it is a situation is like a students who have written the exam, waiting for the result and talking about the questions in the question paper. So whatever has to be told has been told already. It is there in the tables of TRI. TRI is doing all the, from all the angles, they are seeing the situation. Of course, from the satellite's point of view, I am being a satellite person, because in this forum I would like to briefly share few of the things. Since morning we have been discussing that we all agree that I don't have to repeat that, just to say that connectivity, be it broadband, now again things are changing. Connectivity is not just broadband. There are variety of service requirements, variety of quality requirements. I don't think even everywhere, even broadband being made available will not meet the new age application requirements. Again, there has to be different channels, different quality of services in terms of capacity, in terms of reliability, in terms of availability, or even latency. So that there will be again a different kitties, different application demands, and different considerations to access even the connectivity medium. So considering all those things, but all said and done, connectivity is an important thing, whether it is in urban, at home, or whether we are while in stationary or moving, or in oceans, or in Himalayas, or in the south or north poles. Now connectivity is an important. Our technology has matured to provide the connectivity where we are. In that sense, of course, both the terrestrial technologies as well as the satellite technologies have to support each other, complementing each other in bringing out the connectivities. But today the topic of the session is in India, whether the spectrum access to satellite has to be provided under auction, or what should be the licensing policy is the important thing. But while evolving the policy, all the considerations have been already submitted to the TRI. TRI has done a wide range of connectivity, not only where the inputs have been given by not only the Indian industry and Indian stakeholders, even the opinions are given by the global players as well. But just to touch upon few things on this fora, satellite, again, three things I want to tell that. One is the technological aspect, second one is the economic aspects, and third one is the social aspects. Coming to technological aspect, the spectrum being used by satellite, the process at which the rights to use the spectrum is given to an operator is different from the access to spectrum given to a telecom operator using the IMT solutions. So in that sense, the technological aspect, there is a difference. Second one, the spectrum used for satellite is not for just IMT service alone. There are, as Madam was indicating there are 20 plus services, some of them are even non-commercial, which has to be scientific nature, or it is in the requirement of either strategic or social as well. So access from space is, again, it is a shared spectrum. Its boundaries are not confined to any national territories, so there are overlaps. And any platform which is used for it need not connect to only a specific country. In this case, need not cover to India alone. It can even cater to other countries. So there is, again, challenges of a single platform either being owned by an Indian company or a foreign company. A full satellite is catering to India, or part of it is catering to India, while accessing the spectrum, whether how it's going to do that. Again, there is an argument that it is not the spectrum access, it is the service access to service, or the downlink rights, which is the point of focus, which can be considered as while assessing or deriving the actual price for the spectrum. That is one of the argument. Again, there are different things. For example, it might bring some disparities. A company which invests in India makes all the effort and breaks a satellite, whereas another company is a foreign company, they comes only for marketing, whether there will be a distinction between that, whether there is some promotion for the national companies who make investments and bring some social value to that. These are the important considerations. Coming to economic perspective, again, the quantum of money generated by using satellites and satellite spectrum vis-a-vis the terrestrial telecom services, it is quite different, there's a difference. The telecom services probably account for more than 90 to 95%, whereas the satellite services, it's only about 5% of the overall economic values. So that being considered, when we are trying to make the arguments and compare that, it's not an apple-to-apple comparison. It is definitely something different that has to be kept in mind. So if we try to compare and make the spectrum access or spectrum charges at par with the terrestrial, I think we may land up perhaps making difficulty to the satellite services. That is another argument. And coming to, again, the satellites, though it's a complementary in many of the cases, is aimed to serve the areas primarily, the areas where it is underserved or unserved. So reaching out to those kind of population, as Revati Madam already addressed, though the technology is there, solution is there, it is not affordable from the population who are living in that. How are we going to make it affordable? Even in case of NGSOs, I think my personal view is that even there, I think again the satellite services cannot be at par with the services provided by the terrestrial systems. So again, the economics will come into picture. Then how do you make it sustainable? How are we going to make it attractive for a satellite communication? That's the question. Coming to societal aspect of it is, today satellite again is used by not only for the commercial telecom services or broadband services, various other services. There are strategies involved, and in order to even, for example, take the broadcasting services, as Debashish Bhattacharya was telling, out of 1.4 billion population today, broadband is accessible to around 600 million people. Another 800 million people are not having the connectivity. So if we just ponder upon that, who are those people? There are many people who are at the lower strata of the economy, in the society, where the question of affordability comes into picture. Then how are their enrichment or the in entertainment? It is all catered to by the TV channels. today many of the rural houses, for their information, they are depending on broadcasting and TV channels. So it has to be again, suppose, then how do we address that? Providing access to spectrum to broadcasting is another aspect of it. It has to be seen that. A last important thing is again coming to national perspective, Indian perspective, the Indian space policy is announced. The primary focus of the space reform and the space policy is currently India's share of global space activities, in global space activities, just 2% today. The policy and reforms aims at enhancing it to 10% in about by 2030. So if you want to make the more activities in the space domain, particularly in the area of satellite communication, then there has to be more players has to come in, private players has to come in, more investment has to happen. So in order to enable and make all these things possible, there should be a clarity on accessing the spectrum by these players. Again, it has to be at an affordable price point. I think government, so I am also on the government side, but the focus need not be on generating the income directly from the spectrum as a commodity, whereas we should use spectrum as an enabling player to generate more economic activities. These are the views from the satellite industry. These are the views from our side as a space people. I think TRAI is going to take all these points and come out with a recommendation which is acceptable by everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Rayappa sir. He has raised the points and he has found a solution also. That's very good. We have given all our concerns and hopefully TRAI will come up with a good recommendations which can be implementable and addressing the concerns raised by all and which will promote the SATCOM industry and which will be in line with the spirit of Space Policy 2023. I think it can come out anytime. With that, I'll just now move on to Mr. Keyur Gandhi. You can, yeah, please. You want to say from here itself?
Yeah,
it's up to you. Yeah.
Better. Yeah. So I'll keep my address very brief and we'll move on to the questions then. First of all, thanks a lot IFI and Bhatia sir for the invite. I think taking cue from Rayappa sir's joke, we are those students who joined the school 3 days before the exam, because when we started off understanding what is happening on the policy advocacy side, spectrum licensing side, in the Indian ecosystem, that was just around the time when we had launched our first 2 demonstration satellites, which were 2 half-U satellites, which for reference is a satellite of the size of 10 centimeter by 10 centimeter by 5 centimeter. Those were our first 2 satellites which we made with the intent of demonstrating that you can actually build a satellite out of India on designs built by an Indian company, and it is all made in Hyderabad, and it was deployed using our own deployer. With that very short background, I would like to probably use just the next 5 minutes to shed some light on what it means for new startups and new entrants coming to the space sector, especially with the focus on building small satellites and providing services in the upstream and the downstream segment. To give a brief background for those of you here who do not know, Dhruva Space is a full-stack space engineering company, which means we are focused on building a satellite platform, providing a deployer, and also a ground station. The idea is to ease access to space for anyone who wants to launch small satellites and build applications on top of it, which means we don't build transponders, we don't build a remote sensing payload, we don't build a payload for the satellite itself. We provide a standardized service. And where us as Dhruva Space come into the domain of looking at policy advocacy and getting involved in discussions relating to spectrum licensing and management is where a lot of our customers, our growth in the market is defined by how the Indian space sector will grow and consequently how the foreign demand will come to India. So what I would probably say would be very different from what you would have been hearing over the course of the day, because of course we come with a different view. By that I don't mean we support auctions, we certainly don't. We come with a different view in terms of how we look at these issues and how we look at the emerging policy framework and how we see its impact on us as a startup. So to keep it very crisp, right? ITU recently released a small satellite handbook that captures a variety of issues which are related to small satellites, short duration missions, and missions essentially where the development time to make a satellite to provide capacity in the space segment is very low, which is often lower than the 12 to 18 month minimum timeline to conclude coordination in frequency bands which are not subject to coordination. So now as a company, when you're building a proposition that I will help countries, I will help customers who need connectivity at low costs, at low affordability, I'll help them establish these space assets at a very low cost and at a very low turnaround time. If regulatory issues is the limitation, then which investor would find it favorable to invest in the ecosystem is one of the questions that we continue to think about. Now to dwell a little bit deeper into what is the summary that, in my opinion, I could gather from the ITU Small Satellite Handbook. It was that there are too many people who are emerging as small satellite players who want to launch satellites, who want to operate satellites in the global space ecosystem, who do not have the wherewithal or who do not have the expertise of necessarily understanding what are the regulatory consequences and what are the compliance mechanisms to go through before launching these satellites. And at the same time, I would admit that there is no regulatory framework even at a ITU level or with any domestic government which can accommodate for this value proposition of launching constellations in a very rapid pace with focus on reducing the cost of access to data. This is where it boils down to, and I think on an operational level, what this means that today the outcome of this deliberation on what kind of services to allow, how can direct-to-device connectivity be permissible in India, under what license, what kind of spectrum will be saved for satellite and what kind of spectrum will be refarmed for sharing with other services. This will define how far us as an ecosystem, by an ecosystem I don't mean just the Indian space ecosystem, but the global space ecosystem, how much are we incentivized and how much room do we have to bring that incremental innovation in reducing cost of access to data and connectivity. I think as the Honorable Chair and both the Honorable Speakers pointed out, the problem here is not just that of identifying whether one service is competitive to another. It is not that of identifying whether exclusive allotment or exclusive assignment through auction is the best method to allocate their services. I think the question goes a little deeper than that. If we talk about things like same service, same rules, or if we talk about it from a legal perspective, two people who have the same standing can be treated the same. The principle of equity kicks in. Today, it doesn't matter whether I'm a startup with no resources whatsoever to deploy any ground terminals and satellites, or whether I'm a foreign operator with, say, decades of legacy. Today, in comparison to terrestrial networks or other forms of services which are already offered through GSO satellites for certain licensed services which are provided in India, today, our economic standing in the market is zero. Why? Because today we'll be starting from zero customer base. And while starting from zero customer base, you need any and all incentives possible as a business to start off with making that investment. And that investment carries a risk. That risk will be manufacturing terminals in India, bringing R&D to see what kind of satellites and what kind of terminals can really be cost efficient, and what kind of distribution models can be efficient enough where you don't take a hit trying to set up services or getting penetration for services in India. These are risk propositions that need to be dealt with, not for the purpose of seeing whether I can make profits. Today we are dealing with this problem to convince the pool of investors who already look at space as a very risky proposition for investment. That is the very brief background. I hope that sheds some light on how us as new space enterprises have been perceiving the ongoing developments on the regulatory front. And in the end, I would like to mention one last part, I think, which is something that we've experienced in India as well, which goes on to my insight about capacity building. Today, when we start in the space sector, if anyone has been following closely, you would see there are services which are being built for things like, let us deploy satellites on demand. Let us make sovereign constellations. Let us see if we can bring the cost of access to data in remote areas for basic services, like say a UPI, or say for tele-education, for ticket reservation, for telemedicine, if we can bring that down by a substantial amount. While that is a very good commercial proposition, I think as a new space ecosystem in India, we significantly lack the awareness and the training which is needed to engage on the front of policy advocacy. And going forward, I think my questions in the course of this session would be modeled around these propositions. And I would request my fellow panelists and the Honorable Chair to please correct me and add as necessary. Thank you.
Moderator will be asking the questions now.
Yes.
Let us see.
I will
not put us into trouble.
Not at all, ma'am. Yes. Okay. So, having said that, Revati ma'am, I would like to begin with a question for you. Now, in India, I don't think I need to reiterate, all of us agree that there's a lot of dynamic changes in policy going on, and there's a special background to it, which is the space sector has opened up, so private players will come in. And at the same time, there will be innovative solutions which will continue to come, where it might be difficult to fit them in particular domains of licenses, timelines, cost, in various aspects. Now, we are seeing that in the past few years, the government has been really staunch on ease of doing business in India and minimum government, maximum governance. So, as someone who is in a leadership role on the policy making, how do you perceive this challenge to impact what the outcome could be, and how the future of the industry could shape up in terms of balancing both effective regulation, but at the same time doing it with minimum governance?
Thank you. It's a very good question. Minimum regulations. As Ms. Laura also has brought it very nicely, we have done a lot of things on self-declaration basis now. Lot many things, especially for the satellites, like IFMC, even for the VSATs, they are using GSO bandwidth. It's all on mostly self-declaration. You go to Saral Sanchar, once you take the bandwidth, you do on yourself. It will be recorded there. Even the SACFA clearances, entire, you can say now it's only single scrutiny. You have to apply for only once to get the spectrum bandwidth. Then if you are a service provider, you can import. It is self-declaration import. Everything is on self-declaration. So we have already done, and we are interacting with the industry, and we are facilitating. Now, the next level is once the policy decision about NGSO, how we are going to do it. In that, again, to make it more inclusive, the concerns of other, because whatever we are talking of auctioning of the spectrum is most likely for your FSS to commercial VSATs, whatever commercial user terminals. And I think, I don't know, I might guess, broadcasting and all those things will be out, and most likely there are other earth exploration, navigation, and other. Now earth exploration and remote sensing is becoming more of a commercial service. All the startups are morely working on it. And probably that is not in the ambit of the spectrum auctions. That's what I guess, and I think that's what the things are moving. And this gives a more encouraging environment for the space industry to grow in India. Now the regulation, we can say, you want to import anything? No, it's all self-declaration sort of thing. And I now since you have asked the question, I want to say one more thing, direct to device. Whereas US and Papua New Guinea and all, they started doing these experiments from 2015 and 16 onwards. Nothing stops you send an experimental satellite. And they are doing with the IMT base stations, they put on the satellite at 700 kilometers and it is successful. We wanted someone to do that in India also and tell us what are the conditions. With that we are there to enable the regulations. I hope, I think I addressed your question.
Yes, ma'am, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So, in summary, I think I really appreciate the response that as long as there's someone who is willing to do it, there's always the government and the regulatory framework is ready to stand behind them in accommodating innovation. So that is something that will always go hand in hand. Thank you, ma'am. Moving to Rayappa, sir. Sir, my question is a little off the core theme of the session here today. ISRO has been the epitome of excellence when it comes to anything satellite and of course consequentially to satellite communication. Now over the years, ISRO has played a key role in bringing crucial initiatives for social welfare and betterment into India through various series of satellites and even implementing it at a ground level, be it for education, be it for connectivity, be it for healthcare, disaster management in various use cases. Now, when we look at the way the discussion is shaping up, especially on the front of spectrum pricing and licensing reforms, and further to go on the way the ecosystem is building up on end user terminals and in the space segment in India, how do you see the licensing framework impacting how much social entrepreneurship factor or how much factor of bringing in inclusion as against focusing on B2B services or focusing on high value token customers? How do you see that shaping up for the private sector?
Now, my view, see, for the private sector, for contributing the societal benefits, so far ISRO was the only agency which was providing even capacity, service, end-to-end, only organization. Now the space sector reforms and the policy has opened up and there are a lot of opportunity for any players, private players to get into this and do that. Second one, the enabling mechanisms. Now IN-SPACE has announced the guidelines to keep the processes minimum and have the light touch licensing. And as Madam said, even on the satellite side, on the service side, many things have been streamlined and many processes have been simplified. It is already, for the newcomers, it is already done. So only thing is, now the clarity which is required is in how the spectrum is. That is the doubt which is there in everybody's mind, even including us. Being a satellite man, I wish and hope for that. It will be very simple and it should not be an auction. So let us see, it's going to be a government decision ultimately. But as a satellite person, I wish that it should be very simple and it should not be too much overweighing on the license fee side. As long as it is simple, it will make an enabling mechanism so that more people will be there, they will bring more innovations, more solutions that will have an indirect benefit of benefiting the people and generating other economic activities or other social benefits. That's my view.
Thank you, sir. I believe all of us, in anticipation of what would come next, I think all of us are not really able to forecast on where the future would go with spectrum assignments, but thank you. Next, moving on to Dr. Laura Roberti. You come with the experience as Telesat, you come with the experience of 4 decades of having been in the space segment in the satellite market, and you have worked with diverse countries over the period of years. when you look at regulations or standard for assignment of spectrum or standard to be complied with in terms of providing services, how do you see that having impacted you previously, and how do you see it impacting you in the future in terms of your ability to price the data and price the services in that particular country? How does that impact the end consumer? If you could share some insights on that.
So if you're referring to price in terms of cost of spectrum, at least I will interpret it in that way. But it is unavoidable that an excessive, as I mentioned before, cost of spectrum varies greatly from country to country. But in general, it is unavoidable that an excessive spectrum cost will have a negative impact ultimately on the end consumer, because the cost will trickle down from the satellite operator to the service provider and ultimately to the consumer. So as a satellite industry, we are certainly not advocating deregulation, we are not advocating free spectrum. What we are advocating for is the possibility of access and a reasonable spectrum cost. Also bearing in mind that novel systems, for instance operating in Ka band, will potentially use up to 4 gigahertz of spectrum. So what we find in many countries where the spectrum was priced in terms of a multiplicative factor times the entire band, some of these costs need to be revised because they were designed at a time in which satellites were using maximum a few megahertz, often a few kilohertz, not a gigahertz as it is now. And I very much liked what Mr. Rayappa sir mentioned before, that depending on the societal application, spectrum should not be seen exclusively as a commodity from the regulator, but as an enabler on multiple levels. And thank you for your question.
Thank you for that answer. I have a follow-up question, if you don't mind. Do you also see that difficulty or increased price of access to satellite spectrum also impacting the local ecosystem of end user terminal manufacturers, or in general the demand from end users being impacted in different markets? When you, as you mentioned, there's diverse pricing. So
yes, of course. Any complication, any excessive pricing will lead inevitably to additional cost and will lead to delays. And delays are negative because, again, it delays the introduction of services to the customers, and a delay means time, and time ultimately means money, also in terms of revenue loss from the point of view of both the satellite operators and the service providers. So overall, a reasonable, streamlined, transparent licensing process together with reasonable spectrum fees. That would be the ideal request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keyur. You asked very apt and relevant questions, and we are all waiting exam, as Rayappa has told. We have written the exam, we are waiting for the recommendations from the TRAI, and all the inputs went to it. I think we'll get reasonable recommendations, meeting all the expectations. With that, I thank my eminent panelists. At that, we are concluding the session.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I thank everyone on the dais for sharing their views with us. It was very, very interesting session. And I would also like to request Srimati Manepalli to please present the mementos to our panelists. Firstly, Shri Hanumantha Rayappa ji. Oh, we have some questions? All right. We have 5 minutes. We can take a few.
People are tired and... Your question, yeah. Yeah, first come, first serve. I think Madam Pamela. I request, please don't ask the question about satellite spectrum assignment. We all know that it is with Troy.
No, that's fine. I'm asking more of an academic question. I'm new to this debate on satellite spectrum, but it triggered a thought in my mind that in the cellular space we auction spectrum, right? And we have some well-defined rules for it. Now we are entering, satellite has been a public kind of driven through the government. Now we are commercializing, we are opening, pre-Geo and Airtel and all, telecom was also public driven. There was no question of auction. Auction came up when the public players, the private players came in. Now we are opening up satellite for private players. So why should satellite spectrum be treated differently from the way it is applied for telecom? Shouldn't the rules be the same? Am I missing something here?
No, madam. Your question is very clear. And this is the question. We have a beautiful presentation. In fact, I have a beautiful presentation on this particular point. Whenever we explain to them how satellite spectrum is different from terrestrial spectrum. So your question is having two parts. First part is you are comparing this with earlier DOT was providing services. Now you got, after liberalization, you brought private entities into it. That is not the case in the satellite. It's the GSO based. Already private operators are providing these services. And the second difference, how come terrestrial spectrum is different from the satellite spectrum? Why there is a difficulty in auctioning the spectrum? Terrestrial spectrum is you own it. That spectrum rights, you own it. Satellite spectrum above 50 kilometers above our Earth surface, no country has any rights. It is the ITU on first come, first served basis. Use spectrum usage rights. And you have to continuously, you have to use it, otherwise you will forego those rights. So whatever we are trying to auction here is that coming from here, landing rights. When I auction something for terrestrial, I can decide my band, I can put it. Here I cannot decide as on date. Whatever is available in the space, that fellow, whether he is able to provide my service in India or not, I am deciding. That is the difference. Those are the challenges. And next challenge is, of course, we'll find out a solution. We are there to find a solution. The terrestrial spectrum, because it is coming to your mobile, it is exclusive use we are giving now. In the satellite, it is not the mobile, it is the VSATs, directional antenna. It is a shared use as on date. But the people say in the future, it can also be used for the direct to device. That's why a lot of deliberations and thank you.
I got the answer.
That's it. I think your question is only one. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We can all meet at the gala dinner for some more networking, and we can take up the other questions there. And I would like to request Srimati Manepalli to kindly present a memento to Mr. Hanumantha Rayappa first. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us and sharing your views with us. Next, Dr. Laura Roberti. Thank you, ma'am. And to Mr. Keyur Gandhi. Thank you, Mr. Gandhi. And I would like to request Mr. Bharat Bhatia, sir, to please present a memento to Srimati Revati Manepalli for chairing the session and sharing her views and presentation with us. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. With this, we come to the end of the day, and I request all the panelists to please remain on the stage for a photograph. And I would also like to request our esteemed speakers from yesterday and today's session, the organizing team and all the attendee guests to kindly join us on the stage for a group photograph. Everybody, whosoever is here in the gathering, I request everyone to please come for a group photograph. With this, I thank all our esteemed speakers, distinguished guests, our organizers, and everyone involved in making this conference a success. Overall, it was a day of learning, interesting talks, and of course, plenty of powerful networking. We loved your energy and your enthusiasm. I request you all to kindly join us tomorrow at day 3 of 3rd India Spectrum Management Conference, as we have an excellent speaker lineup with some informative keynotes, stimulating confirmations and engaging panel discussions. I thank everyone for joining us today. May I request everyone there on the floor to please join us? Everybody, please. We can have a line here, the first row over here. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and I request you all to kindly join us for gala dinner at Allure Hall. Thank you so much. We wish to see you tomorrow at day 3 of the 3rd India Spectrum Management Conference. Thank you all very much. Have a good evening and a good night. Thank you.